If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who don't know me, I am a Texas trial attorney, going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. Now, I was minding my business. I was drinking my water. And they told me that Woody back on the stand acting a goddamn fool. So we're going to jump on there and we're going to see what we can find out. We're going to see if they still alive right now. Now, I just got out of court, so thank y'all for being with me for getting on late. Hopefully tomorrow I can get on early and cover the trial in the morning. All right, so I'm going to try to share my screen. And let's see what we got. All right, hold on. And I guess it'll help if I give me some headphones. All right. Let me find some headphones. I can't use the speakers or it's going to be an echo. Now, okay. All right, y'all, give me a second and we're going to play the video. It shouldn't take long. And just like that, I found some. Let's see. Well, make sure the thing works. I like only putting one in. I can get them in and out. Oh, thank you. I followed y'all advice yesterday. Somebody was saying, get another shirt. What you mean? I can't see or hear. I don't recall. Be Pacific. I guess. I probably did. But what he really needed to do was follow the last one. Seeing and hearing ain't the problem. You should have told him I can't talk. I lost my voice. My voice is gone. I can't testify no more. My voice gone. God damn it. Let me catch up. I think they still in trial. I just got out of court, so thank y'all. And we're just gonna pick up wherever they left off. I caught a little bit this morning on my way to trial. So let's see. Woody, what you talking about? Let me refresh it to make sure we're at the last point. All right, here we go. Present, share screen, boom.
Get it out the zipper right.
Oh.
I don't recall what I told in this.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I got the audio. Let me see if I can switch my.
Yes.
Let me know if y'all can hear it or not. Let's turn up the volume to the.
Now, earlier, do you recall Bloody J fighting outside?
Now I was swole, so I was in the parking lot trying to get in my car.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Moonsunk was fighting Bloody J?
I don't recall.
All right, thank you.
Now, what was your relationship like with Bloody J?
What you mean?
Were you cool with him?
What you mean?
Was I cool with him?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that.
How would you describe your interactions with Bloody J?
What you mean?
What you mean?
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you've been trying to help Bloody J get in back with them?
I'm trying to help him with?
Get back in with them.
Oh, I don't know what would take place. I talked to the investigators. I was trying to tell them whatever I think I can convince them to believe. I don't get in people's business to be knowing what they be having going on. But I'm good with coming up with a story.
That's what you're doing right now.
What would talking about Bloody J have to do? Why would that help you get out of?
Because the investigators they just I don't know, like they so focused on me. I'm trying to get them off of me. They need to go focus on somebody else and get their attention off me.
Earlier, do you recall saying that when you went to speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, you went down there because Detective Thorpe called you and told you to called you, and that's why you went down there? Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I believe after they shot one of my family members, my baby mama house up, that's when the investigators called me.
What they say?
Because they said that it related to something. I don't know. I can't really remember exactly, but that's when I went down for questioning.
Okay. And did you go there voluntarily?
No.
What they mean?
Did you go there because you wanted to go there yourself?
I went there because people told me to go there.
Who told you?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that everybody's like, nah, wait on them to call you? And I was like, I ain't want to wait. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do it.
I don't recall what I told them.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither? So they were like, just wait. And I'm like, so I wait, but I kept asking more people because they had shot up my girl mama house.
They was trying to get him.
Most time I talked to the police, they had to come and get me.
Did they come get you on January 11th?
They didn't have to.
Okay, you drove down there you had Moonsung take you down there.
Because everybody was telling me to go down there.
Okay. And Moonsung, didn't you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police too?
Say that again?
Did you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police?
I think I remember telling him that if they said, man, you did it, you need to come in here with me.
And do you remember him telling him, nah, I'm gonna wait for them to come to me?
No, I think he told me to give the investigator his number and tell him if they wanted him to call him, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither? I came out here, I got Moonsung, and I'm like, you don't want to come in and talk to him, bruh? You know your name in it, bruh. And he's like, shit, I'll wait on them to call me.
I know Detective Gaither she got somebody against me. She making her business to try to get me.
Oh, wow.
So anytime that she trying to question me, I'm gonna spin her every chance I get. But I do not recall what I told her when she questioned me. But when she questioned me, I know she trying to get me.
Okay. Is Detective Gaither able to tell you the answers that are coming out of your mouth?
Really?
I sustain the question, Mr. Form.
Does Detective Gaither know what you think, what you're going to say?
I sustain the question.
In the January 28th interview, let me ask you this, even before I ask you that. Do you know what the relationship was like between Nutt and Thug back in 2015?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, at least in the January 28th interview, that Nutt and Thug was cool?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, on God, I didn't even know?
There's objection. I'll sustain the question.
I think the question was, back in 2015, did you know the relationship between Nutt and Thug?
It's still subject to foundation. I'm staying.
All right, still stop
But
talking.
now I'm impeaching him on what he told detectives about his knowledge of the relationship.
Rephrase it.
I sustained the question before. You still need to lay some foundation as to how
Don't
they
help
knew
her.
each other in that particular time period.
He's trying to
okay?
help her.
That was the basis of Mr. Steele's objection.
Back in 2015, were you familiar with Nutt?
No.
Yes.
And were you familiar with Thug?
Well, what do familiar mean?
Oh, shit.
Well, you just answered that you were familiar with Nutt, so
No.
I sustained the question.
What?
Question.
When I just asked you, were you familiar with Nutt, and you said yes. Why did you say yes?
Because people have different definition of things, and I knew of Nutt.
Okay.
Oh, now you.
If that's the same, then I guess.
Did you spend more time with Nutt or with Thug back in 2015?
Come on,
I spent more time with Thug.
Tell the answer. He don't know the answer.
I didn't hang around Nutt.
Now he didn't hang around.
Did Thug ever speak with you about his relationship with Nutt?
No.
Did you ever observe Thug and Nutt together?
I never saw those two together. I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nutt and Thug was cool?
Because they're questioning me, and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nutt and Thug, I guess, and I'm telling her whatever she asked me. Let's say she asked me a question about the sky. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen the sky. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on.
Oh, he
I'm
all
gonna
under,
say something.
He all under
Just because
the
I
table.
want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Oh.
Don't you got on white tennis shoes?
She said
She
yes.
got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
She said,
What color your shoes is?
oh my God. Okay. This is insanity.
She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth.
What color your shoes is?
Oh my God.
She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then.
Well, it depends.
All right.
See, you pick what you want to tell them.
So did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nutt and Thug had problems?
Can you say it again?
Did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nutt and Thug had problems?
See? You saying it right there and there.
So my question for you is, how did you know about any relationship between Nutt and Thug?
I didn't.
Are you driving way less than you used to? Do you have a clean driving record? Are you over 25?
Yeah, she got to flip through 1,000 papers. She ought to know.
Earlier, I asked you about the time you spent in Miami. I mean, you recalled you didn't remember. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that you spent about a week in Miami?
About a week ago.
I don't recall what I told whoever you just said.
Okay.
Yeah, he tired, y'all. He tired. He ready to go.
Now, when you came back from Miami, did you have concerns about, did you have any concern about Thug and you and y'all relationship?
What you mean?
Did you have any concerns about Thug and you and your relationship?
What you
You
mean?
asking me?
I am.
Yeah, did I have any concern?
Yes.
I just left on with Young Thug?
Yes.
And what my concern was?
I'm asking you if you had any.
If I just left with him, why would I have him?
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, so we came back and it was like Thug was trying to get rid of me? You feel what I'm saying?
Had to switch it up.
You had to switch it up.
I had to switch it up.
Why did you have to switch it up?
Because they kept targeting me.
Who is the they?
Investigator Gaither and Dennis.
Why did you have to switch it up to say that Thug was trying to get rid of you? What would that
Oh, I don't know what I don't no. Oh, let's go back.
Okay.
Now I said that he was trying to get rid of me.
Yes.
That's what I told her.
Yes.
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay, you don't recall that.
He said, hold up now, back that one up. You a goddamn lie. I ain't say that.
Do you remember any conversations between you and Thug regarding having a hit on your head?
You said, do I remember having a conversation with Doug about somebody having heat on my head?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they said I got a hit on your head? And you were like, bruh, you do? And he was like, nigga. And then y'all started laughing.
Oh, you saying that I said Doug had hit out on my head?
Oh my God.
That's what I'm trying to, because
Yes, do you recall?
I thought you were saying that me and him having a conversation and you saying someone else said he had a hit, someone else have a hit on my head? Are you
Get it straight. Get it
Are you
straight.
saying that Young Thug had a hit on my head?
I'm saying, do you recall having a conversation with Thug in which you discussed having a hit on your head? Was my initial question.
Can you ask me that one more time?
Sure.
Sure.
Independently, do you recall back in 2015 having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head?
So it was a conversation. I'm trying to make sure I understand you. It was a conversation I was having with him.
Yes.
And I told him that he had a hit on my head.
Just generally.
I'm trying to see, am I understanding you right?
Right, I'm asking you. I'm clarifying. Do you recall generally just having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head? Just generally.
So you saying I'm trying to, I don't understand you.
Sure.
You saying I'm talking to him, me and him talking, I'm telling him that he has a hit on my head.
No.
That's what I'm trying to see what you're saying.
What you saying?
Do you remember just being on the phone with Thug and having a conversation about a hit on your head?
Just say no.
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither
Look at the shirt, Woody. I got your
that
answer.
you and Thug were on the phone and Thug said to you, bruh, they say I got a hit on your head? Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Gaither in response to that, you said,
Answer key.
you do? And then he responded, nigga, and then y'all started laughing.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall Thug telling you about any concerns that his family had with hanging around you?
I agree, me neither.
I don't think I said family, but I do remember people was coming to me, telling me things.
Telling you things about what?
That ain't his.
I'll sustain the objection.
He got personal knowledge.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Thug told you that they're saying on the street that you and Thug had beef?
No, I don't recall that.
Here says if
And
you
that you said you told Thug, man, I haven't heard anything like that.
I think I just told you that right now.
Okay.
yeah. Here says if you repeat what someone else said, not what they said to you.
Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you why would people think that he had a hit on you?
I don't remember what I told the investigators.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, like I told you, because everybody in the street saying I did it, and if they kill me, everybody, it's going to go away. Do you remember telling her that?
Thank you.
I remember that. I remember people coming to me, telling me things that was making me think people was telling me stuff that were trying to people was getting in my head and making me believe things. And I started being paranoid, thinking stuff.
When you were in Miami with Thug, what was his demeanor like towards you? How did he act around you?
What you mean?
What you mean?
I was with my baby mom.
Were you ever around him in Miami?
Like, I was there, but we wasn't, I had to deal with my baby mama and my little girl.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview, like at first, like we was just chilling, like he was treating me like a brother. But even when I went to Miami, he stood back and stuff. But just like he wasn't happy with me around no more. It felt different.
Again, you bringing up conversation I don't told the investigators, well, I know they trying to get me. So again,
Plead the
because
fifth.
I wasn't clear the first time, obviously.
Oh,
When the investigator Gaither was after me, my whole intentions was to get them off of me.
You said that Detective Gaither was after you. Was Detective Gaither the investigator that investigated when you, your baby mother, and your child were shot?
wait, they were shot.
I don't know who was the investigator.
Did you speak with her about that incident when you, your child's mother, and your baby were shot?
When she, anytime I spoke with her, I think she asked me about everything, like this whole thing. So I don't know what I don't told her, what I ain't told her.
Do you recall her telling you that she was the investigator that was going to investigate the incident with you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
Shot at. Oh, okay. Shot at.
Oh, objection.
Golly.
What I recall is, I don't know if it was Investigator Gaither, but
I agree.
at one point they was questioning me and they was telling me, do I remember seeing this person right here? As in, they was telling me this was the person that shot at me. So once I heard them bring up a person name, I started saying this must have been shot at me. So
We're going to get to that interview, but I'm asking you a question.
Let's find out. Were you finished with your answer, Mr. Copeland? Or do you have something else you want to say?
yeah. So when they was questioning me and they was like, did you see Tay in the car? I didn't know why they brought his name up, but for them to ask me, did I specifically see Tay?
Not Pacific.
Tay knew I stayed at, so I felt that Gaither was letting me know it was Tay who came to my house. So when she said that, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, but that's not my question. Was she the one who investigated you?
I just remember when she was questioning me about me and my child being shot at, she brought up a person name to me and kept asking me about it. And she brought up two other names, but I didn't know them people to hang together, so I really didn't. I brushed the other two names out. And then later they found out that those was the people involved.
Do you remember, and we're going to actually get to that interview
All right.
next, but do you remember in that interview actually you not wanting to tell Detective Gaither who shot you because you were afraid of being put in the paperwork and snitching? Do you recall that?
I recall this, and this is the God and the truth. I told those investigators that I did not see nobody's face. They constantly kept asking, "You gonna let dudes shoot at you while you got your kid?" Listen, man, it ain't about being afraid of being paperwork or nothing. You feel me? Like it's not.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not want to be in the paperwork?
I probably did. Who like? But if I had to be in paperwork, I'm still gonna be the same person.
Yeah, as a snitch.
Let's get back to the January 28th interview. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that even when you were in Miami, he stood back and stuff? It looks like he wasn't happy with you anymore. It just felt different.
Can you tell me what you? Because you asked me about interviews. A lot of stuff started changing. You got to be more specific because at one point
Be pathetic.
the police were targeting me so much that I was turning against everybody. I was thinking everybody was out to get me. So when the investigators started asking me questions, whoever they started asking me questions was, they started becoming a problem with me because I started thinking that everybody was out to me. So I can't tell you what I said to Investigator Gaither, Dennis, any other investigator that questioned me. All I can tell you is
What?
that I was in a messed up state of mind, and you asked me about questions that I was supposed to be asked back then. That if I say something, you're gonna say, "Oh, I might impeach him," or whatever the word is you use. When I don't know, I can't answer that.
Independently, did you feel different around Thug while you were in Miami?
Did I? I wouldn't ever stay down there a week with him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. I don't recall how it was being down in Miami.
All right.
Y'all think I can go to court and sit in front of him with his shirt on so he can have the answer?
During that interview, do you recall giving Investigator Gaither Moonsung's phone number?
I don't recall. Number 3. Got the answer key.
Is it?
That's the question.
To my is that the
After the shooting on the highway.
I remember Moon told me that if they wanted to question him about what happened, that it was okay to get on his number and they can call him.
Do you remember his phone number back then?
No, I don't even remember my phone number right. And did I have them?
Okay. Do you recall giving the phone number 404?
Sir, do you have objection?
You told us just give the last 4 numbers.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
Was it 893? Do you recall giving the number 8935?
I don't recall.
Yeah, she definitely don't got no skills for this with him. I mean, because she's giving him attitude. How he's gonna be on your side and you know, being rude every chance you get. Yesterday she called him bald headed, and didn't want him to cooperate. Okay. But if he would have snatched them crochet braids out of his, then he would have been the bad guy. Oh man, this is wild. They probably thought she was gonna do better than Love because him and Love definitely were gonna get along. But shit.
Now, during that interview, do you recall? Excuse me. Did you, after this was happening, after Nutt's murder, and your home and your family's home being shot up, did you have someone purchase a gun for you?
I had someone purchase a gun for me after the homicide investigator said that I had the rights to defend myself.
And was that after your car had been shot at on the highway?
No, I think it was Investigator Thorpe who told me that. So I don't know when he told me that, but he told me that at one point.
And did you purchase that gun yourself or someone else purchased
Yeah,
it?
you just
For you?
said that.
Well, someone else purchased it.
Oh, Number 3, I don't recall.
Lil D.
Let's stay in the question.
Did Little D in this? Is this a Little D from Cleveland?
Let's I'm gonna hold off on the ruling on the objection till she poses the question.
Is this the Little D from Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he purchase guns for anyone else that you are aware of?
How I supposed to know?
I asked that
Well,
you are
actually,
aware of.
he didn't purchase a gun for me. He had one, and I bought it from him.
Okay. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that he purchased the gun for you from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
That's where he said he got it from.
Okay. But it was for you. Do you recall that?
I bought it from him.
Now, in the shooting on the highway, do you recall who was shooting at you?
I don't.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that it was Greedy who was driving one of the cars?
No.
I was gonna say.
They were doing 100 miles per hour. How you gonna see somebody?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither it was 2 cars, the second car, and Greedy was in the first car?
No, I don't recall.
And she actually confirms, Dennis confirmed, so it was Greedy, and your response was, yeah, Greedy was driving.
Or not. I probably just said it just because I remember the drive-by. They were going too fast to be trying to do anything.
Why would you say it was Greedy?
I don't have a clue. This is my first time hearing this. I don't recall what I said in them interviews. I told you once they would question me, they could have brought up anybody's name and tell me what I got to say about it. I'm gonna have something to say.
Do you recall telling that Little D has seen him in the car?
Huh?
That Little D has seen Greedy driving the car?
We didn't have no conversation about this. I told you it was a turn the radio down to try to see that head. By the time I realized what was going on, the car was all the way in front of us. I didn't notice until the second car, it shot the window. When it shot the window, I was like, what the hell?
Come on, Woody, you know. We need to know. Give us
And I don't know if I told the investigator this, but I thought the car that was behind me was the car that set me up. So I don't know what you're getting at with talking about what I told the investigators.
Who was in the car behind that you thought set you up?
Boo?
Oh,
Why would you think Boo was going to set you
Because
up?
I was paranoid.
Why would Boo want to set you up?
I don't know. I said that's what I thought. How if it's a car behind me, how am I getting shot at? I didn't know if they got shot at. I didn't know what would happen. I just knew I was paranoid.
When Little D from Cleveland bought the gun for you, did you go with him to the pawn shop?
Did I go with him to the pawn shop?
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, I can show you the gun I got, the same gun I had when I went right to the pawn shop. My buddy bought it in his name and went right back home. You
Probably.
tell Detective Gaither that.
I probably did. I'm trying to convince them.
And earlier when you talked about Boo being in the car with you, is that the big Boo, the picture we saw a few days ago?
Big Boo wasn't in no car with me.
Who's Boo?
I said he wasn't in no car with me.
In the car behind you, when you said it was
Yes.
Boo in the car behind you.
Who is Boo? Oh, she running out of questions. She running out of. Miss Love, help her out. Can we see DA Love on his computer screen? Yeah, this Love right here with her hands folded. She ain't got nothing either. She ain't got nothing. Well, she would have been writing on her notepad. Yeah, go on past the witness so we can get some cross-examination going. You ask him everything. Come on.
Portion dollars for one.
Oh, I want who y'all think gonna get him, Steele first, or they gonna put Shard up there? I think all them lawyers gonna want a piece of him.
Now, at the club, excuse me, and Crucial, that Monday night, do you recall who you went to the club with?
Oh, here we go. She back on.
I go every Monday night.
That specific Monday night where you and Kel got into it. Do you recall who you went to the club with that night?
I don't recall who I was with.
Okay. Do you recall if Thug was at the club?
Tonight the night I got into it with him.
Yes.
I can't recall if he was. Or was it?
What about Nard?
Which one?
How many do you know?
More than 3.
Were any of the Nards there at the night?
No, not that I recall. I don't. Yeah.
What about Yak? Was he present at the club?
Yeah, I think Yet was there that night.
Was Shannon there?
Was he? I can't recall if he was.
Was Little D from Mechanicsville there?
I can't recall who that in night because I've been up there so many Mondays and I'd be lying if I say somebody was there, somebody wasn't there. I don't remember who was there that night about anybody.
Well, you've been lying.
And my last question, what about Little D from Cleveland?
Last
I
question.
can't recall.
Last question. We finna get cross-examination. Let's go, Brian Steele. Get him. Get him. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Now, after this interview,
Oh, here we go. Shit.
did you go and speak with police regarding what I just asked you about, which is the shooting between you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
See, now she's going backwards.
Can you know what you say? What about it?
Did you speak with police regarding that incident?
They came and spoke to me.
Okay. Do you recall what happened the day that you, your child, and your child's mother was shot at?
Yeah.
If you can tell the jury what happened.
My daughter, she was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. So we take her to the hospital.
What?
We came out the door. I seen the car, seen it at the stop sign. I had a gun. The car, they came my way. I stood in the middle of the street. They rolled up on the side of me. They let the window down and they tried to shoot me.
And were they able to fire off any shots?
I believe so.
Where was your baby at when they fired off those shots?
I don't know if she was in my hand or if I put in. I can't remember if I put in. It happened so fast. I can't remember if I put it in the car, if I had it in my hand.
And after they started shooting, what, if anything, did you do?
I told my baby mama to get down.
What did you do?
You didn't shoot back? You said you had a gun.
What you mean?
What you
When they
mean?
shot at you, your baby, and your girlfriend, what did you do?
I got them up off of us.
And how'd you get them up off of you?
You shot back. Oh my.
I shot back.
There you go.
And what happened when they shot back? When you shot back?
I kept shooting.
Uh-oh.
Okay. And what happened?
I made them crash.
All right. How far away did they crash from your house?
Not far.
Was it about the distance that we are? Or was
No,
it further?
farther.
Was it back to the end of the courtroom?
Probably so.
Okay. Once they crashed, what happened?
I grabbed my baby and my baby mom and I ran them back in the house.
And were y'all able to make it inside the house? Did you go back inside your house or did you go to the neighbor's house?
Well, she left her purse in the car.
Okay.
She left the keys. We couldn't get in the door, so the neighbors let us in.
And once they crashed, did they ever try to shoot at you all anymore?
I started shooting again.
And what happened?
I kept shooting.
Did they eventually leave?
They had no choice.
All right. Did you have to talk to the police about that incident with you, your child, and your child's mother?
Yeah, the police caught me before I could leave.
And did you go down and tell them everything that you just told the jury about what happened?
No.
What didn't you tell the police?
No, I think I did. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what I told them, but I told them the car pulled on the side of me and tried to shoot me. I think I didn't tell them that. I think I told them somebody else shot back.
Do you recall something that you shot back?
I remember. Because I remember the other one told me. He asked me, did I shoot? He asked me something. I lied and said somebody else was shooting. And then when Gaither came, I knew that she was going. I couldn't come up with no. The name that I said was shooting back was a name that Gaither knew I was going. She knew I was lying about it. So when she came, I went ahead and admitted that it was me who was shooting because I knew that I couldn't lie on no. I couldn't put it on the name that I tried to say.
Do you recall being interviewed about this shooting twice, like back to back?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Do you remember being interviewed about this shooting with you, I would just say Deshaun and your daughter twice? One day you were not in custody, and the other day you were in custody. Do you remember that?
So when they let me go, they wanted the gun. I told them I'd get them the gun once they let me go. And they went for it. They let me go. And 24 hours later, they had the whole SWAT team at my house, my brother's house.
Did you ever give them the gun that you used?
No.
Okay. Why not?
What I look like.
Whose gun was it?
Clearly mine.
Do you recall telling detectives that it wasn't your gun?
I probably did.
Do you know whose gun you said it was?
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling them that it was Shannon?
No, I don't recall what I told him.
Now, the first time that you went in to go talk about this incident, do you remember speaking with a Detective Curry?
There's so many different polices. I don't know. No, all the names I know is Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis, and the light skinned lady.
Not the light skinned lady.
I don't know the other people name.
All right. When you first went to talk about this incident, was it with Thorpe, Gaither, Dennis, or was it somebody else?
With me and my daughter.
Yes.
I don't. Well, when I came at the neighbor house to try to get the door key, I looked over. I ain't seen no police. When I walked out the door, the SWAT team was already right there. And they when they got me right there, it was some investigator right there talking to me. But when he looked and seen who I was, he called somebody. Then they went jumping out the sky, coming out the bushes, every which way. They questioned me right there. I don't know who it was they questioned me.
Not out the bush.
After speaking with individuals at your home, do you recall coming down to Atlanta Police Headquarters and speaking with the detective?
I don't know his name. I don't know who. The person that questioned me, he wasn't Gaither, so he went for what I told him.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, do you remember speaking to that detective down at headquarters at Atlanta Police Department?
I remember speaking with him, but I don't really I can't say for sure what I said to him.
Not the light skinned lady.
I know he kept saying he want that gun, and I kept telling him if he let me go, I go get it.
And he lied and didn't get it, so they sent the SWAT after him.
When you had the interview, when you met with that detective, did you meet with, was it you and Deshaun at that interview?
Can you repeat that?
When you went down to that interview, was it you and Deshaun? Did y'all both go to that interview?
Yeah, I made them let her, because why y'all want to question me if it was both of us? Y'all, and I told him, y'all gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up. But and he was like, no, we not locking you up. So I'm like, well, why she can't come if she was a victim too? Okay. So he's like, well, she can come.
All right. And did the both of you speak with that detective?
I don't think she spoke with him, but because she didn't see nothing.
As long as you show that to the defense counsel first.
Yes.
You better quit approaching that man. Before he snatch you left to right. Snatch her left to right. No, I'm not advocating violence. He better not. Or he really going to jail. Somebody said big jail, not the little one. Let me see. Did somebody just blow their nose in the mic? Ain't nobody but that trifling ass judge. Trifling. And don't forget corrupt.
Now, Coach Ryan.
You may, madam.
I'm showing you what's been marked as state student 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see yourself in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Do you also see Deshaun in that exhibit?
Yeah.
And do you also see the detective in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Your Honor, excuse me, this time say like 10 or 6 is in the 378, Yankee Charlie 1. Exactly.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Charlie 1? All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
And publish just means showing it to the jury.
$14
And before you can publish it, it has to be admitted. Uh-oh.
Mr. Copeland, is that you in the corner with the white hat on?
Yep.
And is that the Sean sitting next to you?
Yep.
And is that the investigator who conducted it?
I guess so.
Oh, they didn't put his girlfriend in it.
Now, Mr. Copeland, a few moments ago, you said that
Ex-girlfriend.
he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him. What did you mean by that?
He wanted the gun.
Okay, so why would you say that he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him?
Because I know Gator know she know me.
Okay, and when you say she knows you, what does that mean?
She know I'm about to bullshit her.
She knows me. Then again, watch your language.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
You can't, right.
It's an adult forum. He can say what
Right.
he wishes to at this point. What was your answer, sir?
She know I'm about to play around.
That wasn't your answer.
Okay. Now, during the course of this interview,
Jill laughed.
earlier did you say that you told him it was somebody else, or did you tell him it was you who actually did the shooting?
When they caught me at the house, I was trying to sneak back out to the car and get the door key. So when the SWAT team seen me, and then he wouldn't let me go back and let them know that they had me. So I had to stay right there. So when the police started coming out the bushes and stuff, they questioned me right then and there. So I told the man who walked up on me, I said there was somebody named Tayshawn.
Okay. That was when you were still at
The house.
But when you got to the police department, did you tell him?
Before I got to the police department, I think Gator pulled up at the house. I think somebody pulled up at the house that knew who I was, and they kept somebody Tay who, and I couldn't come up with no Tay that they didn't know. Okay. I wasn't gonna lie on nobody. Like I wasn't trying to lie on nobody and get them locked up at that time. So I'm just like, I can't lie on these nigga right now. So I went ahead and said it was me shooting.
Okay.
Oh my God.
And
We can't make this up.
after this interview, were you ever arrested for shooting at the car?
Yeah, I most definitely was arrested the next day.
No. Were you arrested for a probation violation?
I was false arrested. They locked me up for not doing community service when I never had community service to do. Y'all held me in jail for 3 weeks for no reason.
And that was
because I didn't get a police that gun. That's what y'all did to me.
okay, but were you arrested for the probation of not doing community service?
My probation officer told me she didn't put a warrant out on me and told me there was something that had nothing to do with her. She couldn't speak on it. So I don't know. I felt I went to jail for trying to protect me and my family.
All right. Did you ever have to plead guilty for aggravated assault for shooting at the car?
No.
No, it's self-defense.
Ms. Hilton, can I get you and maybe a representative too?
Yeah, he blaming her directly.
Yeah.
Judge, if you try to take one more break, and I mean one more, we're gonna have some problems. I don't know why he called the state up there. He normally talks to the state by himself. He should have just said, "Hey, can I get to see you, Ms. Hilton?"
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the natural stopping point for today.
Oh my God.
And we're going to go ahead and recess you all until tomorrow. Remember that this Friday, I have other unrelated business in the morning, so you won't need to report tomorrow until 12:30. And then we'll start up somewhere around 1 o'clock, and then we'll work until somewhere between 4 and 5 o'clock, okay? All right. Mr. Copeland, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay?
Peace out.
All right, thank you.
He said, peace out. He sure did.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Come on.
ladies and gentlemen, jury, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay, all right. Let's go through your nightly admonitions and then, well, we chat here, okay? Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not take them home with you or any other place. Remember, as you are seated back there in your headquarters or jury deliberation room, as you go to come here in the mornings or leave in the evenings, or as you take comfort breaks and lunch and other places where you're together as a corporate body, or even if you're in ones and twos, remember that you are not to discuss this case in any way amongst yourselves. All right. Remember, you cannot recap, review, handicap, or otherwise consider or weigh the testimony of any of the witnesses thus far, or begin any such thing that might be considered your deliberative process. Remember, you can only do that when the court properly instructs you on how to do that at the appropriate time. This matter, okay? Remember as well, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot seek any advice from any third parties or third-party sites, like, for example, any reference materials, Google, any other reference sites that you may think may aid you in your understanding of what you've heard so far. Remember, you can only consider what's been lawfully presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom during the trial of this matter, and you cannot consider any outside sources. Those include any recaps or any other testimony or any other commentary about this trial or anything such as that. That would be you would be forbidden from listening to that. You can only consider what's been presented in this courtroom. Remember that if any third party should try and reach you by any means, manner of communication, that your duty and responsibility would be to let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. All right, and then remember, ladies and gentlemen, I told you as well that you heard a number of scenes or you've seen maps that may depict different things. You cannot go by any of those places. You cannot do any sketches. You cannot take any pictures, and you cannot share any outside information you may or may not know about any of those places with anyone. Remember, you can only consider what's been presented to you lawfully in the four walls of this courtroom. And then lastly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your attention that you've given and will continue to give to this matter. And unless you have any other ministerial inquiry of me, 12:30 tomorrow, and we'll get started by 1 o'clock, okay? All right. All rise.
So he let him go home an hour early today. Boy, he be helping the state out. He saw that their momentum was slowing down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Our jury has left us, and Mr. Copeland has left us as well. All right. Any ministerial inquiry of me before tomorrow morning at 12:30. All right. Hearing none. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay? All right. We're in recess.
So what y'all think? What y'all think? What y'all think? What y'all think? This is a wild trial, ain't it? A wild trial. And they started out hot this morning. This morning, she went straight into it about the murder of Donovan Thomas, aka Nutt. She asked him flat out, she said, "Did you kill Nutt?" And he looked her dead in her face And he said, huh? No, you heard her. God, you heard her. You bastard, you did it. No, I'm just playing. Allegedly. He probably didn't. Maybe he was saying that to try to get out of testifying. Jiggy, shout out to Jiggy. I was waiting on you. Wouldn't get in Fed charges, but they ain't getting at Rico. Yeah, Woody getting some. He was doing way too much talking for me. And it seems to me that they were still trying to figure out information about the shooting. They want to know what cars, who was with him, where it happened at. I think he said it happened next to a McDonald's. See, to me, it seems like they trying to get as much detail from Woody as possible. So now they can go and press those, those other witnesses. They can go to the McDonald's and any place like a bank around the McDonald's and see if they can get any independent evidence to link him to this murder or anybody else that was in the car. Because we got to remember, I seen one YouTuber said that they got blanket immunity. That's not true. Blanket immunity is like full immunity, where they can't prosecute you forever for that crime, no matter what. But in this case, he only got use immunity. That only stops you from using the testimony, Woody's own words against him, but he can still be prosecuted for the crime of, let's say, murder of Nutt. So the prosecutors are real sneaky today. And Woody in there with no lawyer. He thought he was bad talking to the police without a lawyer, homicide detectives. But you in there talking now to some lawyers without a lawyer. Oh, your ass going to jail. Now, I tried to... See, I should have went to Atlanta. And I could have sat in front. And I could have gave him the answer key. Shout out to some of y'all yesterday. Y'all said, get a shirt. And y'all gave me some topics to put on here. So if he didn't know the answers, hey, if you don't know, you need more time to think about your answers. Say, what you mean? The hell you mean did I kill Nutt? They got him some headphones today, y'all. When court started, they said since he can't hear that good, the judge said, we're going to give him some headphones. That bastard can hear. He don't want to hear. That was so funny. The judge went and got this man some headphones with him to hook his headphones up with the court reporters. That's wild. That's what they call nasty work. And then his favorite answer, number 3, I don't recall. I don't even know why I'm here, what I'm doing here, what day of the week it is. Who are you? Why hasn't he gotten counsel? Where is his lawyer? Well, let me tell it, his first lawyer traveling. I keep saying Disney. And then he had a substitute lawyer who we name is Bump Bump. And they said she done bumped her ass all the way back to Texas. And now when she go back to court, I think on the 25th, she gonna have to have a lawyer. Because from my understanding, they're gonna try to lock her up because they think she the mole. And then one of my favorite answers he was giving, can you be Pacific? Can you be Ocean? No, Frank. And then he got tired of that. He said, I guess. He said, what you mean, I guess? I guess. She said, now you know you told that cop. He said, I probably did. He said, I can't see. I can't hear. But he should have said, I can't goddamn talk. He should be sign language. And that way he definitely can't tell on himself. Let's see what Jiggy said. I don't think the state ever brought up the shooting with his daughter before, and he just admitted to that shooting. That's what the feds are going to get him. Yeah, I mean, but if it's true, yeah, see, it's a tough situation. And I have cases like that all the time where you have a true self-defense situation, but the problem is going to be, what the hell, as a convicted felon, you doing with a gun in the first place? I don't care if they were shooting a bazooka at you. You're not supposed to have a gun because you're a convicted felon. So you can't say, oh, it was self-defense. Because what a good prosecutor would say, even before the shooting, because you didn't know the shoot was going to happen. Obviously, you didn't know it was going to happen. You wouldn't be out there outside with your baby and your girlfriend, your baby mama, if you thought you were going to get shot up. So you didn't know the shoot was going to happen. So you had a gun on you just to have it on you. Even before the shoot, you didn't just go get your girlfriend's gun out the car. So yeah, the feds could. It's going to be tricky. And do y'all think he has a right to protection from the feds because he was compelled to testify by the state? Do y'all think it's fair that the state forced him to testify by giving him use immunity and then turn around and then the feds can prosecute him? Y'all think that's fair? Or do y'all think immunity should be covered by both the state and federal level? What y'all think? And if anybody want to actually talk and y'all got a camera and a mic, let me know, and then we can figure out a way to get y'all up here and we can talk about it. I'm trying to figure out why she called that man. See, why she called that man bald headed when they started off yesterday? Like she antagonizing him on purpose. There was no reason for her to call that man. She said, "You remember this picture?" And he was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Or were you friends with somebody?" And he said, "I don't remember." She said, "Were you friends with them before you had hair or after?" I'm like, what? And then she said, "Oh, okay, so it was she said, "Oh, so it was when you was bald." Like she really set that up. She tried to antagonize him on purpose. He's been snitching for years. Yeah. And apparently he needed that gun for a good reason because obviously he was shot at. And the police detectives, they fell for the okie doke. They said, "We're going to let you go, but come back tomorrow and bring that gun with you." Okay, yeah, right. Wait for him. Hold your breath. He'll be back tomorrow. What river y'all got over there in Atlanta? Because that's where that damn gun at. That's where the gun at. That gun in the goddamn water. K-Pick said, "Nope, I think he should not have even been testifying until this secret meeting situation is figured out because now he's admitted so much. Even if mistrial happens, the feds come, he going down." Yeah. And like I said, even if the feds don't come, the state can still come. The state asked him enough questions about the murder of Donovan Thomas so they can still solve that. We got to remember there's a family sitting in a gallery in the courthouse that still want justice for their loved one, Donovan Thomas. So it's not like the state is just going to let that murder go. He dang sure don't know what the interstates in Atlanta are, right? That's what I said. He's not going to be able to run. I personally think he ain't got the means to run. He can't go to no damn Mexico. And if he do go, he ain't gonna be able to stay too long. Who seen that song? Can't stay too long. I gotta keep moving. Is that King? Is it King? King somebody? Is it King George? The corruption in ATL runs so deep. And all these ADAs are hand selected by the most corrupt. The most corrupt. Actually, that's the number one question when you apply. That's the first box you gotta check, Kate. Pick. That's the first one you gotta check. Are you corrupt? If you don't check that box, you gotta go. Your application going in the trash. You saw that one woman call herself a whistleblower. They called her Miss Two Chains. She used to work with Fanny. And she was telling where the money was going. They sure had to run her. They ran her off quick, fast, and in a hurry. They said, "Oh hell no!" That's all she like to tell. We can't have nobody in our office telling. Fanny don't want nobody around her that's gonna snitch, because not only is she corrupt and doing stuff she ain't got no business doing in her office, she was sneaking around with a man. And they said it wasn't her husband. With a married man. And did y'all see what's his name? Nathan Wade. Nathan Wade and took his ass on TV to do another interview. I think this is third interview. And they got to a question. They asked him a question. He froze up, and then I think some publicist ran, hey, cut the tape, and took his mic off, and they went in the corner and started whispering on live TV. I'm gonna pull that up. I was like, what the hell? Y'all remember that R. Kelly scene? R. Kelly did an interview with Gail, and he had a man coming over there fanning him and telling him what to say, and it was all over the place. That's how it was with Nathan Wade. Immunity at Fed level should be given before being compelled to talk. He shouldn't be subject to any punishment about that. I agree. Like, you can't force somebody to talk when it can incriminate them at the federal level. And that actually may be the law in you know what? I'm gonna pull up the law of Georgia before I get on Nathan Wade. I'm gonna pull up the use immunity code. And we can get to the bottom of it right now. She said, Fanny said, what? Snitches get stitches. Oh, you already know. Y'all already know she thinks she bad. Let me see. Okay, we got the federal code 505. They ran her off. They said, "No, you gotta go. You talk too much." And it seemed like they was trying to work with her, but every department they moved her to, she didn't be quiet. She didn't see the handwriting on the wall. Like, woman, if they moving you and they demoting you, guess what your next stop gonna be? Guess what your next stop gonna be? Let me see. I'm just pulling up the I want to pull up the immunity code to see what the law is in Georgia when you have a conflict of interest. When someone's granted immunity at the state level, could they be prosecuted at the federal level? That's a big, that's a big deal, because now we're concerned that Woody might go to jail for at least the shooting that he admitted to that happened at his house. Oh, we got the law. We got the law. I done found it. And see, this is what his lawyer should have told him. We got the law. Let's make it big. I'm going to see if I can blow it up. And I'm not going to go through all of this. I'm going to just get to the part that we need. I'm just going to read a little bit of the beginning. Whenever in the judgment of the Attorney General or any district attorney, that's Fannie Willis, the testimony of any person or the production of evidence of any kind by any person in any criminal proceeding before a court or grand jury is necessary for the public interest, Fannie Willis, the district attorney, may request in writing that the Superior Court order such persons to testify or produce evidence. Upon order of the court, such persons shall be excused on the basis of the privilege against self-incrimination from testifying or producing any evidence required. But here we go. But no testimony or other evidence required under the order or any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony or evidence shall be used against the person in any proceeding or prosecution for a crime or offense concerning which he or she testified or produced evidence under court order. All right, but this is where it gets good. This is where Woody Rice should have came in for the federal level. However, such persons may nevertheless be prosecuted or subject to the penalty or forfeiture for any perjury, false swearing, or contempt. So basically what they're saying is if you lie under oath, even if you got immunity and you lie, perjury, or false swearing, or contempt, you still can go to jail. But this last sentence is what's important. Here we go. But shall not be required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court of this state, the United States, or any other state. Let's stop right there. We can stop right there. That was Woody's shield right there. Even though I got immunity, even though y'all are forcing me to testify, guess what? I still can invoke my right, my Fifth Amendment right, because guess what? I'm not required to produce evidence that can be used in any other court in this state. So that's any other county in Georgia. The United States, which is the federal government, that's the whole country, the feds, the FBI, ATF, all those agencies, or any other state. Let's say he admitted to a shooting in another state, or he admitted to crossing state lines and doing something. That other state can still prosecute him. So that's why it's important that if he is at risk of going to jail in any other state, then he should have kept his mouth shut. But see, he fired his lawyer. And he didn't talk that law. I would have told him, buddy, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. And then we got B down here. If a person refuses to testify after being granted immunity from prosecution and after being ordered to testify as set forth in this code section, such person may be adjudged in contempt and committed to the county jail. This is what they threatened with, committed to the county jail until such time as the person purges himself or herself of contempt by testifying as ordered without regard to the expiration of the grand jury. So what they saying is, we can lock you up until you purge yourself, until you do what we tell you to do. We can lock you up until you testify. I don't care if it's a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, Woody, you're going to sit in the county jail. You're going to sit in the county jail until you wake up one morning and say, hey, I want to go to court and I want to testify. Now, it can be argued how long can they hold him. I mean, they can't hold him indefinitely. But according to the motion we read yesterday, they threatened to hold him until all of the YSL trials are over. So we might have another, who knows, year on this trial. And then you have another set of YSL members we still have to go to trial for. So what the judge and the DA told Woody, we're going to lock you up until you testify. But Woody should have said, no, judge, because according to Georgia Code 24-5-507, grant of immunity in your contempt order, I am not required to produce any evidence that can be used in this state, the United States, or any other state. So somebody probably need to tell Woody he didn't effed up now. Let me see something else. So I guess the question would then become, now that he didn't follow Georgia Code 24-5-507, can the feds come and pick him up? Because he admitted to shooting somebody today in court, or shooting at somebody. And in order to shoot at somebody, you got to have a gun. And is it illegal? Let's see what the crime is. Is it illegal for a felon to be in possession of a firearm? Let's see what the federal law say. Felon in possession refers to the federal crime that prohibits a felon from possessing a firearm. I mean, that's not, I mean, they got the title code here, Title 18, Section 9, 22G. It shall be unlawful for any person who has been convicted in any court, not just federal court, any court, a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year. So most of the time, if you can go to jail for more than 1 year, it's a felony conviction. Anything less than a year is normally a misdemeanor. So you can't ship or transport, possess any firearm or ammunition or receive any firearm or ammunition. So let's see what the elements are. Let's see if the elements apply to Woody. What are the elements? Okay, that is the crime of felon in possession has 3 elements. The defendant knowingly possessed the firearm. Okay, he had it on purpose. The defendant had a previous felony conviction. That's okay. And number 3, the firearm traveled in or affected interstate commerce. Okay, so we got generally the first element, whether the individual knowingly possessed a firearm, is the only element the defendant disputes at trial. The government does not need to prove that the defendant actually possessed the firearm, but may satisfy the first element by proving constructive possession. For example, in USB Davis, the Seventh Circuit found possession elements satisfied where the government established that the defendant was the head of the household where the firearm was found, that the firearm was found in a Crown Royal bag. Shout out to Crown Royal. And the defendant had a separate Crown Royal bag tied to his pants, and that the jail call showed the defendant encouraged his son to lie about the firearm being his to the jury. Oh, wow. So that's no, okay. What I want to know is if we can get, I want to know about affecting interstate commerce. Let me see if we can find that. Okay. They have to, interstate commerce is a general term for transacting or transportation of products, services, or money across state borders. Okay. Would they be able to prove number 3? Because there's no evidence that Woody left the state unless there's another statute. Let's see. Okay. Well, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. You say which part is all states? Oh, jail longer than a year is considered a felony. And like I said earlier, if anybody wants to, well, I'll look up this federal statute that has a camera and a mic. Want to come up? Just let me know. And if y'all don't mind hitting the like button, and if y'all want to hang around for a while, subscribe. Thank you in advance. And that helps with the, the pushing of the video and all of that good stuff. Okay, let's see. Filling in possession. Let's see if we can go to now if Woody doesn't satisfy that last element, he might be okay. He might be okay. Let me see. Title 18, Section 922G. Come on. Oh, there we go. Woody said somebody came to his house to shoot at him. And he had to defend himself. Okay, we're gonna go to the letter G. Okay, this is a whole spiel there, but we need to know if Woody want to know, is he going to jail? Woody, we finna find out. 922G. Golly, don't nobody want to come up? Nobody want to talk about it? Oh my. All right, here we go. We got some right here that gives us an outline from the United States Sentencing Commission. Section 922G prohibits certain persons from shipping, transporting, possessing, or receiving a firearm or ammunition while subject to a prohibition from doing so, mostly because of a prior conviction for a felony offense. And then they got some stats here. 922G1 because of a prior felony conviction. And y'all see the numbers here. Goodness. 97.5. So it's the men mostly protecting the household with them guns. And obviously, you see the numbers, the disproportionate numbers, 58.1%. This is insanity. So under USC 922G1, Woody might be in trouble. So he was granted immunity by all right, here we go. We got something else here we can pop on. Oh, where'd it go? Let's see what it say. Let's see what it say. Okay, punishable up to 10 years in the pen. And you may receive a minimum sentence of 15 years without parole if offender has 3 or more prior convictions for a felony crime of violence, burglary, robbery, assault, possession of offensive weapons. Now, we know if we were listening, I believe that Woody has like 11. Right. Yeah, we're looking at the federal statute because today he admitted to having a gun. So we know that Woody has like 11 convictions. We know he's been in and out of prison. So if he has at least 3 or more prior convictions for a felony that involved a crime of violence or possession of, I think he'd been in prison before for felony in possession of a weapon, then he's looking at 15 years minimum without parole. Possession or receipt of a firearm or ammunition by a subject who falls within one or more of the following categories, or one of the following categories. Let me get it right. A felon. Additionally, persons awaiting trial on felony charges are prohibited from receiving firearms. So even if you're on trial for a felony, you cannot have a weapon in your possession. This is what happened. Number 2, drug user or addict. This is what got President Biden's son. This is what got President Biden's son convicted the other day. Because if you have a drug habit, that's what they charge him with. No, he definitely has felonies, because he said on the stand that he's been to prison. We're talking about Kenneth Copeland, Woody. You're saying Woody don't have any felonies? Champagne Dreams. So he might get out. I mean, cause see, he never left the state as far as we know. So it's gonna be hard for them to prove C against him. Knowingly sell, give, or otherwise dispose of any firearm. Maybe they can get him for it. See, that's why the law is so tricky. If they can't get him on 1, they may can get him on 2. To knowingly sell, give, or dispose of a firearm. And then he just told, because somebody said, they asked him, where you get that gun from? And he said somebody got it from, or he bought it from somebody. And everybody want to know, Woody, where the gun at now? Did you dispose of it? Let's keep going. Let's see what else we got. Number 3, use, carry, or possess a firearm in relation to or in furtherance of a drug felony or a federal crime of violence. 5 years up to life in prison without parole, or death if death results in the use of a firearm. A stolen firearm. He said he bought the gun off the streets. Okay, I'm gonna look this one up. That's interesting right there. School zone, knowingly possess or manufacture. What kind of gun was it? Was it a machine gun? See, they got so many damn rules. That's why you need a lawyer in there. Thug is on trial because they saying Thug was the ringleader. Thug was like the king, sitting in his chair, and he was pointing at his workers. Hey, you go do that. You go kill Donovan Thomas. You go break in that house. You go rob that store. You go shoot up, this club. They trying to say all of this was done under the direction of Young Thug, which I don't think is true. Now, maybe they all probably started with a little street gang, but I think Young Thug kind of really moved towards the business side, and he didn't really want to be mixed up in, in that street life anymore because he was making money. Okay, you can't sell, deliver, or transfer to a juvenile. And somebody say he want a gun, or it say any weapon which will expel a projectile by means of an explosive. And obviously, it's no secret that he admitted to shooting up a car. Do anybody know? Shout out to Get 'em Joe. He said, "What's going on, Carol?" She was here earlier. She about to have to step off. Let's see Kenneth Copeland's criminal history. We're gonna see. Together. I'm just gonna jump back and forth. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Kenneth. Because he's saying that they only Kenneth Copeland doesn't have a criminal history. He just has a this is the statute we're looking at. I'm gonna put Kenneth Copeland, Georgia. All right, I think I found an article that probably disproves that one. Let's see. Felon sentenced to federal prison for gun possession. Kenneth Copeland was sentenced to federal prison October 22nd, 2018 for being a felon in possession of a firearm after bringing an assault rifle into the Dunbar Recreational Center gymnasium. And this happened, the ATF arrested him. See, the ATF, felon sentenced to federal prison. So obviously, he can be prosecuted. He took a gun inside of a gym. He didn't even cross state lines. So obviously, he can be prosecuted for it. There's no place on our streets for guns to be in the hands of convicted felons, and certainly no place for guns of any kind to be in a place that's supposed to be safe haven for so many children, said Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields. According to U.S. Attorney Pack, the charges and other information was presented in court on April 18, 2015. Copeland came to the Dunbar Center gymnasium with a loaded assault rifle and a shopping bag. Copeland left the assault rifle on the bleachers and went to play basketball. Somebody called 911. The case was investigated by ATF and the Atlanta Police Department. So it's safe to say that he is a convicted felon. And if he was found to be a convicted felon in a gym, then he didn't cross state lines. So maybe it's another U.S. code that prohibits felons from having a weapon. Matter of fact, the other example we just read, it was a guy that had a gun in a crown bag in his house. They didn't say he was traveling and crossing state lines. He had it in his house, and he still went to jail. So it's safe to say that Woody might be prosecuted again. Let me see what your comments say. Oh, okay, yeah. So he did 5 years on that. I thought they said all his charges he was sentenced to. Oh, okay, we already went through that. They still can't connect Young Thug. That's what the state is doing, throwing stuff on the wall, hoping it's still. Yeah, I agree with this. They don't have much to say. Young Thug was the one who did it. Oh, come on, Erica. I was trying to help him out. I was wondering if I could go to Atlanta, get a plane ticket, go to Atlanta and sit on the front row. Kenneth Copeland, I can represent you, Pro Hoc Vice. Y'all know what Pro Hoc Vice mean? We got some lawyers. Y'all know what Pro Hoc Vice? Let me show y'all what Pro Hoc Vice mean. What is Pro Hoc Vice? It's a Pro Hoc Vice, which is Latin for this occasion only. It allows an out-of-state attorney to request permission from a court, in this example, California, to represent another client. And it ain't just got to be California, any state. Another example, when a lawyer is admitted Pro Hoc Vice, the court has granted them a limited license to practice in a jurisdiction where they otherwise would not be licensed to do so. So basically, I can go to any state in the United States, and I'll go to their Supreme Court, and I'll say, hey, I'm a lawyer in Texas, and I don't want to work here permanently. I don't want to take the bar exam and go through all that process. I'm only want to come down here. I want to come down here for one case only. Just for this one case. That means I can't do nothing else, because anything I do outside of that one case, then I'm practicing without a license in that state, which can be a crime. But as long as I only work within the scope, you see what it say? A limited license for this time only. Y'all think Judge Glanville let me come? And I don't even know how it is in Georgia. I don't even know if I have to request the court him or request it from the Supreme Court, because normally the Supreme Court regulates the licenses, not local courts. So if a lawyer wants to come to Texas, you don't talk to the local judge. You see the Supreme Court, you see the non-people, the justices that sign this license on the wall. They're the ones that regulate it. But you're right, he should have listened to his attorney. But what they say, hard head make a what? Somebody know what that that's what they say in Texas. I don't know where y'all from. What hard head makes? Somebody from the South. Somebody know what I'm talking about. What? Come on here. Come on. Ha! Come on. Come on here, Joe. Every time. Every time. No, but when I was on here, somebody said, we was live yesterday, said, hey, get another shirt. A soft, but oh, hey, Miss Melanie, a soft. Okay, I knew somebody knew what I was talking about. I said, I know I ain't the only one. See, we didn't got too sophisticated now. We don't know nothing about that. Now they're going to time out. Shout out to Memphis, Tennessee. Somebody said the judge lied on Indeed and got the job. lie and act like he got some experience. It reminds me of the that movie, The Wizard of Oz. You thought they had it going on until somebody pulled back the curtain. And then you find out they ain't worth a damn. They ain't worth shit. 2 pennies rubbed together. And I know some of the lawyers, some of y'all know Judge Glanville, so y'all go in peace. Yeah. Hey, I come in peace. Well, hell, I don't. I don't come in peace. I come in war. We going to war, Glanville, because you shouldn't have done that to Brian Steele. You shouldn't have been corrupt. Somebody was on here the other day. They was talking about how they used to get the switches off the tree. Back in the day, them old folks, they'll hit you with anything they can get their hands on, whatever's close. Oh man. If he is special. What that mean? If he is special. Did I miss something? If he is special. Ain't no way he got the job without lying. Horrible. Hey, to say the least. I like to say he ain't no damn good. I know somebody ain't gonna like that. But hell, don't get mad at me. Hell, he did it, not me. He the one meeting in the back room in a dark alley with the lights off. That's how y'all doing it in Atlanta. I know y'all do a lot of tipping and dipping and tricking down there. Shout out to Fannie. We gotta go see Nathan Wade. We gotta see Nathan Wade. Y'all heard about the lawyer who won 26 cases and never had a law license. He would do better than Glanville. And wasn't that a TV show as well? Still got a mistrial against him before. That's why he bucking. Yeah, and I think somebody said that too. That's what the beef is. Yeah, there'd be a lot of people smart that just don't have the license, but they know enough. Ooh, excuse me. A lot of times in my other part of my practice, I do personal injury, and a lot of times I'm talking to insurance agents, insurance adjusters, and we call them lawyers without a license. Even paralegals, the ones that's been doing it 30 years, they lawyers without a license. They know the damn law. Hell, better than some lawyers. Better than some judges, apparently, Glanville. So, yeah, I don't put it past this one right here. Somebody winning without. I remember taking the bar exam in 2019. It was 3 full days. You getting up early, going to bed late, getting up early, going to bed late. And it was at the NRG Center. It's a stadium where they play sports at. And it was people from all over the country in there. And I remember the very first question when everybody opened up their packet and saw the first question, everybody let out like a big sigh, like oh, like whoo, because that first question started off tough. I'm just glad I passed it on the first try and got the hell up out of there. Yeah, let me see. Let me read some of y'all comments real quick. And then I want to go to Nathan Wade, Fannie Willie's boyfriend. They asked him a question on live TV, and he had to go run in the corner and take his mic off. Why the hell are you doing all that, Nathan, if you're telling the truth? Damn, I missed most of Woody's testimony today, but I just went back and it sounded like Woody did that drill with that. Did what? Say what now? He had a wiretap on. Which part got the wire? Which part? I mean, I didn't catch the entire report. I caught a lot of the morning and then I had went into court, and then I picked back up after I got out. Okay. Long history. Oh yeah, because Brian said he's been practicing 33 years, I believe. Still asking in the beginning, would that be a problem? Oh, Judge, I know you don't like me. I know you dirty. I know you and Miss Love be in the back room with the lights off. But would you still give me a fair trial? Would you still give my client, Young Thug, a fair trial? And the judge looked him dead in his face and said, yeah, I will. And then the whole time, in the back of the judge's mind, he was like, oh, yeah, I'm going to get this B. I'm going to get this B. I'm going to get his... Let's see. Erica, now look what he doing. Erica, that lawyer rep himself and won, too. The crazy thing is Fanny ran on getting rid of the corruption from what people told me. Love was there when she got there. So basically, you didn't get rid of corruption because it's still in your office. Oh, see? Hear that? Oh, man. So Fanny said she going to clean up corruption and got in there and got corrupt her damn self. He asked to be wired, I thought, but they didn't do it. Still didn't ate them up a couple of times. Hold on, let's see. Man, what's it called? Nathan Lying-ass Wade. Nathan, why you get up and you run? What you running for? If I was an interviewer, I would have told him, bro, if you got to do all that, you could have just stayed your ass at home. If you got to do all this running on TV, you could have just stayed and sat down somewhere. But he running out of money. Yeah, even before I play the video, look, it looked like he ready. Look, he already looking at his help. He got some help over there in the corner.
Yeah, take it. Do I go off mic for a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling, don't stop down there. Stay at speed.
And the camera people so damn messy. And look at that. He don't look like he know a damn thing, nigga.
That's good?
Yeah, good. Go roll.
Ah, y'all seen that little? Y'all seen that little smile? Ah!
Everything okay?
Yeah.
Just to revisit the question, it was to clarify when the romantic relationship started and when it ended.
Sure. So, I believe that the public has, through the testimony and other interviews, the public has a clear snapshot that this is clearly just a distraction. It is not a relevant issue in this case. And I think that we should be focusing on more of the facts and the indictment in the case.
Well, I ask because obviously it's still a pending matter. It's going to be before the Court of Appeals. And you talked about how proud you were of all the work that you did in this office. And I think the question that people have when they hear from the Court of Appeals, this isn't happening until next spring, is did the relationship jeopardize that work that you did in this investigation?
And therein lies the issue, why we wouldn't touch upon the work of the Court of Appeals or some higher court, because it's a pending issue before them. I think that we should allow them, take a step back and allow them to take the evidence that they have and do their work, make the decision.
Right. But you did testify to this, and you were asked on the stand about when it started and when it ended, it just wasn't completely clear, because before it said before the indictment, which was August 15th here in Atlanta, and then later the answer was at the end of that year. And so I think that was the clarity that people were seeking of when it started and when it ended.
Sure. And there again, there's a question before the court. And that is the crux of the question. I don't choose to say or do anything that would jeopardize.
Boy, shut up. If you didn't want to jeopardize, what you doing an interview for?
Case or the court's ruling. I prefer to allow them to make their decision based upon what they have, and accept it.
Do you believe, as you reflect on this, that your relationship with the district attorney was a mistake?
Absolutely not.
He said absolutely not. You didn't fumble the best case of your entire career, prosecuting a former president, and look at him. Look at his face. He don't think he did nothing wrong. I guess he don't know better. He said absolutely not. Like, how dare you ask me that question? What I do wrong? As he sit at the house without a job.
Reflect on this, that you're
and accept it.
Do you believe, as you reflect on this, that your relationship with the district attorney was a mistake?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What I believe is this whole conversation is a distraction. That's all. It's a tool to stop the train, to slow down the inevitable, which is the trial of the defendants named in the election interference case.
Do you believe the trial ultimately happens?
Absolutely. Absolutely it happens.
Hey, let me know if y'all want to see the full, it looks like it's one at the bottom down there for 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me know if y'all want to, if y'all want me to play that to deconstruct some of his lies. But y'all seen him get up. Actually, I don't even think I played it enough to show how it led up to him getting up. I think I went too far ahead. Let me hold on. Let me see something right quick. I think I jumped too far ahead.
Is your current relationship with the district attorney?
Just as outlined earlier, we are great friends. We speak regularly. The conversation has changed, though. Whereas before, our conversations were about this case. I'm sure you could imagine and appreciate the amount of time that it takes, that you have to pour into a case, a case of this magnitude, trying to prosecute those defendants. But our conversations have shifted to how are you handling the threats that are coming your way? Are you being safe? Democracy, the case will live on, kind of thing.
Just to clarify, when did the romantic relationship between the two of you start?
Yeah, so we get into. There's been this effort to say that, okay, these exact dates are at issue, and these exact dates are. I'm getting signaled here.
That's a simple question.
Yeah, take it.
Oh my God.
Yes. Okay.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. Don't stop down there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What y'all think about that? A consultant. Nathan, you a damn lawyer. You know what you can and can't say. Matter of fact, Nathan was asked the same question when he testified in court. So it's not like it's a secret answer. I said, when did the relationship start? All he had to do was say the same answer he said in court. But I think what happened was Ashley Merchant, the Brian Steele lawyer that showed up and showed out, she got evidence from a phone analyst, a private investigator that shows that he lied on the stand when him and Fanny started talking. He lied. He was talking to her way before he filed from the divorce with his wife. Now, normally it wouldn't be a big deal. It wouldn't be a big deal. But what they're saying is she's prosecuting. First of all, she's prosecuting high-profile cases because she want her name. She want to be on the TV. Let's be real. She want to do high-profile stuff. There should be no reason we're talking about a local county this much. She want to go after. She went after YFN. She went after YSL with Young Thug, and she wanted to go bigger. She said, "I want to go after a former and possibly future president." And all of this stuff, I can see she can't help it if all of this stuff just happens to fall in her jurisdiction. But all of this stuff had happened before she was elected. So that would have been a job of the prosecutors that was in office at the time. And that's the same thing I said with Trump's New York case. They didn't went back and opened up what they call some shit. They went back and reached back and pulled some stuff up. Wait, what? Say what now? Ain't nobody studying fan. She was okay, Nutt. Wait a minute. So are you thinking that Nutt was her boyfriend? And this is a revenge? See, now something like this was to come out. It's the same thing with Nathan Wade. It's a conflict. If she messing with Nathan Wade and Nathan Wade getting paid $1 million, and then with that $1 million, Nathan giving her half of it, or he taking her on all these trips, that's the problem. But if we can be real, Erica, do the family really know? I mean, if he was doing that on on his own time, they weren't official, when his main girl, or they weren't married, engaged, they just link up every once in a while. Would the family know? Would he take her home and introduce her to mama and daddy, brother and sister? I'm not saying it could be. Hey, it could be either way. Because nowadays you can't put nothing past nobody. Erica, of course they're gonna say that because they don't know who did what. But what I thought, and this is all speculation, but I thought Fanny was, didn't they tie her to somebody else? I don't know, and I don't put nothing past anybody, but I don't accuse people of stuff without facts. Yeah, and I guess it would be hard to get facts unless either, obviously Nutt can't admit it, and Fanny definitely not going to admit it because she barely wanted to admit the man that she got caught with. They did say she promised to get them. Yeah, that one. So what is Mondo to Nutt? Or is that two separate things that I'm just getting crossed up? See, I'm not in Atlanta. Y'all gotta fill me in on the local stuff because I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how does it tie into this trial. I'm not going on a smear campaign against Fannie Willis. I just want to know, how does she mix up in all of this? Because seeing what we see that going in Atlanta now, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some backroom wheeling and dealing going on. Okay, she was the guy Mondo lawyer. That's why she said she couldn't handle the case directly. Right, but Mondo's not charged though, right? Okay, he was YSL. No, Mondo was the dude she was repping. Okay, so yeah, you did say you've been on this for 2 years, so you way ahead of the game. I'm trying to get caught up. Mookie, where you from? I know you said the whole Atlanta knows, so maybe you from that area. Yeah. The whole Georgia corrupt. I mean, we gotta agree though. The Supreme Court stepped in and they said Brian Steele doesn't have to go to jail. They gave him a bond, so he doesn't have to go to jail tomorrow. The Supreme Court stepped in and did this, and that's rare. So they must think it's some issues going on here. The appeals court stepped in Trump's trial. They said, "No, Fanny, some it don't look right, it don't smell right, it don't pass the smell test." So what they said is we're gonna freeze his trial until we can get to the bottom of it. So that's two separate cases that in Georgia that that's shaky. Prosecutors shouldn't be so entwined with the cases where they got to get kicked off the cases. So it doesn't look good for the state of Georgia. A prosecutor should be somebody independent that's just trying to get justice. There shouldn't be no sleeping around or no in the back room talking to no judges. Let's do everything by the book. But they want to win. Okay, you from Atlanta. Okay. I like that song. Welcome to Atlanta. I don't know who the new version. I know it's an older version. He did not get charged. He had right. That's what I'm saying. How is it a conflict if he didn't get charged and he's her former client? Unless maybe the defense attorneys will call him as a witness. Oh, I watched all theirs grow up on Cleveland Avenue. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't put nothing past these folks. You don't know what's going on. And hell, we wouldn't have knew what was going on in Georgia until somebody called it out. Somebody that was in the room came back and told. Yeah, for all we know, they probably been doing it. This is the norm for them. They probably shocked that somebody called them out on it. The school people had the first report. Okay, and it's still going on. When you say the motive for which part? You say what's the motive? And then did I miss the comment? You said the motive? And I plan on covering it tomorrow as soon as they start. I think he said they're going to start at 12:30, 1 o'clock. Erica Dixon just plain old get back, in my opinion. We're going after all these guys for stuff that's old, and a lot of it has already been handled or dismissed. Yeah. And it's not uncommon for states to do it. Sometimes states use different names. Some may call it RICO. In Texas, it's engaging in organized criminal activity. I was like, not organized. It wasn't too organized because the show got caught. But we wouldn't be sitting in court. When he say 12, just know he's gonna start it. Come on. Right. And for him, if he gonna start this late, Judge, just give him the weekend. Just let him go home. I'm thinking Miss Hilton is really running out of questions. I think she talked about everything, right? And it seems like she keeps circling back to, older stuff. But if Woody was to hire me, then I probably won't be able to get on YouTube and talk about the case. But I won't say that until I just sit in court. She asked the question, you don't know what you do? What's number one? What you mean? I'm surprised she ain't say, what you mean what I mean? He said, I can't see or hear. The judge said, here you go today. The judge said, I got you some headphones. I got you some headphones. And when it get too bad and you're back against the wall, you go to number 3. I don't recall. And then she gonna say, you don't recall. Basically to insinuate he lying. You don't recall? What you mean you don't recall? I don't recall. She gonna tell that man quit cussing. You can't tell him to stop cussing. This is a open court. It's a, what do you say? He grown. It's a grown folks environment. And when you're not sure on the question, you tell her to be Pacific. Be Pacific Ocean. Be Atlantic Ocean. And when you get tired of her asking you the same question, you know what you tell them? I guess. Did you say that? I guess. You can't say I guess. Yes or no. Did you tell the officer that in the interview room? He just finally, when you finally just tired of him, you're ready for her to move on, just say, I probably did. When she move on, wash, rinse, and repeat, and go back to the next question. Start at the top. What you mean? And if you do this, you follow this formula, you can safely get out of there. He said, I can't see, I can't hear, but what he should have told her, I can't talk. He should have, I can't talk. She asked that dude if he was saying yes, so he could hurry up and get through the question, and they said yes. The jury, if the jury got to rely on him, and clearly he's not credible. And don't get me wrong, he know what he's doing. He's intentionally trying not to be credible. He know what he's doing. He ain't crazy. Oh yeah, this is true. This is true. Glanville be the main one. The main one talking about, you wasting the jury's time, you unprofessional. Bro, you the most unprofessional judge that I ever seen or heard. And that's saying a lot, since I'm up and down the roads in Texas, all these counties around here. So that's saying a lot. This should be a catalyst for changing some laws because the system should be allowed to do this to people. Yeah, I agree. I mean, at the very least, he's been holding these people without bond. You've been holding without bond, and now the case is not as strong as you thought it was. So let's say these people are found not guilty. They can never get these years of their lives back that they done sat in jail without a bond. He intentionally held them without a bond because he was helping the state. They have no hardcore evidence against Young Thug, and yet the judge wouldn't give him a bond. I mean, this Young Thug, where he's gonna go? He's not gonna be able to hide. And I know people jumping on and off. If somebody want to come up with a camera and mic, let me know, and we'll figure it out. And if y'all don't mind hitting that like button, so it'll help out the channel. And if y'all want to see me keep talking that law, you can subscribe as well. Right? One of them guys lost their mind while this is going. Wow, were they allowed to go to the service? I've had clients in situations like that. They done lost family members while they were behind bars, and they couldn't even get out to go to the funeral. Oh no! I mean, the judge can grant a bond at any time, but will he grant one now? I don't think so. I don't think so. And then that can kind of cause a lot of confusion. I hate to say it like that. I mean, because you gotta right now the only person they worry about showing up to court is Woody. But let's say he gives a bond now, and one of the 6 don't show up. You can't start trial without them. They don't show up, then it could be a possibly mistrial, and then millions of dollars will be lost. My thing is, does that trump their right to a bond, or should they still get a bond? And I guess the remedy for that is give them a bond, and whoever don't show up, they're gonna get cut off of this case, and then they gotta have their own separate trial again later on with somebody when some of the other YSL members have their trials. So you'll be going, and that'll be a bad idea because right now, if I was on trial, I want to be on trial with Young Thug. Why? Because Young Thug got the best lawyers. So my lawyers can piggyback and join in on the motions of Brian Steele. Brian Steele make a motion. All I gotta do is say, "Hey, Judge, I'll join that motion." They ain't letting Thug out on bond. You see, they're trying to pin him with the murder of Nutt, even though Woody told him he did it. Oh yeah, they not letting him go. And then y'all see the judge didn't even want to give Brian Steele a bond. He didn't even want to give Brian Steele, the lawyer, a bond. Brian tried to ask him for a bond for if Brian go in there and talking about I want a bond for Young Thug, the judge gonna look at him crazy. And the judge already embarrassed because the Supreme Court sat him down. Brian said, I want a bond for my client. Judge may say, you and Young Thug can go to hell. Neither one of y'all getting a bond. Get out of here. And if you come back, I'm holding you in contempt again. The hell wrong with you? Coming to ask for a bond. I think one dude got a bond at the very end, but his trial was separated because his lawyer went to jail. And then the judge set the bond super high. I think it was like $650,000. Y'all see when I wonder why is Hilton being so rude. Oh, appreciate that. Appreciate that. What you mean? What you mean? Okay, at this point, I think they'll be found not guilty because this case is a hot damn mess. Oh yeah. And even if by some chance they won't be found guilty, it's so much reversible error in this case. It's so many issues for appeal that this case won't be able to stand. And you can tell some of the prosecutors, they already look defeated. Ms. Hilton's still trying to put on the show, put on the front. They said she was crying in court. They said once she got the motion that showed that she told Woody he can lie, she won't charge him for lying under oath. But if he lied about killing Nutt, she's gonna charge him for lying. But once she see her name in that paperwork, they said she broke down in court crying. She thought this case probably was going to skyrocket her career. Y'all think Fannie would let him go just to save face? You think she'll try to fire them or show them the door? RICO is a waste of money and time for everyone. Why do we need RICO laws? Yeah. And I guess RICO was really started for like crime mobs and stuff like that in New York. And they couldn't really get everybody individually, so they just started grouping everybody together. But, you know, that can be unconstitutional in itself. If I did something personally, charge me personally for that crime. Because if one person killed somebody and the other person stole a car, I don't think that deserves the same punishment. This is a tough one. I mean, it's on the record. It's on the record that she told him that he said he's gonna lie. She said she don't care about him lying. She's not gonna prosecute him. Now that right there is egregious. I don't know if she'll lose her license. That's kind of extreme for that part. Maybe she'll be, you know, reprimanded, suspended. But the main part is why she got to worry about her license is, was it legal for her to number one, be in the back room with the judge without the defense attorneys knowing about it? And was she really trying to intimidate the witness? Because not only did she tell him to lie, she also told him, if you don't do what we say, if you don't change your mind and withdraw your Fifth Amendment plea, if you don't get on the stand and testify, then we're going to lock you up. Not only are we going to lock you up to the end of the YSL trial, which may not end until next year, we're going to lock you up until the end of all the other trials of the YSL trials, the other people who trials were separated from this one. So she was back there really threatening him. And the judge was threatening him at the same time. They had him hemmed up in a corner by his collar. They had him jacked up in the air. And Woody folded under pressure. Woody, a street dude, he done been shot at, beat up, and let him tell it in the club. Shot at other people. I mean, because he admitted to shooting at a car today. Possibly, I think he allegedly admitted to killing that one guy. So you let some lawyer scare you? Yeah, yeah. But then the question gonna become, if she try to charge him with lying, what if he say, but you told me to lie? Bring in the court transcript when y'all was in the back room. You told me to go in front of the judge, the jury, and the defense attorneys, and you told me to lie. Ain't that dirty? A prosecutor telling a witness to lie? Yeah, that's dirty. And the judge is sitting back there while all this is going on. The judge and say, "Hey, Ms. Hilton, you can't say that." And shit, if you are gonna say it, don't say it while I'm sitting right here. The hell wrong with you? You're gonna get us all in trouble. And then Woody still had a lawyer back there. Some people are saying that the lawyer was fired. She was scared to speak up, or she didn't speak up because she was fired. If you fired Miss Bump, you shouldn't have been in that room. Because there's no way you're gonna tell me I gotta go in the back room with my client that's not my client. And when my client is incriminating himself, I can't say nothing. I can't represent my client. I have to be quiet. Well, if that's the case, what the hell I'm back here for? So you can say that you had a lawyer back here? I'm thinking she would still represent him, even if he told her, even if Kenneth Copeland and Woody told her he wasn't. You're not excused until the court excuse you, so you still have an obligation. She should have told the judge and the DA, first of all, y'all not going to talk to my client. If y'all got anything to say, y'all talk to me. I speak for him. That's why I get paid the big bucks. I'm his attorney. I'm his mouthpiece. Y'all think if Woody's real lawyer was there, y'all think this would have went on? Dirty. And somebody made a good point. That what if the substitute lawyer, the young girl, Miss Bump, called the real lawyer that's on vacation and told him what was going on, which she has a right to do. Like, hey, Melnick, I think that's his name. You got me here subbing in for you. This is what's going on. We had a meeting in the back. What do I tell Woody to do? And then Melnick might be like, you had a what in the back? Oh, hell no. Was the defense counsel back there or just y'all? And then what if Melnick then called Brian Steele, the defense team, and said, hey, y'all know they meet in the back without y'all, right? Which they are not allowed to do. They back there beating up on my client, and my client needs some help because the substitute lawyer is scared. So I need y'all to go in there and be like, hey, why y'all having a secret meeting? Get in there. Stop them from making my client testify. And obviously, we're here today because Woody started talking. Woody got scared. It's clear that Woody is incompetent. So when he fired his lawyer, should the judge have appointed him another lawyer? Also, did Woody fire his original lawyer or just bump it? From my understanding, the original lawyer was never filed on the record. From my understanding, the original lawyer said he had some non-refundable tickets and he had already put in his vacation time in December. So if it's anything like Texas, once your vacation time is put in, then the judge cannot force you to be there if you put your vacation time in early enough. So the judge can't set you up a trial that day or make you show up. So what the lawyer did was he said, hey, I'm not going to be able to be there. But what I am going to do, I'm going to send in a substitute. I'm going to send in a lawyer from the C team. I'm going to send in a lawyer from the C team. That's nasty work. Nasty work. He knew that young girl. He didn't really got her in a situation, because now the young girl, the substitute lawyer, she's in trouble. She got to go back to court and explain to the judge why he shouldn't lock her up. Ain't that something? She going there to help out, and now she might be going to jail. Her license may be on the line, because of what they're saying is if she demoted, she came out of that back room and she told somebody without permission. But my thing is, what if she did not leak it to somebody without permission? She leaked it to his original lawyer, which is permitted. I'm the substitute lawyer. I'm calling my co-counsel. I'm telling my co-counsel what's going on, because that's really my co-counsel's client. Hey, Melanie, they got him in the back room. He didn't admit it to murder. They threatened him with jail. They said they ain't gonna let him out in 2 years. What do I do? And Melnick said, the hell you say? They got him well in the back room. What the defense said? Oh, they outside. They don't know what's going on. He's all hell no. I'm gonna call you right back. Hung up with her. Called Brian. Brian, do you know? Do you know that they having a secret meeting without y'all in the back? And that's when we see Brian go in there pissed off. Brian was like, excuse my language, the fuck you think you doing, Judge Glanville? This is illegal. You having a meeting in the back without us knowing about it. Not only was the meeting illegal, but you didn't even tell us that you was having a meeting. Judge Glanville could have said, hey, I can't tell y'all what the meeting's about, but I want y'all to know I'm having a meeting because the state asked for it. And it is going to be on the record. It's going to be recorded. It's going to be typed down. We're not doing nothing that we're not supposed to be doing, because we're going to have the court reporter back there. And then later on, y'all can review those notes. And if you want to put an objection on the record, you can. But the judge, he did none of that. This whole trial would have went on all the way to next year, and nobody would have never knew they were back there in the meeting. She said she was just his civil lawyer and not criminal. I promise I'm so confused when it comes to piecing this case together. Okay, well, so just to be clear, all of it's criminal. The distinction was the contempt. You have what they call criminal contempt and civil contempt. Civil contempt is where the court can hold you until you do what the court wants you to do. So, for example, Woody, we're going to hold you until you testify, until you do what we want you to do. That's civil contempt. We can hold you indefinitely. Criminal contempt is when they punish you for something you already did. The judge can say, oh, you cussed me out? Okay, that's criminal contempt. I'm going to give you 5 days in jail. There's nothing you can do to fix it. You can't uncuss me out and then I let you out of jail. Once that's done, then you got to go to jail. So that's different between civil contempt. Civil contempt, you can cure it, you can purge it, you can fix it, as long as you do what the court wants you to do. And even the judge got confused, but Ashley came in there and she said, I'm going to straighten it out. She came in there with her famous pink coat on. I knew that was the same coat on when she went up against Fanny. I said, oh, shit, yeah, we got some action now. And then she brought in old ponytail lawyer. They had like 25 lawyers outside. And I told y'all the other day, it reminded me of that scene from The Color Purple. When she told that man, we're going to put you in a circle. We're going to all sit around and whoop your ass. Them lawyers showed up deep trying to get a piece of the land deal. They wanted to tell him what was on their mind. They probably say, hey, you can't take us all to jail. But shit, Fulton County might try. And then it'll really be something. I believe she talked loud enough for others to hear her conversation. That's how it got leaked. She seen the tape. Wait, what tape? Primo 1973. What tape? And who you mean when you say she? I mean, because Bumpers, the substitute lawyer, she was in the room. So, I mean, I don't know what. Oh, she seen the type. My bad. I'm misreading. Type. She seen the type. But she was in the room. Like, if his lawyer was in the room with him, why did she need to look at a type? I mean, she would have heard it personally, right? Maybe I understand it. Let me see. Wow, this is crazy. Bumpers asked that question because she was only supposed to handle the contempt. Right. Bumpers said, I was only here because Woody was in jail over the weekend. Now that he's out of jail, he's obeying the court, he's testifying. As his contempt lawyer only, I want to go home. He was held in civil contempt. He fixed his civil contempt because he decided to testify. Now he no longer needs an attorney. That's what Bumpus was saying, but I don't think that was so. I'm thinking that because if you look at it, she's subbing for his main lawyer. His main lawyer was already his lawyer even before Woody was held in contempt. They didn't know he was going to go to jail, and he still had a lawyer there. So if you're subbing for the main lawyer, then you don't just get to sub in for 1/4 of the game. I mean, if you're subbing in, you're expected to be there full time. And I believe this is an issue that she has. She should have got that straight with the court and the full-time lawyer, the main lawyer. I would have got it straight. Hey, Judge, before I sign up, just know I can only be here for 1 day. I got my own cases to work. I'm working in Georgia and in Texas. So I can't be in here playing with y'all for the next month, the next week, the next 2 weeks. I only can be here until Woody gets out of jail. And if the judge say, okay, we agree to it, put it on the record. And one thing about it, you put everything on the record. You don't never trust the court or the DA to do it for you. You make your own record. That's how you CYA. Anybody know what CYA mean? You protect yourself. You CYA. What is CYA? Come on here, 313, the best side. Come on here. Come on. At all times. They whisk you out the room. Oh, don't worry about no record on court report. We got it. And next thing you know, they'll act like they don't know what the hell you talking about next time they see you. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember agreeing to no plea deal. If I agree to it, it should be a record, an email or something. And you sitting there like, and well, we talked about it on June 13th. They say, well, I talked to 100 lawyers, the prosecutors. I talked to 100 defense attorneys. Where is the record? And then they know it ain't no damn record. They know it. They slick. CYA. I'll tell any young lawyer, CYA. Miss Bumpers. They say you practice in Texas as well. You better CYA. I'm telling you now. Because you got a contempt hearing coming up. And we don't know what if somebody throw her under the bus? We don't know. But Miss Bumpers, if somebody got to go to jail, you better make sure it's not you. Oh, they saying right now the state has called less than half of their witnesses so far. So the state is saying they have way more witnesses to call. So this case might go into 2025. And then after that, we have other YSL members that still have to have their cases settled. This is a tough one because sometimes you can have conflicting situations where I would say at the very utmost, if I was in a situation like that, I'll look at my duty to my client first. My duty to my client is my main concern versus telling on somebody for their wrongdoing. My first concern is protecting my client. Now, if it is true that she was the mole, is it protecting her client by coming out and saying that her client confessed to murder? Is that in her client's best interest? Oh, this is not one thing I realized: the judge got an ego, Fannie Willis got an ego, Miss Love, Adrian Love got an ego. They will not let this case go. Even Nathan Wade, we just seen a video of him. They said, hey, you can go back, do it all over again. You do anything wrong? Nope. Like, you were making good money at the DA's office. You were prosecuting. You know, you may go into history. You could have went into history books one day if that was your goal. Now all of that is over with. You don't have a job. So they all got some egos, some big egos in Atlanta. Do anybody know if the court's open? It's an open court. Is room in there? I wouldn't mind taking a trip to Atlanta and sitting in there. And I'm wearing my shirt, Glenville. God damn it. What's wrong with you? Woody, you need a lawyer. Woody, do you need a lawyer? What about informing that there was a meeting without disclosing the details? Should she have disclosed that? I mean, again, that's a tough one. If a lawyer is doing something, unethical or a judge, you normally don't report it to other lawyers. You go to the bar, the state bar. You say, hey, there's a lawyer that did something wrong. I don't want nothing to do with it. You go to the judicial board in Georgia and you report them. But I'm trying to see what would be the benefit of reporting it to the defense counsel, because y'all got to remember, she owes no duty to Young Thug and the other co-defendants. Now, once she reported to the state bar and the state bar do an investigation, and then come to find out that this case it was improper, then they could throw the, if it's conviction, they can throw out the conviction. But she was between a rock and a hard place. That's why I think the meeting should have never happened. And if they would have tried to pull my client, and I would tell them, don't you say a word, not one. Prosecutors, what they do, they threaten you. Hey, if you don't take this plea deal, I'm offering you a year now. If we go to trial, I'm gonna ask for 10. Even though they don't got no evidence, and some scared defendant that's trying to represent himself or got a overworked public defender would go ahead and sign for their year. They come to find out they don't got no evidence against them. Let me see. Do the jury know that all this taking place with this meeting? I think they know. I mean, y'all gotta remember when Brian Steele went to jail, Young Thug's lawyer, that was everywhere. You couldn't turn on the TV, you couldn't turn on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. I mean, you gotta remember these people are human, they got family members. That, hey mama, you seen all the commotion today? No, we were in the back room. What happened? I seen on the TV that Young Thug's lawyer got arrested. What? You ain't supposed to talk about it, but come on. We know they talking at home. Do you think the state waited to do this once the main attorney was out? I think so. But the only thing is, I don't think they had advance notice he was going to be gone. I think they saw an opportunity and they took it. But I don't think, because when he said that he won't be able to be there on Monday, the look on their faces was like they were mad. Like, oh, here we go. First he said it's client going to testify. Now he was going out of town. Like, they were so mad at him, they both sat back in their chairs like, oh, see, here he go. Here you go with this bullshit. But once they saw bumpers, they probably thought, oh yeah, she young. Oh yeah, they probably, oh yeah, we got her. We can handle her. And you can see she kept going over there whispering to them. Why the hell are you talking to the prosecutors? I even try to make it known in court because you don't want to be too friendly with a prosecutor in front of your client, because your client gonna think you selling them out. Katie Matthews, that damn judge, urine, always trying to help the state. It's grass anyway. Yeah, he been trying to help the state since day one. And I keep repeating this just for people that's popping on and off. If somebody got a mic, camera, want to come up and talk, let me know. But yeah, they say tomorrow. But tomorrow between 12:30 and 1. But as it was pointed out earlier, when the judge say 1, 12:30, he mean 2. Did somebody say that earlier? Let me see if I can find it. when he say 12, just know it's going to start at 2. It's going to start at 2 because he's going to be in the back room, wheeling and dealing with the prosecutors, and he got the defense attorneys locked outside, waiting for court to start, not even knowing that somebody's in the back room making a deal. But yeah, this judge here, always. Yeah, he ain't no good. But I think the judge now, he's going to be more careful because he knows that the Supreme Court is watching. And I believe all of the justices of the Supreme Court agreed. All of them. I think except one, he didn't participate. Maybe he wasn't there. Maybe it was a conflict of interest. Maybe he went to he worked with Glanville in the past and he just recused himself. But all of the justices of the Supreme Court said we're gonna grant Brian Steele a bond. So that's a big signal to the judge, like, hey, judge, you know you didn't effed up, right? Did you hear the sheriffs be following Woody around on breaks and at lunchtime? Why? He's not in custody. I mean, he literally can go and come as he please. That'd be the best thing I like when your client's on bond. When the jury leave, me and my client, we leave. We outside. We outside eating lunch. And you know, when the jury, they coming back from their lunch, they said, well, damn, he must not be too dangerous. He must not be too dangerous. Hell, he looked not guilty. Because if he was that much of a bad guy or girl, wouldn't they be locked up? No, we leaving the court when y'all leave the court. We going and coming. He get in his car, get in on. We come back, we eating lunch outside at the tables. So, you know, Woody should be allowed to go and come. And Woody had a good point. Like, I showed up here on my own. Why are y'all following me? Why are y'all watching me? Y'all think he under witness protection? Because y'all got to remember, supposedly people want him gone. I mean, we heard today that his he was shot at, his baby mama, as he said, and his child were all shot at. And he shot back. He said he bust back. And then, you know, he leaked that he supposedly allegedly admitted to killing Nutt. So, you know, he might be a marked man. He going in, and then on top of that, his enemies know where he's at. All they gotta do is get on live, get on YouTube. Oh, okay. So he's at court. Oh, the judge said he done for today? Okay. So they're outside the court, wait for him to leave, maybe follow him. Oh, he got to be back tomorrow at 12, so he's going to be heading to court at 12:30, 1 o'clock tomorrow. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe he. I mean, because if something happened to him right now, their case is done. Woody said, don't worry about me. You got to worry about the one that's coming for me. Huh. Woody said he been taking care of himself since he was a child. He said he don't need no witness protection. They gonna need some protection. Come messing around with him. Can someone step in and call a mistrial besides the judge? The judge has broad discretion. So I don't think anyone's going to step in. I don't think anyone has the authority to. Because obviously, if someone had the authority to, they wouldn't have asked the judge 100 times for a mistrial, and the judge keeps saying no, no, no. But what the appeals court do, they say go ahead and finish, because the appeals court don't like working twice. They're gonna say go ahead and finish everything up, and then send us your whole file, and then we will look at it. And if we see something wrong, we'll throw it out. still brought it up today, saying some person in all black was in between the court doors, staring at Woody like trying to intimidate him. This must have been when I was in court. I must have catch that part. So still is saying somebody tried to intimidate Woody, which is crazy because D.A. Love was accusing Young Thug and his co-defendants of intimidation. I want to go through. I remember when when it first started this morning, she asking right away, "Did you kill?" Yes, he's saying he don't know who it is, but he thinks it's the sheriff's or the district attorney's office. Let's see if we can go and catch just a little the best parts. That we don't know about. All right, let's see if we can go through it just a little bit. And if y'all want me to speed it up, slow it down, go back, let me know. We just get some of the good parts. Let me see. We got here. See it. Share screen. She had on green today, right? This the right one.
February 20th, 2015.
Let's see.
I think that night.
Oh,
Back in 2015.
hey, y'all see that he showed up? Y'all see how he showed up today? Y'all see he showed up in his chanclas. He said he's standing on business in his chanclas. Watch the shoes with the white socks on. He didn't come to play with the state. Oh, let me go to the beginning with the judge.
Okay, thank you.
I think the judge said somebody's headphones. The judge think that Woody got a hearing problem. Let's see if we can hear the judge say that.
Good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Morning. Okay. All right. Look like it. All right. Okay. Officers and our jurors all present. I actually came on the record. Miss Weaver, is my understanding, offered you all the opportunity to listen or to see the setup for Mr. Copeland.
So this is what happened. The judge, Woody acts like he can't hear at times when he be saying, "What you mean?" So the judge think Woody got a hearing problem. So the judge then goddamn asked for some headphones so he can hook it up to Miss Weaver's headphones.
Mr. Copeland.
That bastard can hear. God damn it. This is fun.
From the court's observation, they have some hearing impaired issues. So when audio exhibits are played, he will be able to listen to what Miss Weaver listens to, which is directly into the PA system, and he should be able to hear it. So does anybody?
And I hope they check that out. I wouldn't let them put no headphones in Woody ear without me knowing what's going on. They might be feeding them answers. I don't put no past them.
Do you have any issue with that, or anybody want to who hasn't had the opportunity to take a look at it thus far?
I want to take a look at it, Judge.
It's a reasonable accommodation for somebody that has something that has hearing impaired. So, anybody?
Hearing impaired.
All right. Hearing none. Anything else I need to take up before I call? Is Mr.
He said hearing impaired.
Copeland outside? All right, can we bring Mr. Copeland in, please?
Well, these people are funny. I'm gonna speed it up when we can, so we can get to the. Come on with the sandals on. And look at her giving his headphones. Oh, look how she slammed him down.
Okay, thank you.
She know he don't need him. Woody playing him like a fiddle. He like, and look, Woody even like, what these for?
Okay. Just remind me.
Oh my God. That boy don't need no goddamn headphones. Come on.
Use when we play.
Look,
before our jury takes.
Look, just for the tell him.
Mr. Copeland, before our jury comes in, that set of headsets is for your use when we play audio exhibits, so you can better hear the exhibit. Okay? So just take it up and put it in your ear as soon as we play something. Okay?
All right.
Yes. All right.
Playing him like a fiddle. That boy don't need no goddamn head, boy. Come on. Miss Weaver out, man. He got her set up all effed up.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. All right. We're going to go ahead and continue with the examination of our current witness. Mr. Copeland is still under oath, okay?
All right.
All right. Ms. Hilton?
Good morning.
She got her microphone.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Copeland, I want to direct your attention to Saturday, January 10th, 2015, the night that Donovan Thomas was killed. You hear me?
Jackie.
All right. Do you remember that day, the night that Donovan Thomas got killed?
Nope.
No.
Let me ask you this: did you ever go to the police on either the night of or the early morning hours after Mr. Donovan Thomas got killed?
Objection, asked and answered.
All rules, sir.
I think she gonna flat out ask me, did you kill him?
You can answer.
Okay.
So speed it up some.
Yeah.
Okay, she ain't asked me yet. Yeah.
Did you go down to the police department after the police talked? That before Donovan Thomas got killed, I want you to tell the jurors what you remember about the day that Donovan Thomas got killed.
I don't remember nothing, Judge. Actually, let me do this. You're right. Speed it up.
I don't know how, I can't recall how it was it. I remember getting a call saying that I killed Nutt.
That you killed him.
The word was, I got a call and people were saying that, am I okay? They saying I killed Nutt.
Oh, I'm saying the objection.
Before you got a phone call, can you tell the jurors where you were that morning before you got the phone call saying that I killed Nutt?
See, this is the thing with me right here. She's asking him questions like, what were you doing? Who were you with? Where were you at? Because it seemed like they're trying to get information to prosecute him for this murder outside of using his testimony. So they need more witnesses. They need some cameras. They need locations.
What you mean? Why was they morning?
Where were you that day? You remember that day? Were you at your girlfriend's house that morning?
Oh, yeah.
So tell the jurors what you remember about that entire day up until you got that phone call.
Come on, Woody.
I was in my girl house.
And what happened while you were at your girl's house?
See, now look, he was at his girl house. Now they can use his girlfriend as a witness. Was he there or was he not there? Oh.
Nothing.
All right. Did you ever leave? Let me ask you, what's your girlfriend's name?
I'm single.
What's your girlfriend's name?
What was your girlfriend's name?
Do I have to answer that?
Yes.
Deshaun?
All right. So, what side of town was Deshaun living in back in 2015?
See, they want to know exactly where he was at.
Carver home?
And did you wake up at Deshaun's house in Carver Home that morning that you learned about Donovan being killed?
I was in Copeland when I found out he got killed.
I said that morning. Before you found out when he got killed, we're going to talk about that morning. Were you at Deshaun's home?
Yes.
All right. When you were at her house, were you there by yourself?
See, was he there by himself? They trying to see.
I was asleep.
Okay. At some point, did you wake up?
He said he was asleep.
I had to. I'm here today.
All right. And when you woke up, what did you do?
I came out the house, I guess. I went out the door.
All right. Where did you go?
To my neighborhood.
When you say to your neighborhood, what do you mean?
To my neighborhood.
Is that Mechanicsville?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get to Mechanicsville?
See,
I think I drove.
All right. And did you have your own car?
I was in my brother's car.
All right. And back in 2015, where did your brother live?
In the same place.
Is that Carver Home?
I think so.
All right. And which brother lived
see,
in
and if y'all notice, these questions have really nothing to do with implicating Young Thug in the co-defendants. It seemed like she really trying to get some information about that murder, specifically that murder.
Carver Homes?
My brother.
Which one?
What you mean? Which one?
You have three, right?
Yeah.
Which of the three brothers live in Carver Homes?
Trace?
All right. Do you remember what time you went over to the camp?
No.
Do you remember what you did in the Mechanicsville when you went over there?
No.
Did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville?
Object to the form of this question.
I'll say Mr. Form, you can rephrase.
Did you leave Mechanicsville?
I think so.
And when you left Mechanicsville, did you go anywhere?
At what point in time?
Oh, come on.
After you left Mechanicsville, did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville? From what you remember?
Bro, let me see. I'm gonna see if she speeded up. See if she's
Pick the D up.
Okay.
he picked Lil D up.
The one that always be with me.
Okay. Is that the little D you referenced as your son?
Yeah.
So
Do you remember where you picked little D up?
So he got Lil D
Where
in
you
the
picked
car.
Lil D up at?
I McDonald's.
Okay. Where was the McDonald's?
I don't believe never knew.
So far we got maybe his girlfriend as a potential witness, whether he was there that day or not. Then we got Lil D. I don't know if Lil D's still living. Lil D can be a witness. You know, and all this stuff, they can't prosecute him for murder based on what he's saying now. But if they can piece it together with what he's telling them on the outside, then they can.
And
Which is the dangers of use immunity instead of full immunity.
when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with Little D?
Just him and Shannon.
Anyone else?
Just him and Shannon.
When you picked up Little D, what did Shannon do?
So we got three
What you
witnesses.
mean?
You said you picked Little D up. Did you also pick up Shannon?
Lil
I think
D,
I picked up both of them.
Lil D, Shannon, and the girlfriend.
And when you picked up both of them, where did you all go?
I blinked out after that.
You blanked out after that.
He blanked out. Oh my God.
Why did you blank out?
Because they were saying that I got phone calls saying that I did something.
Do you remember who called you?
Not
Yeah.
Trump.
One time.
Not Trump. Did y'all hear Love say she never had
And do you
made?
recall how he called you? Did he call you FaceTime? Did he
Now,
call
this
you
a
phone?
I
damn
just know
lie.
he said, he asked me what I got going on, or if I heard what happened, or what I don't know what he said. I just know he said that. I mean, people saying that I killed Nutt, and he would call me.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you kill that?
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Did you
Huh? Hold on. Let me slow that down so we get the real time seconds of how long it took him to respond. Let me go to normal speed. Y'all think that was a sincere answer?
Nutt, and he would call me.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you kill that?
Hmm.
Did you kill that?
Nope.
Wow.
Now, when
Y'all think he was telling the truth right there? Everything else he heard today, that was actually his first time saying, huh? And we know when people, they saying, huh, are they buying time for an answer? Or do he know that he just told him on Monday that he did kill Nutt in that back room? So maybe he can be prosecuted. And we read the statute. Immunity doesn't cover lying under oath. So he can still be prosecuted for that. And Miss Hilton even told him, if you get on the stand and say that, I'm gonna prosecute you for perjury. So he knows that the immunity doesn't cover lying. And now he didn't just told two separate things on the record. In the back room, he said he did kill Hilton on Monday with the court reporter notes. And now today he's saying he did. So yeah, he got himself in a bind. He in a major bind.
Moulton called you, was both Shannon and Little D in the car when Moulton called you?
Huh?
Was Shannon and Little D in the car when Moulton called you?
I think so.
And if y'all know the hot spots of the trial, let me know. I can move forward.
Now, before Moulton called you, did you, Shannon and Little D, have any conversations about Nutt being killed?
No.
Thank you, Tate.
Now, after you got off the phone with Moulton,
Katie Cross gonna be. Oh
did you,
yes.
Shannon and Little D, go anywhere?
Huh?
You said you were on the phone with Moulton in the
I
car.
blinked out. Like, I know I end up in a whole lot of places. Every time I looked around, I was somewhere different.
So he's saying he blanked out. He don't know where he was the day Nutt died, which is weird. I mean, normally the human body, we don't blank out. Maybe he went through some traumatic, such as allegedly killing somebody that got his mind shook up. Yeah, and supposedly he admitted today that he talked to the prosecution just yesterday. So he's still meeting with the prosecution, and it's not nothing illegal meeting with the prosecution by himself. They can talk to the witness. We can talk to the witness. The defense attorneys can talk to the witness by ourselves. The problem is when you have the witness, the DA, and the judge. Now it's a problem because now something untoward is going on. Something ain't clean in the water, as they say. But I think Cross is probably going to start. Well, tomorrow's a half day. But if Cross starts tomorrow, Brian's still going to get him. But this second question, I think, is a dangerous question down here. You said, did Thug order the hit on Nutt to your knowledge? That's a dangerous question because what if this bastard say yes? If he says yes, then it's some trouble.
Later that evening, did you, as we talked earlier, go to the police department?
No.
The night that you learned about Nutt's death and Moulton called you, at some point, did you ever go to the police department?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, you say ask and answer?
Correct.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
On the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police?
Yeah, same question.
Overruled, sir.
So,
Say that
so
again.
On the morning of January 11th, did you ever see the police about Nutt being killed?
Yeah, the police called me.
And did you go to the police department?
Name objection.
Oral, sir.
They called you, did you go to the police department, speak to the police?
hey, this is a pro tip. If homicide detectives ever call you, do not go talk to homicide investigators without a lawyer. I don't give a damn if you didn't do it, because they will twist your words and hey, did you kill such and such? No. Did you like him? No, I didn't like him, but I didn't kill him. And then they'll go to court and say, "Isn't it true? You told me that you didn't like him." And next, yeah, I did say I didn't like him, but exactly. And then next thing you know, you caught up. Anytime somebody's trying to pin a murder on you, I always ask for a lawyer. Don't let the police trick y'all. You're helping yourself out. This is your chance to tell your side of the story. You're not a monster, are you? I want the judge to know that you're a good guy. The prosecutor know you're a good guy. We can work with you, bro. The best thing you can do is get a lawyer.
Yeah, I think.
How did you get to the police department?
I got dropped off.
By who?
I think Moontoon dropped me off. I ain't for sure. I can't recall.
You can't recall.
But I think that's who dropped me off. I just remember my brother and them met me down there. I think that night.
Now, Mr. Copeland.
And again, if somebody want to come up and talk about it, let me know.
Today being June 13, 2024, prior to today, had you ever, I want to make sure I understand, told police that Lil D and Shannon got into your vehicle?
Objection to leading.
I'll stand here.
Is today the first time that you told police or to anyone
Which day?
today, June 13th?
Okay.
It's even let me strike that. Yesterday, did you tell me and my colleagues that Shannon and Lil
Leading.
Bronner, this is
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Lil D and Shannon being in your vehicle?
See, and y'all notice she said yesterday, so they didn't met with him again. They asked him questions on the day before. Now the secret meeting happened on Monday. We're here today, Thursday? So what she's saying is when we met with you on Wednesday, even after we got in trouble and found out about our secret meeting, we still meeting with you, even though it wasn't with the judge. So, that's real strange. So that somebody had put a good question up here. How many times you meet with and talk to prosecution since last Friday? That's a good question. But that's something everybody want to know.
Yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Lil D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder?
Huh?
Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Lil D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of the murder of Donovan?
See, they want that murder info.
I told you and them.
They want that murder info.
What I told investigators in June when Nutt got killed, something different.
She not trying them yet, but I'm it seems like she wants to. I wouldn't be surprised if they charge him. They might charge him, Lil D, and Shannon, and try to get one of them to flip on each other.
Because I was trying to finish my way out of a situation. So I said, I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up. And
thank you, Tips Tate.
That's it.
And was
Oh, did
that
I?
yesterday that you said that?
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said?
You asked me to be truthful, and I didn't. And I told you
And
what
you,
I told the investigator back then wasn't me being truthful. So I'm telling you something that I didn't tell them because I ain't trying to go back to jail.
I got it. But I asked you was yesterday. The first time you said this part, and now what you're saying today.
what, say
is
what
what's
now?
truth.
They made
What
him
you're
sign
saying right
something
now,
today.
what you're trying to tell the jury right now is what you are now saying is truthful.
What?
What I'm trying to tell you is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking you.
Look at Miss Love. Miss Love coaching her, giving her that eye contact. Look at her.
Is our conversation was about something that I said in the past.
I understand. I'm asking
I
you.
asked that Mr. Copeland allowed to finish his.
Okay.
Like read her notepad.
Mr.
She got a
Copeland, you
notepad
need to
right
finish your
there.
answers.
No, I need a break, Johnny.
Look at Miss
I
Love.
need a break.
He need a
You need-
break.
You need his restroom?
No, I need a break. Like
He need to get his lie together.
I need a break.
You ain't getting no damn break. You had
Sir,
plenty
it's
of
not
breaks.
time for us to take a break at this point.
Well,
in time.
okay.
Okay. I mean, let's.
The judge said if you got to use the bathroom, you can go. Why didn't he just say he got to use the bathroom?
You need to go to the bathroom or some other reason. I'm
Some other reason, consult a lawyer.
not going to break at this point in time.
Do you need a few moments? Was yesterday the first time that you told?
Your Honor, I asked Mr. Copeland to finish his answer if he was still.
I don't think he's finished. I think he's finished, Mr. Steele. So I'll overrule that objection.
Was yesterday the first time that you told anyone from the state that what you said back in January of 2015 was a lie? And that you were trying to finesse your way out of what you told them back in January of 2015?
I told that to the investigators when they was questioning me at a certain point.
What investigators?
Y'all questioned me so many times. I don't know.
Hey, 313, you got a
Back in 2015,
you have a
did you
camera?
go to the police again on January 11, 2015?
Boom.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you also go to the police on January 28th, 2015?
I don't know no dates, but if you know that if I went to the, you could just see it.
Did you also go and speak with the police on February 20th, 2015?
If that's what it say.
And what about on February 21st, 2015?
If
Hey, let me know if that works. If you can come up, let me know if that link works.
that's what it say.
And then what about on June 10th, 2015?
If that's what it say.
Let me ask you this. In your interview on January 11th, 2015, do you recall your girlfriend's mother's home being shot up?
Was it?
Do you recall it?
Not shot up.
I'm asking, do you recall her mother's home being shot up that night after Nutt was killed?
I don't know if it was the same night or the next night.
Do you also recall that the stepdaddy?
So she's trying to show retaliation. Like the same day Nutt got killed, why are people shooting up your house? And I guess it's safe to say people are shooting up his house because, he's involved. I mean,
Shot up that same evening.
I will object to
Basis.
meeting.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase me.
When Young Thug stepped in.
Oh, what happened? Did I take her down?
I don't know.
When you went to the police station on January 11, 2015, did you go there on your own?
Nope.
Did I knock her
Did
down?
someone get you to go to the police station, or did someone drop you off? Home.
They,
Hey, did I take you down some type of way? 313?
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Did you voluntarily go down to the police station that night?
no, I didn't volunteer.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let's see if we can. Hey, 313, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, okay. I think she's still trying to get her equipment worked out. Okay. Well, we can continue until she get that worked out.
He called me.
And did he tell you you had to come down there, or did you decide to go down there yourself?
Well, he told me to come down, and people told me to go down there because
You're on.
Is there an objection, sir? And just state what it is.
Still talking.
Okay, let me see if he's finished his response.
Were you there?
Mr. Copeland, you finished?
They basically saying, hey, Judge, let him finish his answer. She cutting him off. She don't want him to get the truth out. What's wrong with her?
You need to say something else to complete that last question you were asked.
yeah, I was just gonna say that I was told to go down there and speak with the police.
Okay, all right.
Do you recall in 2015 telling law enforcement officers that you were calling to get advice on whether or not you should go down and speak to the police because your name was coming up in the murder?
Can you say the first part again?
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11, 2015 interview that you were calling around getting advice to decide whether or not you should come down to the police department because people were putting your name in the murder?
It's kind of improper. I think it's improper because you have a right to seek counsel or right to remain silent. And it cannot be held against you because you're searching around trying to see if you should get a lawyer or should you go talk to the police. So she's borderline and pushing it because she's commenting on his right to remain silent, his right to seek counsel of his choice.
I don't know. I know when he called me, didn't know what to do, so that's why I was told to go down there. Yeah, I'm finished.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11, 2015 interview that people told you not to go down there and to wait till the police called you? But you wanted to come down so you could clear your name.
You said, did I tell him that?
Yeah.
I guess.
In that January 11, 2015 interview, was Thug in that interview with you?
Huh?
When you went to go speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, was Thug in that interview with you?
Right.
What you?
Okay.
Basis.
So I think now the court is going to be clear because she's asking about Young Thug, and Young Thug was nowhere near the car. I want to thank you, 313, for joining. You have any thing you want to say? And I know you probably watch way more than this than me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Today was the craziest to me. It was just off the chain. When he started talking about, I was watching on Infamous Sylvia's channel, and when he started talking about something about, did he do something to somebody? He did a nose rub or something, and so supposedly that's supposed to mean something. And then he made another assertion that if I wanted him dead, I'm using my own words. It's not these words, but if he wanted them dead, he would have had them dead. And if they don't want these problems, like today, he took a stand on the stand.
He took a stand on the stand.
Yeah.
Don't give me no more T-shirt ideas now. He took
I
a
don't know.
stand on the
He
stand.
made people aware that they don't want that smoke.
Yeah, I did catch some of it on my way to court, and he kind of was like more bold today.
Yeah.
Because I think he made a comment. They said, "Did somebody do something to you?" And he was like, "Is he still here? Like basically, is he still alive?" I was like, "Oh, ooh.
Yeah." So today was a little harsh, if that's the correct word.
Wow. So you think that he's getting more comfortable, maybe perhaps too comfortable?
I think Woody is playing them like a fiddle. I think the state and the court is in over their head. I think that even if they let this play all the way out, they got hell coming after them. I think Woody should sit back and ride this out the best way that he can. I can't even believe that they allowed this to go on without him having a lawyer. I don't even see why he's there. So I just think the whole entire Georgia system is corrupt. I think it's all corrupt, and I think that this is a eyewitness, eye-opening occurrence for the world to see exactly how corrupt it is. We got to see a smidgen with Trump, but as you know, African Americans, we follow, but we don't follow Trump like that. But this one, I think African Americans nationwide are kind of like, what the hell is going on in Georgia?
Yeah, we want to know.
They see that even though we consider Atlanta a black Mecca and that we that our people are there, you are not safe there.
So not. And and you can tell the way, because I was like, both of these high profile cases are causing a lot of controversy. And these are just cases that we know about.
Right.
Imagine the everyday cases.
Well, you know, they got Ernesto Williams coming next with the RICO.
Ernesto Williams, it doesn't sound familiar to me.
That's Shirley Strawberry's husband.
Oh.
He's next with the RICO in Atlanta.
What they saying he's accused of?
RICO, which is he's done stuff like wash titles for cars and hustle women out of their money. And like I think his total is like 750,000 just funds he's accumulated by hustling people out of their money. I totally think Atlanta is abusing this RICO thing. I think Fani needs to cut this out. And even if you, for instance, like with this trial, even if some people got life sentences, some people got pleas, I kind of think this one could have been a RICO, but Ernesto Williams does not need to be a RICO.
I definitely want to follow that when it happens. Do they have a timeline yet set for that trial?
If I know the next court that I follow Ernesto Williams seriously. I follow a lot of content creators that follow him, and I don't know, but I know June the 25th is the next court date, and I'm not sure if it's a divorce court date or if it's a court date regarding something doing with his case. But he's also being tried on bigamy because he was married when he married Shirley Strawberry.
Wait a minute now. Wait.
So that's another one for you to tune in to.
From my understanding, it's technically still a crime for adultery in Georgia. So
okay, I don't know, but I know the bigamy. He got a charge of bigamy.
Oh wow!
He got a bigamy charge.
So if he gonna get charged with that, then Fanny, hey, you gotta stand on the stand yourself.
Fanny handing out RICOs like never before.
Wow, this is insane. And she I think it was another group, YFN.
I think they're in Florida.
Oh,
if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, so I had it mixed up. See, they say you all the way down here on the East Coast, and you don't even know what you talking about. I'm gonna look it up. Lucy, Florida. Let me see. Make sure I got it. Oh, I think it's Fulton County.
Is it?
Let me see if I can do it like this. Share screen, share.
Okay.
Yeah, so Atlanta, yeah. So to me, it seems like anything that's high profile, that's gonna bring some cameras to the city. Fanny gonna charge it.
Yeah,
And
Fanny.
that's my
Fanny.
opinion.
I really like Fanny, but I cannot get behind this the way she's doing things. I just cannot. I'm all
Right.
about, she went to school, she earned her place, but you doing yourself and your city or your state a disservice.
Right. I agree because there's no way that this
Are
should be going on.
railroading people. She's railroading people.
She said to what 313 said, why hasn't he had a replacement lawyer even though he fired Bumpers? His vacation attorney still isn't there. Where is his representation? That's a good question. And I'm wondering what that paper was. Somebody said that he had to sign today. Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe
but I was in the chat when that went down. So I was like, what is it? What is it? We was trying to figure it out, but we couldn't get it.
Because I'm trying to figure out, maybe it's some paper saying that he's waiving his right to representation. But if that is the case, I mean, it's still like a day late and a dollar short because he was already on the stand without representation, most of today and the previous day. So it might be a little too late, but you are right. It's going to be a hell for that judge and probably the whole system. Back in Texas, we say hell and high water.
Yeah. Come hell, come hot water.
Right. So I think I'm going to just fast forward this part. I think this is where Brian Steele gets upset that they brought in Young Thug, and Young Thug had nothing to do with that killing. Young Thug wasn't in the car. It was only Woody, Lil D, his supposed son, and Shannon, Stillwell. So I think she just brought up Young Thug just to, inflame the jury. And, Brian Steele called her out on it.
Is this when he talks about how Miss Love continues to talk bad about him?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Not at this point. He just basically saying he's upset with her, Hilton, because she mentioned Young Thug's name twice, and Young Thug had nothing to do with this murder, at least not from a up close standpoint. Now, if he directed it from a distance, that has yet to be proven. Let me see if I can go back a few seconds. Let's see.
At the door on January 11, 2015, was Thug in that interview with you?
What you?
January 11, 2015 interview, was Thug in that interview with you?
Huh?
When you went to go speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, was Thug in that interview with you?
What you?
Basis.
And then calling him Thug.
Okay.
You're right.
Mr. Copeland, can you step outside for a second? Ladies and gentlemen, jury, can I get you to step in your headquarters just for a minute,
About to
please?
go down now.
Oh, yeah. He over it. He is over it.
I cannot believe he wore slides. I thank you for pointing that out.
Oh yeah. I said not the slide. Like he just rolled out of bed. Like he done. Let me speed it up some. Let me see.
Left us and Mr. Copeland's left us. Mr. Steele, what's your motion, sir? Can you come to the podium, please, sir?
Please come to the podium so we can see what you're talking about.
My motion is that there is a 24-4-403 comment on pre-arrest silence under ORR versus state. I believe it's a 2019 case, but I'll get you the site if it's not. If you put in or and Mallory.
I'm familiar with Laura. I'll look at it.
And Mallory's Mallory. What the state did is they set up a series of questions, repeating the question that Mr. Copeland gets a call from a Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, morning hours, telling him, according to Mr. Copeland, that he needs to come down to the police department. Mr. Copeland is reaching out to people allegedly saying whether I come or not. He spoke with people who said, go down to the police department. The state then, for some reason, immediately says, well, did Jeffrey Williams come? That's after the state elicits, it's non-answered because the witness said he doesn't know, that Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's house is supposedly shot up that night. When you put that together, it is a clear indication that Jeffrey Williams should have, if he's involved, since his stepfather's house is being shot up, then he's being accused and he should go down to the police and talk to them as well. There's no basis for that. The state knows that Jeffrey Williams wasn't called by the police, wasn't asked to come down and speak. Why in the world would any prosecutor anywhere in this nation at any time ask a witness whether Jeffrey Williams was there? Nobody would say he was there.
You see that?
Nobody asked him to come. All it does is plants improperly in the mind of the jury. Jeffrey Williams was not bold like a lion, like Mr. Copeland, and go face the police that night. I'm moving for a minute.
Oh,
All right, sir.
Still getting more and more pissed.
you see how he pushed that mic and walked off? And she gonna make an example. I mean, she's gonna give an argument, but her argument doesn't. I don't even think she mentioned Young Thug or why she said his name. She said everybody else's name, but not Young Thug. I believe that's what I heard when I listened to it earlier.
Mr. Steele, if you give me the site for, or if you can find it, please. What year was it decided?
Probably 2016, maybe 19.
It's Orr versus State?
It's State versus Orr. It came from the Court of Appeals of Georgia up to the Supreme Court of Georgia.
They made Miss Love pull out the textbook.
Reverse our previous demarcation where the state cannot comment on pre-arrest silence. 2 is whether it is too prejudicial versus probative. And here there's zero probative value because the true evidence is that Mr. Williams is innocent of any charge, never asked by the police to come down, and didn't have a reason to go down to, quote, clear his name. So now the jurors are left with the unbelievable impression that somehow Jeffrey Williams should have gone to the police department but didn't, and he hid behind Mr. Copeland. It's just outrageous. I mean, to me, that is, I've tried so many cases, this is just wrong. And the state inquires of this witness, knowing, no matter what the witness said, it's just, nobody's going to say. There's going to be a video played where Mr. Copeland's sitting in a room with Detective Thorpe. I mean, what a crazy thing to say. Was Jeffrey Williams with you when you went to the police? Why? What's the probative value of that?
Well,
Right.
I'm gonna find out, I guess, so. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. And the citation for is 350.
Now let's see what her excuse is.
578.
Now, look at the state.
That's State v. Orr.
Look at the state versus Orr in the Georgia Supreme Court. So the Georgia case. I think counsel finally have this. So.
Get the date. All right.
And if you know, I know everybody got their stuff going on. If you got to get off, don't let me hold you. I do appreciate.
I'm gonna stay a couple more minutes, then I'm gonna
Okay.
drop down so somebody else, if someone else.
No, you good. You can. You. Hey, I just want to make sure I'm not holding you. But
No, you're not
wanna-
holding.
Yeah, I was like,
I'll
wanna
tell you,
weapon-
honey.
Oh, okay. that's good. Okay, that's good. Now you can stay as long as you like. Then I won't have to sit up here and talk to myself as long. Oh, let me speed them up.
So it's going to be 305.
Correct. All right. Okay, first question is, what's the what's the relevance of asking Mr. Copeland about Mr. Williams?
Sure. Mr. Copeland is now stating to this jury for the first time a version of facts very different than what he told police on January 10th, 2015. On January 10th, 2015, and the state will be going into this, Mr. Copeland advised police, specifically, I want to talk about what happened on Cleveland Avenue. Mr. Copeland repeatedly in 2015 stated that Little D got into the car. The first time he said that Little D first said they killed Nutt. As his interviews proceeded over the course of 6 months, he eventually says to police that Little D told him that they, and he was referencing Shannon, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. McMullen, all killed Nutt.
Okay, who name did she leave out? I guess the main name she was talking about, she said was Thug in the car.
Right.
So she just named a whole list of names, but I didn't hear her say Thug. Let me go back a few seconds.
He was referencing Shannon, the little course of 6 months. He eventually says to police that Little D told him that they, and he was referencing Shannon, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. McMullen, all killed Nutt. He is now saying today, for the first time, to this jury and to us yesterday, that Little D and Shannon got into the car and Little D did not say anything to him. And that now everything he said back in 2015, he just lied to get out of the trouble. So what we are doing is showing that back in 2015, none of these individuals were present none of these individuals were present in the room when he was speaking to law enforcement officers. And therefore now his story is changing when he has to now testify in court in front of these individuals.
See, I don't think that explanation makes sense to me.
Me either.
Because what Brian Stills basically asked her, why did you say was Young Thug in the car? And I can understand she said that he changed the story, but she named out a whole list of people, and Thug wasn't one of those people. So what they should have went back and said, yeah, but why did you say was Thug in the car? But I think they glossed over that. Well, if that was the case, then I guess she could have mentioned his name, and she could have said all these people did it on behalf of Young Thug. That would have made sense. But I think she's trying to work a different angle, saying that he's scared to testify in front of them.
And that was one of my questions in the chat. Do you, as a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, of course, but as a lawyer, do you think her questioning is, I want to use the correct word, and I don't know the correct word. Do you think that do you think she's done her homework and her research? Do you think the night before she prepared and ready to go to trial? Because it just seems to me like she's freeballing it.
I think so too, especially since she has a witness that's not cooperating. Like she's just fishing around trying to see what she can get. And some of the questions she asked made me just wonder, like, what are you thinking? Because one question she asked him, I don't know if it was today or the previous day, she asked, were you part of YSL, the music label, or YSL, the game? And then he started, Woody, the ones on the stand, he started talking about, oh yeah, YSL, the music label. I was trying to be in the music label, but Young Thug wouldn't sign me on because I was still living the street life. And he wanted me to stop living the street life before he signed me to the record label. So I was like, you literally just proved that Young Thug wanted Woody to do right. He didn't want him part of a gang and living the street life. So when she asked that open-ended question, did you do it for music or the gang? She let Woody expound on the music label and all the good things Young Thug was doing for the music label, instead of locking him into gang questions only.
Right.
So I don't think she's doing a good job at all, because now she's really helping the defense, and it doesn't seem like Woody wants to tell on it. From my view, she said she talked to Woody. They met with him the previous day. But when he talked to them, he tell them one thing, but when he come to court, he see Young Thug, he see the other co-defendants. Now he's like, he's changing it up. And it doesn't seem like she's prepared for that. She know he lying because they just talked yesterday. She like, basically, you didn't tell me this yesterday. Now you're telling me something, you're saying something different on the stand, so she don't know where to go with her questioning. But she should have known if the best indication of future behavior is past behavior. And if he showed out on the stand on Monday, he showed out on the stand Tuesday and Wednesday, why did you think Thursday was going to be any different?
Yeah.
She should have prepared to treat him as a hostile witness and better had her questions lined up. Yeah.
Now, one more quick question. The immunity that he has, is it not immunity from everything regarding this, or is it a different kind of immunity?
Yeah, so it's mainly two different types of immunity. You have use immunity, it's technically called derivative use immunity, where anything you say cannot be used against you. So anything he say on the stand right now cannot be used against him. But that does not protect him from independent evidence being gathered. So he can still be prosecuted for these crimes as long as they don't use anything he's saying in court today. They still are free to go do their own investigation outside of him and still can prosecute him. They just can't bring in his testimony from today at a potential future trial. Now, you can compare that with transactional or blanket or full immunity. You can use different words in different states. Full immunity is you can never be prosecuted from that crime, no matter how you get the information, whether I say it in court, whether you do your own investigation on the side. Once I get full immunity, let's say full immunity for the murder of Donovan Thomas, then I can never be prosecuted for that crime. No matter if you go find a videotape outside of my testimony, you'll say next week they find a tape. They can use that tape against Kenneth Copeland right now because he only has use immunity instead of full immunity.
And how you sure about that immunity? He doesn't have full immunity?
They granted, well, when they first made the argument when Brian Steele found out, it was specifically said he was granted use immunity, that his testimony, anything he say cannot be used against him, not the full immunity. And while we watch this, I'll go back and find that particular clip. But yeah, and most prosecutors will not grant full immunity. I mean, because that's reckless to do. Because if you give somebody full immunity, not only is it disrespectful to the family of Nutt, I mean, because he can literally say, I killed Nutt by myself, and there'll be nothing they can do about it. So the family would have to live with that, knowing that he can never be prosecuted for that. But let's say not only did he admit to killing Nutt, but since he has blanket immunity, what if he starts saying, hey, yeah, I killed Nutt and 10 other people? Now, all of those other murders are washed away because he got a clean slate. So that's why when prosecutors give immunity, they give it very narrow, because they only want his testimony to prosecute Young Thug, but they really don't want him to get away with it. If he did kill Nutt, he might be telling the truth about that. But I'm gonna find that clip so we can hear from Steele, and as we listen to Ms. Hilton.
So this has nothing to do.
So you're not trying to get into pre-arrest silence?
Not at all, Your Honor. And especially on January 10th, 2015, Mr. Copeland speaks for the first time during that interview about Mr. Williams. But at no point is the state trying to get into any pre-arrest silence. It is solely to show that back then, none of these people were in the room with him, and he gave one version. And now when he has to testify in front of all of them, he's now giving a completely different version than he gave back then.
Mr. Steele, I'm going to overrule your motion for mistrial. I'll note it that you've asked it before the positive of the next question, and I'll make it a continuing objection, okay? Sir, did you hear me, Mr. Steele? Okay,
I think we're gonna fast forward it.
Just for the record,
I think he's gonna say the same
because
thing.
this is a RICO case, and we've instituted the Harvey rule for a reason, but also specifically, this is a RICO case where the constitutional violations of one defendant affect all the rest of
So
them.
Shard is basically saying that I don't have to object because if you violate one defendant's rights, then all of our rights are preserved for appeal. So he's just making sure that his client has his objection on the record. So that's pretty much what that is. Let me see if we can go back to where they. Okay, he's back. Oh, they're gonna do that every motion.
Better?
Okay. Ms. Copeland, when I left off, was Thug in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
No,
Was Yak in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
no,
Was Shannon in the room with you when you spoke with Investigator
I was
Thorpe?
by myself.
Basis.
Violates the defendant
Overrule, sir.
protections. I also have a motion I need to make.
I'll note your motion. You can make it at our first break, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right.
And was Clay in the room with you?
I was by myself.
Say again, Mr. Matthews? What objection? Okay, you have a motion. All right, okay. First break.
And when you spoke with Investigator Thorpe, was that at about 3:00 a.m. on January 11, 2015?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you go in there to speak with him about everything that you knew leading up to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
And during that interview, did you tell Detective Thorpe your concerns about?
I'll sustain the question, sir.
During the interview, were you able to give Mr. Investigator Thorpe your date of birth?
Huh?
During that interview, were you asked by Detective Thorpe your date of birth?
I guess.
And what is your date of birth?
Wrong.
July 25th, 91.
Okay. And during that interview, were you asked to give your middle name?
I guess.
And what is that?
Xavier.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, were you informed by Detective Thorpe his reasoning of wanting to speak with you?
Huh?
Did Detective Thorpe tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
He really like laughing and joking.
Okay. But did he tell you that he wanted to speak with you?
I'll stay in the question.
Did he tell you why he wanted to speak with you?
Yeah.
Overrule, sir.
And did he ask you to tell him everything that you knew about the murder?
I guess.
All right. Who is Kel?
Who?
Who is Kel?
Be more specific.
Okay. Do you know someone by the name of Kel?
Be Pacific.
I know a lot of people named Kel.
Do you know someone who goes by the name of Shell Kel?
I don't know him, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay. And back in 2015, did you and Shell Kel have any issue?
If he's still here, then now.
That's a threat, a promise.
Back in 2015,
You see
did you
that?
tell
He's
Detective
still
Thorpe
here.
that you and Shell Kel had some issue?
I guess.
Okay. And is Shell Kel related to Nutt?
I guess.
Do you recall in this interview telling Detective Thorpe that Shell Kel is Nutt's brother?
I guess.
And that specifically that Shell Kel is Nutt's little brother?
I guess.
Do you guess or do you know?
I don't recall what was said in the interview.
All right. And during that interview, did you speak with Detective Thorpe about how your issues with Shell Kel began?
I guess.
When you say you guessed, do you recall or no?
Saying,
Hold on. What's the basis of your objection, Mr. Sharp?
Perfect. Saying I guess. Yes.
Well, so what's your objection, sir?
That's it.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I'm gonna sustain it on other grounds.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
you asking me so clearly, I must have did.
When did your issues with Shell Kel begin?
I don't know. I don't.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that your issues with Shell Kel began maybe about 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
I guess.
When you say you guess, what do you mean?
I mean, I guess I said it, I guess.
Do you know if your problems with Shell Kel began 4 months prior to the death of Donovan Thomas?
If I had a problem with Shell Kill, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay, and I'm asking you, when did those problems begin?
That's another third. Yeah.
I agree.
Say it again.
When?
That's the second time.
It happens a couple of times throughout the night. I mean, throughout the day today.
Like he letting it see through. Like I'm about their life.
Right.
If they still breathing, and then
Yeah.
obviously you know.
I ain't trying to get them yet.
Right, I ain't trying to get it right. Oh, so the Tiff State, who is her saying, ask and answer if not his attorney. Those are the various defense attorneys. They still have a right to object on behalf of their own clients. So if he, she's not going to be able to just keep asking the same question over and over, trying to get him to change his answer. So the lawyers are allowed to object. On the contrary, his lawyer is not allowed to do an ask and answer objection. His lawyer is only there to protect his rights. So yeah, his lawyer wouldn't be able to make standard objections.
My question is what's the ramifications of him not having a lawyer here? Like, won't this have some type of influence in the future, even in appeals? Like, even if they try to charge him with something?
I mean, it could be, but we have seen cases where witnesses and defendants themselves have waived their right to an attorney. I think we've seen that in the case of Darrell Brooks, where he represented himself the whole entire trial.
Right, so, but then he represented himself. He had what one would consider representation there. So, but Lil Woody has nothing.
Right, and I guess it can be argued if he had effective counsel and he dismissed his counsel, and I believe the judge even put it on record that at the beginning, is Mr. Melnick his attorney, or do he want the judge to appoint him an attorney? But I think he said he was good. So that could be enough to say he waived his right to counsel. And basically, more so, that anything he say right now could never be used against him because he's under the protections of immunity, of use immunity. And I'm still looking for that order so we can go through that immunity order.
Did those problems begin with you and Shell Kel?
I don't know.
In your interview in January 11, 2015 with Detective Thorpe, did you tell Detective Thorpe, when asked about when your problems began, say 2 months, 3 months, I'm going to say no longer than 4 months?
Probably, I don't know.
What were the problems that you had with Shell Kel?
A misunderstanding.
What was the misunderstanding?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you and him get into a fight at Club Crucial on the Monday before Donovan Thomas' death?
No,
You're saying you did not get into a fight with him that Monday.
I did not get into a fight with them. They put their hands on me.
Okay. What happened when they put their hands on you?
What you do, Woody?
Can you respond? What happened when they put their hands on you?
They ran out the club.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Did you see the nose wipe again?
Did you tell
let's go.
Thorpe about what happened?
No, they ran out the club.
Who is they?
I don't know.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe about what happened between
So apparently
you
that
and
means
Chantel
something.
the
I don't know what it means.
Oh, so but who would that have been signaled to?
No, it's like from what I understand, it's like a gang sign for I killed somebody or I did something. That's what that means.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure though. I was trying to follow along in Infamous Sylvia's chat, so that's what I gathered from that.
Oh wow, so now he was singing a signal out. Or he could have been just flat out lying. I think that's one of the signs when people touch their face.
I don't know. I ain't gang related.
No, that's right.
Monday before Donovan Thomas was killed.
I guess.
When you say you guess, do you know if you told him about what happened that Monday?
The DA is Lord.
Back then, my mouth was all over the place, and whatever he asked me, I was just trying to get him out my face.
Okay. Do you recall in this same January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that you went to Club Crucial, you pulled out your money because you were on stage, you were flashing your money to all the girls were standing around, you were flashing your money. When you get off the stage, you were flashing money, and Kel and his whole crew walked up on me. You recall telling Detective Thorpe that back in your January 11, 2015 interview.
I probably did.
Then do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you looked up and you said to Kel, "What up, bro? What's going on?"
I probably did.
And that Kel didn't say anything. So he just said, "Hey, what's up?" You asked him, "What's up, bro?" And then he began asking you about thugs. You recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I probably did.
And I need to know, is that a yes or a no? Did you tell him? Did you not tell him? Or do you not recall?
Answer the question, Your Honor. Object to follow the question.
Your Honor, he's saying he probably did. I'm asking yes, no.
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Steele.
Did you say it? Did you not say it, or you don't recall saying it?
I said something to him, so if that's what he said I said, then
I'm asking, what do you remember? Do you remember telling him this or not? Or you don't recall?
They questioned me so many times, and I told them something different every time they questioned me.
Okay.
I don't recall what I told this person.
Do you have an objection, Mr.
That
Steele?
person.
Hold on, Mr. Copeland. You have an objection, sir? Basis.
Limited options for the witness to answer.
Overrule, sir. Overrule, sir.
So you say you don't recall what you told him?
Objection needed.
He answers your
I'm an overrule the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Can you say it again?
Sure.
Sure.
Did you tell Detective Thorpe that Kel wanted to speak with Thug at the club on that Monday before Nutt passed away?
I said they have asked me questions about this so many different times. I have told them different things every time. I cannot tell you what for 100% facts exactly what I have told him.
So do you not recall what you told him?
I said, I guess if he's.
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember what you told Detective Thorpe about whether or not you told him
I was just asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
She leaning like hell. Yeah, lost Ken.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that after you told Kel that Thug was in the club, Kel began to...
You have an objection, sir? I'm overruling the objection, sir.
Kel took his necklace and put it inside of his shirt.
Huh?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that after inside of your pocket?
They jumped on me.
Who is the day that jumped on you?
I didn't see no. I knew I was surrounded by a lot of people.
Was Kel one of the individuals that jumped on you?
I don't know if he hit me. I don't remember if it was him who hit me. Somebody hit me, and when whoever hit me.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Kel punched you in the back of your head on that same January 11, 2015 interview?
He probably did.
He probably hit you, or did you probably tell?
Yeah, I said it.
Right. And did you also tell Detective Thorpe, so he punched me in the back of the head, then they pushed me to the ground. He tries to go in my pocket and take my money, but I hold on to my money. The other guy punched me all in the face, but I didn't care. I was holding on to the money.
Yes.
Okay. After they were punching you on the ground, do you remember if you ever got up?
Clearly.
Okay. Did you ever, what did you do after you got up? You laughed. What do you remember about after you got up?
I had a knot on my face.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was real mad.
All right. And then what happened?
Somebody was gonna pay for their knot.
Uh-oh. Okay. So then what happened?
I went home.
Did you go outside of the club right after you got off the ground?
I had to leave out the club.
Okay. And when you went out the club, did you see anyone outside of the club?
If that was that's it.
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in his January 11th interview that when you got out of the club, Bloody J was outside of the club?
I guess.
You guess that you told him?
Yes.
All right. And when you got out of the club, what, if anything, happened to Bloody J?
What you mean?
Do you recall if anything happened to Bloody J when you got outside of the club?
I think this part of the question was triggering him.
You can't remind me?
Do you remember, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that when you got outside of Bloody J, when you got outside of the club, that two of your buddies went and beat up Bloody J?
I guess.
Okay. What two buddies beat up Bloody J?
He holding the anger all these years.
Tell me. I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall it being one of the individuals being Moonsault?
Yes, I guess.
Don't say I guess. It's either
I
yes,
guess.
no, or you don't recall.
They tell him how to answer.
I ain't trying to say the wrong thing. So
do you not recall?
But I guess
stand the
works
question.
for 100 other questions.
I don't need it. Just tell me the basic.
You look at the judge trying to shut him down. What you say?
I said, I guess work for 100 other questions. Why can't he now say, I guess?
Right. Yeah, she's trying to lock him down, but yeah, you're right. She let him go so far that now it's acceptable. She should have, she could have made an objection of non-responsive to try to get the judge to direct him to answer. But at this point, she lucky this man even in the building, because even the judge is kind of like tiptoeing, because we all know he can shut down at any moment.
He gets treated the best out of everybody in the courtroom, including the jurors. Like, he is like king of that courtroom. So I don't understand the way this whole thing is going.
And they know not to play with him, because all he got is I plead the fifth. He don't mind going to jail. He did it before. So they really the state need him to kind of cooperate. So I'm not sure why she be trying.
But why do they need him to cooperate? That's the part I'm missing. What is it about Woody that they need so bad?
Well, I guess it's one thing when a detective's saying you did something, the police said you did something, they wasn't there, they're not eyewitnesses. But it's another thing to have somebody that's in the organization that knows the ins and outs that can say, yeah, Young Thug did that. How do I know? Because I was with him. How do I know? Because he told me to do that.
Okay.
I mean, that's what prosecutors look for is witnesses that they can flip. But obviously he ain't flipped enough, apparently.
All right, honey, I'm going to drop down. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, yes. Thank you so much for joining, and hopefully we can get you back up another day.
I would love to come back. This was so fun. This was my first time ever doing this. So
okay, and look, and you're the first person that I ever brought up. So look,
nice.
Yeah,
both had our first. So
yeah, that's good.
That's what's up. All right, honey.
All right,
you
thank
have
you
a
so
nice
much.
night.
Thank you, same to you. All right, bye. And if anybody else want to come up, they got a camera, they want to talk, let me know.
I need you to answer yes. Was it Montauk?
Overruled, Mr. Sharp.
Do you remember if it was Montauk or not remember if it was Montauk?
This I don't know.
If he said that's what I said, then yes.
I'm asking you what happened.
I don't recall what happened. I was mad. I had a knot on my head.
Now, do you also recall speaking with the at the Cascade skating ring before this fight at Club Crucial?
What happened at Cascade?
Yes.
And nothing happened at the skating ring?
Yes.
Nothing.
Do you recall speaking with Kel at the skating ring?
That's what I told the detective.
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I don't remember nothing from 2015. I remember the fight. They put their hands on me.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, actually before talking about what happened that Monday, that you and Kel were at the Cascade skating ring and the two of you actually spoke at the Cascade skating ring?
When I was talking to Detective Thorpe, I can't recall what I told him because I was just telling him anything.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade skating ring, you wanted to speak with Kel and you said to Kel, hey, let me holler at you?
Not if you put no knot on my head.
This is before he put the knot on your head.
She said before you got your head knocked off.
I'll ask a better question.
I sustain the question, sir.
Do you recall speaking to Kel before he put the knot on your head at Cascade skating ring?
I guess.
I need to know, yes, you remember, no, you don't remember, or you don't remember.
If you saying this what I told Thorpe,
he said he guessed.
That's what I probably told him.
Did she not see the shirt?
Do you remember speaking to Show Kel? Period. at Cascade Skating Rink?
We ain't no speak. We wasn't on speaking term.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that at the Cascade Skating Ring, you and Kel were standing right there and y'all talked about everything that you had against each other?
Uh-oh. This is interesting.
If I was somewhere around Shell Kill, I don't think we would be talking.
Oh, so y'all see he done made about 3, 4, 5 threats. Or basically saying, hey, if I was around that man, he wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking. That's wild that, you know, that he's becoming more bolder to, you know, just to say stuff like this. I mean, and who knows, these people might be still on the street listening to this type of stuff.
Did you also tell Detective Thorpe that as we talked, we like said it was over? So it was like, we're over, we ain't beefing no more. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about that conversation you had with Shell Cal?
I guess
it's not responsive. Do you recall or not recall telling Detective Thorpe that?
I told Detective Thorpe whatever he said, I told him.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that on that same day at the Cascade Skating Ring, Kel wanted to speak with Thug?
Who?
Kel wanted to speak with Thug.
If I would have any chance to be around Shell Kill at any point, I would not been talking to him.
I understand what you're saying today. I'm asking you what you told Detective Thorpe.
And I told you that if I told Detective Thorpe anything, and he said I said it, then I probably did.
So did you also tell Detective Thorpe
he's standing on business
that you then called Thug on FaceTime for Kel and Thug to speak with each other?
When he checked my phone record, did he see that call?
I'm asking you, did you tell Detective Thorpe that on the Sunday at Cascade Skating Ring that you got Thug on FaceTime so Kel and Thug could speak? Yes or no?
If Detective Thorpe said I told him that, I told him that.
Okay. Do you remember that happening?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember me and Shell Kelly ain't gonna talk.
All right. And then do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, so him and Thug talked, and whatever was said with that, I don't know?
I probably told Detective Thorpe that.
And again, that was in your January 11, 2015 interview.
I guess.
Anything else I need to add to the shirt? Do I got them all down? I guess. I probably did.
Now, did you also tell Detective Thorpe about a shooting that occurred at a gambling house in Lakewood?
If that's what he said.
Do you recall a shooting at the gambling house in Lakewood? Do you recall a shooting at a gambling house in Lakewood?
No.
You do not?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11, 2015 interview that there was a shooting over in Lakewood and that it was Kel and he was standing on top of a roof and shooting inside?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember telling him that or you don't remember telling him that?
When Detective Thorpe questioned me about what happened, I thought I was in there about 5 minutes. I thought I walked in and walked back out. So I don't.
Wait a minute. I know he ain't talking about when he was in there for 3 hours telling it all. Now he knew damn well there wasn't no 5 minutes.
I don't know what I don't told him.
He don't know what he told.
I can't remember what I don't told him.
We got the video, Woody.
So you say you don't remember telling him about what happened at?
But if he said that I told him that, I'm telling you right now, I told him that.
He didn't want to play
So
that
can you
tape.
start asking me what I supposed to told Detective Thorpe? Because I'm telling you now, if he said that I said anything about anything, I'm telling you, more likely I probably did.
Right.
Okay, so the thing is, he getting upset because she keep asking him. She not really asking him for an answer. She asking him basically so she can let the jury know that he said the stuff that she's asking about. Whether he respond or not, she just need the jury to hear it.
Well, I'm going to ask you about all the things that you talked to Detective Thorpe about.
See, she just explained it
Well, I'm
to him.
going to.
Anything, I'm telling you, more likely I probably did.
Great. Well, I'm going to ask you about all the things that you talked to Detective Thorpe about. Did you also tell Detective Thorpe about the Friday before Nutt was killed?
I guess.
I guess.
On the Friday that Nutt was killed, were you with the Friday evening before Nutt was killed?
No, you just said it earlier. Was I at the house? I said yes.
Talking about the Friday evening before Nutt was killed.
I can't recall.
She want to lock in.
I don't know what I don't told Detective Thorpe.
I'm asking you, whether you remember yourself.
No, when I think back about 2015, all I remember was getting a call saying that Nutt was killed and I was responsible for it. And the only thing besides that is people showing up at my folks' houses. Details about what happened, all this stuff been blanked out my mind. Like, it been blanked out my mind.
All right. In that same January 11, 2000 interview, you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Thug and you were at DJ Drama's studio.
I probably did.
Do you remember telling him, or you don't recall telling him?
He mad.
I need to have it.
If Detective Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
And then after leaving the studio, that is when you went over to your girl's house, which would be Deshaun's house.
I guess.
What you mean? Y'all think he ready to snap? How many more days until he snap? I think they're gonna cross-examine tomorrow. Brian Steele. I think she's running out of questions.
Earlier I asked you about what time you left Deshaun's home.
Okay.
To go to your brother.
Y'all notice she running out of questions. Now she backtracking.
This house. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you left Deshaun's home around 5:00 p.m.?
I guess.
When you say you guess, I need to know, do you recall telling him that or you don't recall telling him that?
If he said I said it, I said it.
And is that true or is that not true that you left her home around 5:00?
If you notice something about me, I don't keep up with the time or the days. I just go with the flow.
So do you remember it being around 5:00 p.m. that you left Deshaun's house?
I don't know what time I left her house.
When you went to Mechanicsville, do you remember seeing anyone in Mechanicsville?
What you mean?
You said earlier that on the night before Nutt's murder, on the day of, you left Deshaun's house and you went to Mechanicsville. Do you remember seeing anyone when you went to Mechanicsville?
I don't remember if I seen anyone.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you went to the green store?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember telling him or you don't remember telling him? Or was that a lie?
Faces.
saying he's allowed to answer Nikki, force him to answer in the binary one or two ways.
Your Honor, his response are non-responsive to my question.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Thank you.
So do you remember telling him? You don't remember telling him?
At this point, I think she can bring in what she want to bring in because the judge is really, he's still batting for them. I mean, I can't say with a good frame of mind that he wants them to be found not guilty. I think he wants them guilty.
I remember telling him what?
That you went to the green store.
I probably did.
When you say you probably, I didn't know yes, no, or I don't recall.
Whatever Thorpe said I told him, I told him.
Okay.
Doug told him.
Do you remember telling him that you met with Little Rick at the green store?
I probably did.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
You can't do that.
Do you want me to?
Yes, sir, you may.
Yes, no, I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that while you were at the green store, you called Little D?
I guess.
Did you tell him? Did you not tell him, or you don't recall telling him that?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you recall telling him that he told you he was on Cleveland Avenue?
I guess.
Yes, no, or I don't recall.
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Now, when you got to Cleveland Avenue earlier today, you said that Little D and You're right.
I think she's oriented to time and place. I'm going to overrule your objection, sir.
Earlier today, you said that Little D and Shannon got into your vehicle. Do you recall saying that earlier today?
She see how she going backwards?
I think I did.
Okay. Back in January of 2015, did you ever tell Detective Thorpe? Your Honor, now I'm impeaching.
I'll
No impeachment when you don't answer the original foundation.
I'll rule the question, sir.
Did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you and Little D back on the morning of January 10th, 2015?
If he said I did, I did.
I'm asking you, did you? Because you're saying you're saying today, you're saying the truth, and back then.
To the commentary.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the vehicle with you?
I guess.
Back in 2015, you did not tell Detective Thorpe that Shannon was in the car with you.
Objection, asked and answered.
I sustain the question.
Yeah, we tired of this. Move on to something else.
In 2015,
Back in 2015.
did you tell Detective Thorpe that only Little D got into the car with you?
I guess.
Did you say that to Detective Thorpe?
If he said I did.
A new one for my shirt. If he said I did.
Back in 2015, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that Little D told you that Nutt just got killed?
Basis, sir.
Yep. Y'all notice how she jumping around? We went from 2015. Now she's asking questions about 2018. She's definitely like so unorganized.
2015.
Look, she 15. She had 15. Watch she can go to 18.
Then tell back in 2015, did you then tell Detective Thorpe that Little D told you that Nutt just got killed?
Basis, sir.
Your Honor, do we address this?
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
Confrontation clause as well.
Your Honor, we
Overrule, sir.
today you said that you and Little D never talked about the murder, correct?
Today I said whatever I told Thorpe in 2015, I was trying to get him out my face. So I do not know exactly what I have told him.
Today, do you have an independent memory of what happened on January 10th, 2015?
What you mean?
What you
Do
mean?
you have a memory outside of what you told Detective Thorpe about what happened on January 10th, 2015?
Basis, sir. I did, tell me the basis for your objection.
Believe question. He already gave.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
I'm gonna object to ask and answer your.
Overrule, sir.
Wait.
So today, do you have an independent knowledge of what happened on January 10th when you picked up Little D?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Today, without remembering what you told Detective Thorpe, what is your memory of your interaction with Little D on January 10th, 2015?
But I don't have a memory. What you mean? Like,
Okay.
I just know that I picked up Lil D and Shannon, and that's when I got a call saying that I supposed to did this and did that.
And in January 2015, you never told Detective Thorpe that you picked up Little D and Shannon.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. You might be playing. You right.
Earlier, I asked you if Moontook FaceTimed you. And did you say you did not recall if Moontook FaceTimed you?
I know he called me. I don't know if it was FaceTime regular. All I know was I remember what came out of his mouth.
And in 2015, in January of 2015, you told Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you.
I guess.
Right. That's Ned.
Do you
Sure.
remember telling Detective Thorpe that or no? Yeah, that's non-responsive. I guess it's non-responsive.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. You can answer the question, sir.
I need to know if you remember or if you do not remember.
If he said I said it, then I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
Overrule, sir.
That's not. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that he FaceTimed you?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
Oh, no, it's not.
Well,
Right.
It's not responsive, Mr. Steele. I'm gonna overrule your objection.
Do you recall?
I don't know what I told Detective. I don't remember what I told Detective. Whatever his name is.
Thorpe. God
Thank
damn
you.
it.
So you don't remember if you told Detective Thorpe that?
I sustain the question, Mr. Fulton.
How to which part?
Now, do you remember back in January 2015 giving Detective Thorpe Moontoon's phone number?
I guess.
I guess it's non-responsive.
That's not.
Overrule, sir.
I need you to respond.
The judge is bending over backwards to give us some help. But if that's his answer, that's his answer. She can't force him to say an answer she wants him to say.
Remember?
I don't remember nothing I told Detective Thorpe.
All right.
So that's my response to every question you about to ask me. If it have anything to do with me speaking with him. It wasn't in my right state of mind. I don't have a clue.
I don't have a clue.
Well, you got to bear with him. I have to ask you the question specifically. You just
Okay,
say,
you
I
can
don't
ask.
remember.
I just said.
Prosecutor. Is it not?
All right,
Mr. Steele,
argumentative.
overruled.
You can't argue with the witness.
Do you remember today what Moontoon's number was back then?
Back then when?
Back in 2015.
Damn.
I better know my phone number.
Even a judge jumped in. Back then when? Judge want to know what you talking about. Oh, that's funny.
Do you remember today what Moontoon's number was back then?
Back then when?
Back in 2015.
No, I better know my phone number now.
All right. Do you remember giving him the number 404-662-8935?
I guess.
I need to know, do you remember or you do not remember?
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember what kind of car that Muntu dropped you off in to take you to the police department on January 11, 2015?
I don't know. I don't know if he. I don't know. I don't know if he asked me. I don't remember what I told him.
You could tell.
Do you remember saying it was either bluish, grayish Malibu and it was rented?
Yeah.
You just saying yeah, just say yeah.
Yeah, you remember telling him that?
I guess.
Yes. I guess. Yes.
Now, what is the purpose? Because now we know he's saying yes just to say yes.
Earlier today, you said that you went down there because the police called you. Do you remember saying that?
You're repeating previous
Overruled, sir.
Do you remember saying that earlier today?
That's the only way I went down there.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, I was asking everybody, should I go down there, bro? Because I didn't do it. I didn't do it. You can look at my phone records, but I didn't do it.
Yes.
All right. Yes, you remember telling him that?
I guess.
If he said I said it, yes, I said it.
I need to know if you remember telling him that.
Yes. Now, I don't know why there's further questions.
She should be done
I'm
tomorrow.
overruling the objection, Mr. Sharp.
Because she definitely don't got nothing else to ask him about. She just talking in circles. I actually think she was done today. She even said last question.
Do you also recall telling Detective Thorpe that you also advised Muntu that he should come down and speak with the police?
Yes.
When you just said yes, you kind of shrugged your shoulders. Why did you do that?
Oh, what did he say? Cause my shoulders.
Sir.
They my shoulders.
Because you asked me questions.
Hold on, Mr. Overruled, sir.
Why did you just shrug your shoulder?
Because they my shoulders.
Okay.
Okay. Told her ass just right. Oh my God.
Was Kel the only person that you had problems with back in 2015?
I'll stand this before.
Let me ask you, did you have any issues with Nutt in 2015? Why'd you chuckle?
Huh?
I asked you if you had any issues with Nutt, and then you said, and you chuckled. Why?
Because he can.
Question posed. Can I ask another question? It's my objection.
Overruled, sir. Overruled. I'm going to overrule it, okay, for the time being.
It's against the original question.
Sir, I've overruled your objection, okay?
So I'll ask you first, why did you chuckle when I asked the question?
See, right, why does it matter? How is this a relevant question?
I don't know.
Okay. So did you have an issue with Nutt back in 2015?
I don't think I did.
All right. And did you tell the police that the only person you had a problem with was Kel?
Yes.
Now, after the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you try to call Bloody J?
Who the hell is that?
That what I said?
I'm asking you, what do you remember?
I guess.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
What I'm trying to call Bloody J for?
Okay. So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
But what would I need to talk to him for?
So do you not remember calling Bloody J?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe in that same January 11th interview that you called Bloody J on the phone?
Yes.
So why would you want to call Bloody J?
You need to tell me.
I'm not you, so why
I'm
would
saying,
you
you
want?
know what I supposed to say?
I'm asking you now.
I don't know. I don't have a clue. Why would I want to call him?
Did you attempt to call anyone else the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered to tell them that you did not kill Donovan Thomas?
Say that again?
On January 10th, 2015, did you attempt to call?
So how is this helping her? It's almost like she want to prove that he didn't kill Donovan Thomas. It's almost because that question. So my thing is, who did? What's she trying to prove? Let me go back.
That you did not kill Donovan Thomas.
Say that again?
On January 10th, 2015, did you attempt to call anyone who was affiliated with If Gang so that you can tell them that you did not kill Donovan?
I ain't doing no calling nobody.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe first that you tried to call Bloody J and that there was someone else that you could call, but it's no use?
Yes.
Anybody else know where she going with this?
Now,
let me ask her again. Let me rephrase it. Do she know where she going with this? Thank you, Erica. Hell no. She don't know. Not at all.
course indulgence for one moment.
I was trying
I didn't hear you.
I said course indulgence for one moment.
Huh? She done me?
I was trying on a shirt and two shirts in a fitting room, and then the lady said, "Do they work
Do
for
you
you?"
recall Detective Thorpe asking you about an Infinity car on January?
Hey, yeah. The lady said, "Do the shirts? Do they work for you?" The first shirt was a nah. The second shirt was a hell no. Hell no, she don't know what she's talking about.
February 11, 2015.
I guess.
Do you remember him asking you, or you don't remember he asked you?
When this is what I remember from talking to Detective Thorpe.
What you remember?
I walked in the homicide building.
Okay.
He said, "Hey man, I still got a bite on the street. You came in here? I don't think you did it." That's how they went to me. So you asked me these questions. I don't remember having a conversation with him, so I ain't saying I didn't. If you saying he said I did have this conversation with him, then I did. But I don't remember him. I don't remember these.
And it's
so I don't know what I don't told him. But I just know that I thought he let me walk right back out the door. I don't remember being in there no more than 5 minutes.
And if you don't remember
But as we know, and some people may not know, I'm gonna tell y'all, police are legally allowed to lie to you. So don't be surprised if they lie, and then you go to court and say, "Well, he lied. He tricked me into confessing." Too bad they still can use it against you.
that's all you have to say is you don't remember.
I keep telling you I don't remember.
And I have to ask you specific questions. So if you don't remember,
how's she gonna tell him that's all you have to say?
Mr. Steele, I need to see an objection, not commentary, okay? So, no, that's not, that's, I'm overruling objection, sir.
Anybody else notice the judge still mad at Steele, but still getting more bold since he just won his Supreme Court appeal bond?
Prosecutor just said, I need you to say you don't recall.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You thinking Nutt, he could have done it. I was thinking he was hesitating because he don't want to lie under oath because he knew he already said it under oath that he killed him on Monday. And now he's saying he don't. Miss Weaver, she over it. Y'all see how she threw them headphones down? She ready to go. Miss Weaver ready to court reporter. She over all this shit. She said they ain't talking about nothing. I heard he confessed and they didn't. Yeah, they didn't.
Mr. Short, I'm over your objection. That's not what the prosecutor asked, okay? So, all right. You can continue, madam.
Do you remember or do you not remember if Detective Thorpe actually?
I don't remember.
All right.
Oh.
Do you remember Detective Thorpe asking you if you've ever been stopped in an infinity before?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember
Sure.
Detective Thorpe asking you if you had ever been stopped in an infinity before?
Sure.
Can be oriented to the date of this meeting?
Sure.
We're talking about the same January 11, 2015 interview.
I don't know what mean. Whatever you told me to say, I don't know. I don't.
Wait. What did he say?
Do you remember?
Wait. What did he say?
I don't. Whatever you told me to say.
Wait. What did he mean? Whatever you told me to say? Did he mean however she told him to answer, or whatever she told him to say on yesterday?
Sure. Can we be oriented to the date of this meeting?
Sure.
We're talking about the same January 11, 2015 interview.
I don't know what mean. Whatever you told me to say, I don't know. I don't.
Do you remember?
What?
Back on January 10, 2015, any cars following you home the night that Donovan Thomas was killed?
Can you say it again?
Sure. On the night that Donovan Thomas was killed, do you recall any cars following you home, specifically following you into Carver Homes?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you were heading into Carver Home and you saw a little red Camaro following you inside of the apartment complex?
I probably did.
I need to know, do you remember or do you not remember?
I told you already. I don't remember. You keep asking me.
So if you don't remember, just say you do not remember.
Okay.
Can't delegate the court's this time.
Well, then, Your Honor, I'll ask.
I'll sustain the question. I'll sustain the you.
Now he sustained
Right,
it. See, earlier when Steele objected, he said he overruled him. Now the judge is saying, okay, I'll sustain it. Yeah, because you can't direct the witness how to answer. Like he said, whatever you told me to say. That's why she mad. He not following the script.
You can instruct Mr. Copeland if he does not remember, just to say he does not remember.
No.
Mr. Copeland, just answer the question. To the best
That boy.
okay?
I thought I did, Judge.
That boy will.
I told her I don't remember no conversation I had with. She trying to cross me up. She trying to say this and that. When I don't told her I don't tell the police anything they wanted to hear for them to. And she keep asking me over and over.
You're gonna have to answer the question, sir. Okay?
So is your entire interview with Detective Thorpe a lie?
Huh?
Was your entire interview with Detective Thorpe a lie?
I don't know. I can't tell you what I told him. You got to tell me what I told him.
Okay. So we're going to keep on going.
Please do.
But I don't, when you tell me what I told him, I'm telling you now, I probably did tell him that. I'm telling you, I told him that.
Okay. Well,
So,
but you have to tell me which ones are lies and which ones.
You're correct, sir. Mr. Copeland, do you have something else you want to add to that response?
I can't remember.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
I can't remember
No,
what I had
Judge.
to say.
Do you want me to repeat your response up until that point in time?
You got to tell me what was
Okay,
said.
hold on just a second. We can help you out with that.
Why, Judge? Why? Why? The judge is trying to have something to do. I mean, they really ain't got. It seems like they really don't have any. She should be building on top of something. I don't see her building. If anything, you see, if anything, she's putting down his credibility. Just quit coughing in the damn mic. You know he don't like coughing. Look how he did his face. He did. Oh my God. Look, Woody. Also, Woody must be. What's it called when people don't like germs? Cause watch his face when the judge cough, and then watch his face when the judge blow his damn nose right in the mic.
I'm sorry.
When you told me now, I probably did tell him that. I didn't tell him that I told him that, so.
Can you say that again?
She said, was your entire interview with Thorpe a lie? He said, I can't tell you what I told him. You gotta tell me what I told him.
Right.
And so we'll keep going.
Y'all didn't need to repeat this mess back.
And then he said, well, you told him now, I probably did tell him that. I am telling you I told him that, so.
He didn't say none of substance. That's a waste of
Tell me
time.
which ones are lies. He interrupted.
Right. Hey, shouldn't repeat back.
So how I supposed to tell you which one is a lie if I don't know, if I can't remember what I told him? I can't say this is a lie, and then you try to say, well, you say this right here. I don't know. I don't know what I told him.
Back in 2015, did you tell Detective Thorpe in the same January 11th interview that you get blamed for everything and that your name comes up in everything?
Yes.
Not trifling. He's trifling, all right, in more ways than one. Oh, Erica, that's funny. Oh, he ain't gonna let me go to Atlanta. I want to go sit in the courtroom. Oh my
Back
God.
in January of 2015, did they shoot at your at Deshaun's mother's home the night of the murder?
None.
I don't know if it was the same night, but at one point it was.
And did that shooting prompt you to go speak with Detective Thorpe on the morning of January 11, 2015?
They called me. I think that's how he was able to get my phone number. But I can't recall if it was or not.
Were you scared because they were shooting up your family's house back on January 10, 2015?
What you mean?
Mr. Sharp.
I object to the pronoun they. I would ask for specificity.
So vague? Vague? Is your objection vague? All right, I'll sustain that.
Were you afraid because your girlfriend's mother's house was being shot up?
What you mean?
Were you afraid because people in your family's homes were being shot up back in January 2015? Were you afraid because people's homes were being shot up?
You asking me, was I afraid, or what did I tell the police I was afraid?
I'm asking you now, were you afraid?
Damn so right. You ain't never lied.
I was afraid for the people who was in the house.
I wanted to go as a citizen.
And do you know who all was in the house? You shook your head. Is that a no for the record?
No.
Okay.
I don't remember who was in the house.
Now, in that interview, did you give Detective Thorpe the reason why you thought Kel was beefing with you?
I probably did. I don't remember. Which one I supposed to say it?
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that this is all about you not being down with it no more and being down with the gang anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recall telling him that it's also because they now think that you're with Thug and that you're claiming YSL?
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling him that?
I guess. If that's what he said, I said.
Do you recall or do you not recall to tell Detective Thorpe that?
I don't know what I done told this man.
Okay.
Your ass no.
So, sitting here now, was the beef because you were no longer down with them and you were down with YSL?
He already answered that.
Yes, I guess.
Is it yes or you guess?
If that's what he said,
I'm asking you right now today.
I don't know.
All right.
Now, during this interview, do you recall giving Detective Thorpe your Instagram page?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the Instagram page that you gave him?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it Woody 372?
Yes.
Okay. And 372, does that refer to,
I stand the question.
what is 372?
Numbers.
Numbers.
And does that number specify something specific?
They next are gonna be asking what is 313.
I believe it has. I'm gonna stand the objection.
Does the 372 correspond to the letters of DRC on the phone pad?
It could.
Another quote.
I gotta look at the phone pad. How do you look at the phone pad to tell?
You don't know.
And is Woody 372 the same Instagram account that I asked you about over the course of the last few days?
I guess.
So was that your Instagram account back in 2015?
My Instagram account is Woody vs. Woody.
I asked back in
From
2000.
back then, I think my Instagram account is the same account as it is today.
Let's see if it's
Woody vs. Woody. I'm not 100% sure. I done did so much time away from society. You asked me about something I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. A lot of this stuff you talking about, like, I've been through too much to be trying to remember certain stuff or these questions you asking me. Like, you discombobulated me up here. Like,
discombobulate.
You want me to lie? You want me to tell the truth? I can't tell you the truth. If you
She said, I want you to do both. only lie about the stuff we talked about in our secret meeting. But if you lie about killing Nutt, then I'm gonna prosecute you for perjury. Oh my God.
Yeah, you want? I don't know. I don't know how to answer these questions. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what y'all got going on. Like, for real. Like, you asked me about 2015, what somebody said to the investigators. You know how many investigators tried to question me about this?
Yes, and we're going to talk about a few of them. So do you recall your Instagram being Woody372?
I don't recall.
Bless you.
Yeah, it ain't that many rustling pages in Georgia and the whole state of Texas. If you ain't got no question, you ain't got no question. She flipping and flopping. I agree with
Course indulgence.
the course. No more, no more court. Tell her to go on. Somebody said that. Who said that? The judge want her to move on. Judge ready to go home and play with his damn dog, and she over here playing. Yeah, I think we're gonna get crossed tomorrow. She ain't got nothing else.
Now, Mr. Copeland. Did you speak with Detective Thorpe about your concerns that people from If Gang wanted to kill you and Thug?
Yes.
She only saying Thug.
Do you recall why people wanted to kill you and Thug?
Why not the other
Yes.
defendants?
Okay. Why was that?
Why was what?
Why did people want to kill you and Thug?
Oh. I said that?
Do you recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
I don't know what I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you heard about a meeting in which an individual named Mo, who was down the road, conducted?
Yes.
And that during the course of that meeting,
I'll sustain the objection.
what do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about your understanding of this meeting with Mo and other members of If Gang?
I don't remember.
Hold on, wait, Mr. Copeland. Basis.
Over hearsay. We need to ask about his present testimony.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay?
Okay, can I rephrase? No foundation for the prior statements. Please ask.
I'll sustain that one. I'll sustain that.
What was your understanding of a meeting with Mo
Same question.
back in 2015 regarding you and Thug?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe.
Objection on a non-responsive answer.
I'll sustain the objection.
You need to respond.
Mr. Copeland, you have to answer the question.
He
okay?
said he don't know.
Not responsive to.
How could I answer the question? I don't know.
He just said he don't know.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Objection on a non-responsive answer.
That's an answer to a question when somebody asks you something I don't know.
Sustain the objection.
You need to respond.
Mr. Copeland, you have to answer the question, okay? It's not responsive to.
How could I answer the question to something I don't know?
Miss Hilton's gonna. Well, actually, just repeat the question, Miss Weaver.
So right, the
What
long
was
time.
your understanding of the meeting with Mo back in 2015 regarding you and Mo?
I don't know nothing about no meeting. I don't know nothing about no meeting.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about this meeting with Mo and that he was supposed to kill you and the young thug?
Miss Weaver show was doing a lot of smiling at him. She probably ready to risk it all.
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I'm saying yes to your question because you saying something I said to Detective Thorpe. So I'm saying yes to everything you saying, but I don't know nothing about where I supposed to told Detective Thorpe. So you trying to, I don't know what y'all trying to do. Like,
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you called other people to confirm whether or not this meeting occurred?
I don't know what I told Detective Thorpe. I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. I told you, I thought that once he questioned me, once I came down there, he said, well, it was, you came, you free to go. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
So you don't remember the interview at all? Or what you said during the interview?
Your Honor.
Yeah.
Specificity about what interview.
I didn't, did you say that?
I'd ask for specificity about what interview.
So what's your objection, sir?
Okay.
I sustain the objection.
We can move on, Your Honor.
Please.
All right, madam.
Did you have any issues with Nutt?
With who?
With Nutt.
What you mean?
What you mean?
Did you have any problems with Nutt?
I wouldn't hope not.
You would hope not.
Do you recall, you say you hope not. Do you recall sitting here today if you had any issues with Nutt?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you did not have any issues with Nutt? And matter of fact, that you and Nutt would see each other and dap each other up?
Yes.
So what is she proving by that? That he didn't kill Nutt? He liked Nutt? They were cool?
Did you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nutt was somebody that you could talk to?
Don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Do you remember?
I don't know if yes, I said it to him. I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about the last conversation that you had with Nutt?
I had a conversation with Nutt.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about a conversation that you had with Nutt?
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that when you saw Nutt, he just told you to chill out and you told him.
Hold on, Mr. Steele's objection. Hearsay? I sustain it. Oh, are you repeating what? Where's that coming from, madam?
Your Honor, it's going to be effective on the listener. It's going to be what his response was.
I'll overrule the objection.
And that you told Nutt, I'm just trying to get some money.
Was I supposed to say it to the police?
You told the police
Yes, I said it.
that was your last conversation with Nutt.
I guess, yes. I don't know.
When you say you don't know, what do you mean?
I don't remember what I told any police. I do not remember what I have told them.
And at this point, do you understand that I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you remember and what did you know?
You lost me.
I sustain the questions to the forum.
She don't have nothing, I'm telling y'all. She really just fishing with no bait.
Do you recall being concerned that it was a whole gang after you?
No bait, no hood.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
You said it again?
Do you recall in 2015 being concerned that there was a whole gang after you?
You said, did I tell it to the police, or you asked me, was I?
I'm asking you, were you concerned that there was a whole gang?
Not even a little bit.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe, and now these niggas show up at my girl's mama's house, and it's the whole gang. It's the whole clique. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that put fear in my heart. Now I have to watch everywhere I go. I have to watch out. It ain't nothing I can do about it. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I ain't never killed. I ain't never try to fight him. I ain't never try to rob him. I have never done nothing to Nutt. Do you recall telling the police that?
I guess. I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, she fishing without a fishing pole.
Now, do you know back in 2015 who was beefing with Nutt?
How I supposed to know that?
Do you recall being asked about that in the January 11, 2015 interview?
I don't remember no. Well, I don't remember no. I don't remember. I don't know what. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't remember?
Whatever the detective said, I told him. That's what I told him.
I want to go back to the gambling house for a moment. Do you remember at the gambling house whether or not vehicles were shot up at the gambling house?
What gambling house?
The gambling house in Lakewood.
What about it?
Do you remember earlier talking about a shooting at that gambling house?
Was I there?
Do you recall telling detective that you were on this January 11, 2015 interview that you were present at the gambling house when Kel shot up the gambling house?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know if you were there, or you don't know if you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't know. I don't recall nothing about the gambling house.
Do you remember in the January 11, 2015 interview telling Detective Thorpe that he shot everybody's car up, you know what I'm saying? But didn't nobody know it was him, and then he got into it with his girl, and she came back and said it was him?
I guess.
You guess, meaning you don't remember if that's what you told Detective Thorpe?
I don't remember nothing I told the police.
And then, do you recall to tell Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window that got shot up?
Probably so.
Probably. Or do you remember telling the...
Do you have an objection?
He answered the question.
You're right, it's not...
It's redundant at this point. It's cumulative.
No. What's the basis for your objection?
A proper question from a litigant.
I'm gonna
Court, if you don't think it was asked correctly.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
I'm gonna be asking that.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Do you remember if Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
Is this what I told the police?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I don't remember nothing about the gambling house.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Thug wanted Kel to pay for his window?
I do not remember what I done told the police. I just know.
And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Thug said you were going to pay for the window?
I guess.
Does I guess mean you remember telling Detective Thorpe, or you don't remember telling Detective
I don't have a. My whole thing with talking to the Detective Thorpe was to get him out my face.
So did you tell things to Detective Thorpe that was a lie to get him out of your face?
I don't know. That's a trick question.
It's whatever honest question answer that you want to give.
Well, I told the detective whatever came to my head to try to get up out of there.
And was whatever came to your head the truth about what happened or not the truth about what happened?
I don't remember what I told him. So I can't say if it was a truth or a lie. I don't remember what I said to the investigator, but I know I don't recall a lot of these things that you're saying. I don't remember.
You don't know,
Was
woman.
Nutt in a game?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that Nutt?
I didn't know Nutt personally.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Nutt was the big dog, but they big dog, but it ain't they big dog, but he's not over the whole gang, but he's a big dog.
I guess.
I guess. Meaning,
I don't remember.
All right.
Do anybody see her approving Rico right now?
Did you and Nutt ever talk about Kel and your issues with Kel?
I don't think me and Nutt would have been talking.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you and Nutt have talked about Kel?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what. No, I guess I don't.
So do you remember?
If Thorpe said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
No, I don't remember. I told you that when Detective Thorpe called me down there and tried to question me, I felt like I walked in and walked right back out. I don't remember sitting down talking to him.
Rico ain't even in the room. Rico done left the stage. She just fumbling through her papers.
Now, during the course of this interview, do you remember if they came in and swabbed you for gunshot residue?
I don't think so. I think I just remember. I remember he was laughing like, "Dang man, the guy ain't even dead long, and everybody already saying you did it." I'm like, I don't know why, and I thought he let me go. I don't remember if they did. I don't remember anything further than I showed him my face and he let me go. So I don't know what. I don't remember what took place that day. To say facts.
As the interview progressed, do you recall giving more details about the night of the murder to Detective Thorpe?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. That's the
I don't
guy.
understand what you asked.
That's a nickname.
Let me just ask you this. On the night of the murder, do you remember if Deshaun went to the movies on the night of the murder?
Oh, here we go.
So much going on. I can't. So much was going on. I was all over the place. I don't remember. I can't say what. I can't answer those questions because if I tried to, I'd be lying. I wouldn't. I can't really say.
I understand. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun had went to the movies and at some point you had given her your brother's car to drive?
I probably did.
Now, earlier I asked you about a Camaro following you inside of your apartment complex the night that Nutt was killed. You said, do you remember that occurring?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you turned into Carver Homes off of Pryor Road?
I don't know.
And you saw a Camaro and it was flying behind you?
Oh, excuse me.
You see, got more manners than a judge.
I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe again.
And that when you turned left, the Camaro went straight, and instead of going to the front door, you went around to the gate?
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember?
If he said I said it, I said it.
Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember having a conversation with him. I don't remember what I was telling him when he questioned me.
So the gate card was to Deshaun's apartment, and you were clicking it, and you couldn't go, so you went around front.
I guess.
Do you remember telling him that, or you don't remember telling him that?
I don't remember.
And that you had your brother to call the police. Do you remember telling him that?
I had my brother to call the police?
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that?
I wouldn't know why my brother would be calling the police, but I don't remember if I said that to him. But if he said I said, I probably did.
Do you remember or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
And so you also, do you remember telling him that you saw the Camaro fly to the stop sign and it was going so fast that it missed it, but they turned and left behind? And when they turned left, I was in front of them.
Thank you.
You remember
Yvette.
telling him about
I said the same
the
thing.
red Camaro doing that?
If a red Camaro followed me and I noticed it, I wasn't gonna let it. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Hey, Ms. Hilton, before we posit more questions, I'm having a good authority. We need to take a comfort break, okay?
The judge is sick
ladies and
of it.
gentlemen, given it's so close to the lunchtime hour, how about we just have you come back for 1 o'clock, and then we'll see where the afternoon leads us, okay? All right. All rise.
I think the judge is sick of her. Because it got to a point where she wasn't going nowhere. You know, you try to give somebody time to make a point, and they keep going and going, and you never see the point. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Before we go ahead and break for lunch, Mr. Sharp, you can make your motion, and Mr. Matthews, you can make your motion. And I take it that you are making this on the basis of the
Oh, yeah, they done it with every
testimony
witness.
as to January the 11th of 2015 in regards to the mentioning of your clients. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just for the record, it's my objection and my basis for the mistrial is both constitutional Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, which
You're talking about pre-arrest silence?
well, I was going to get to that. There's the constitutional right to remain silent, but also the statutory Georgia
Constitutional privilege? Okay.
well, also the pre-arrest silence,
All right.
statutory. And Your Honor, we believe that those questions brought attention to my client's my client exercising those rights, and it was an inappropriate question, and we moved for a mistrial based on the comment on my client's silence.
All right. Ms. Hilton, do you wish to respond to that, and then I'll move on to Mr. Matthews?
You can't comment on nobody right to remain.
You was individually, Your Honor?
Yeah. Yeah.
As relates to Mr. Stillwell, at the time that I'm questioning
Mr. Copeland.
Mr. Copeland, at the time of January 11, 2015, at that time, Mr. Stillwell was not a suspect in this case, so would not be counted as opposed to be assignment. Additionally, looking at Jenkins v. State.
That last thing, is it Dinkins, you said v. State?
Dinkins v. State, which is 295 Georgia Ave 280.
Oh, Miss Love finna talk. We ain't seen Miss
There's a lot
Love.
of wear and tear, but everybody's got to rise above and.
Hold on.
Going on.
Okay.
Changing the story.
I didn't know that.
Stella has ever threatened Mr. Copeland or Mr. Copeland is in any way. No evidence. But the argument that, he's changing the story.
Look like they finna get
because
into
he's
it.
in front of Mr. Stillwell. Not only is there no evidence that Mr. Stillwell has ever threatened Mr. Copeland or Mr. Copeland is in any way scared of Mr. Stillwell, or any of these other gentlemen, but also the fact that it was disclosed yesterday to the state with none of these gentlemen present undermines their argument that that's the reason for asking that question.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I'm still going to deny your motion for mistrial, and I'll note that you asked, as I said before, that you posited for the next
All right,
question.
get him still. Get him still.
All right,
Here we go.
Mr.
Still.
Matthews Senior.
Your Honor, as it relates to Mr. Marquavius.
Now, one thing about Matthew Sr., ain't he so professional?
Our motion for mistrials based upon the sworn testimony that has already come out from Mr. Copeland on yesterday. Mr. Copeland stated that he had met Mr. Huey in 2021. He had indicated that he had met him in 2015, didn't know him in 2015 or anything of that nature. So it's a bad question that was asked in terms of whether or not Quay was there back in 2015. So that's the first point. He did not know Mr. Huey in 2015. Secondly, Your Honor, that places it's a bad faith question. It places Mr. Huey's character in issue, and there's no basis. There's just no basis for that question to be asked. And because of those reasons, Your Honor, we would respectfully ask this court to grant a mistrial as it relates to Mr. Huey based upon those natures. There's just no good basis for that question to be asked. When the witness had testified on yesterday, not to be repetitive, but he testified yesterday, he didn't know my guy in 2015. Right. So how could he have been there in 2015, or did he show up there at the interview with Detective Thorpe in January of 2015?
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Hilton.
Your Honor, the question was a good faith basis. If you can recall, yesterday the state asked Mr. Copeland if he knew a number of these defendants. And so what the state did in order to perfect what occurred is asked about every single defendant that Mr. Copeland said he knew in this courtroom, regardless of time. So that the jurors knew that none of these individuals were present with him at the time. Now, if Mr. Matthews wants to argue at closing argument that was the state should have asked that because Mr. Huey, he didn't know him, then that's a question for argument, but not a question for a mistrial.
Cross-examination. You gotta wait that long.
I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Matthews, and I'll also note on your behalf, on your client's behalf, Mr. Huey, that you have paused the next question before, made another motion before we pause the next question.
And one more thing just to add to the record, Your Honor. And while I knew that the answer was no, the jury did not. And so we had to pose that question. And there's the one additional thing I want to put on the record after the close of this hearing, Your Honor.
Y'all heard her? She said after the close of this hearing. Hold on. You mean the end of the day or after? We don't do no back room mess.
The close of this hearing, Your Honor. And there's the one additional thing I want to put on the record after the close of this hearing, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else in regards to mistrial? All right. Ms. Hilton, what else?
Your Honor, as Mr. Shard just disclosed, the state turned over yesterday
the transcript,
an email to all defense counsel regarding our interaction with Mr. Copeland on yesterday in the afternoon. I know Mr. Shard just said that, you know, he was a sworn witness and we were speaking with him in a room without any of the defendants present. The statement from Mr. Copeland was a sua sponte question to us or response to us as we were talking in the room yesterday, and that is why we immediately disclosed that information to defense counsel. But in addition to what we disclosed yesterday, Your Honor, the state also disclosed on Thursday, June 6th, as well as on Monday, June 10th, some additional information that Mr. Copeland has disclosed to us over the last few days. And so we have a copy of that email. We want to put it in the record, Your Honor. And we're going to mark it 400 Yankee.
All right. Okay.
So from my understanding, it seems as if the prosecution met with Woody yesterday, I guess after court. And the attorneys want to know what all was said. Because if he says something that contradicts his testimony today, then they can use that against him when it's their time to cross-examine him. But what she's saying is, you know, we sent them an email, everything we talked about. So just trust us. We didn't talk about nothing that's not in our email. And I'm sure the lawyers are like, we don't trust y'all to send us an email and tell me what y'all talked about. Y'all were just caught on Monday in a secret meeting. So why would we trust the email, believing what y'all say that y'all only talked about certain things?
All right, councilors, enjoy your, sorry.
I would like the court to look into the appropriateness. Mr. Copeland, to my observations around your courtroom, outside your courtroom on breaks, is surrounded by several members of law enforcement with the district attorney's office and prosecutors, potentially other persons.
Oh.
I don't know why a sitting witness under oath is in a room with prosecutors during breaks, mornings, afternoons. It's totally inappropriate. There are people who are in your court's door. There's a double door where the court sits to its right that aligns with the witness chair. And I noticed people standing there in law enforcement while Mr. Copeland is testifying. He's making eye contact with them. I don't know.
You think, are they saying that Woody's being intimidated by his handlers, or is he under witness protection?
They're his brother. My point to you is this: what gives law enforcement while Mr. Copeland is testifying? He's making eye contact with them. I don't know if they're his brother. My point to you is this: what gives anybody the right to surround a witness? He's not in custody. And bring a witness. I'm sure Mr. Copeland didn't say to the prosecutors, I don't know this, Your Honor, so if you think I'm wrong, then just strike it from your memory. But I'm sure he didn't say, hey, you guys want to hang out in this room a little while? So I believe that he is being led on a tether by the prosecutors, and it is coercion.
Wow.
It is inappropriate. And why would anybody not be recording everything he said?
Right.
And why do I have to get it in drips and drabs?
You see what Woody, what he just asked? Why would they not record it after what we went through on Monday? You know, right now we don't trust y'all. So anytime y'all meet with Woody, it's always best just to record it, because now we know y'all playing dirty. So still got a valid question. Why wouldn't y'all record y'all meeting after court yesterday when y'all already know y'all been playing dirty since Monday? Y'all got caught playing dirty.
Why would anybody not be recording everything he said? And why do I have to get it in drips and drabs? So I am objecting to the tactics of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and whomever else they may have employed with a citizen, regardless of what the court may think of him or the prosecutors think of him.
I don't have any thoughts, so please don't put that in.
Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, because you was in the room with him on Monday. So don't backtrack now. Talking about he don't got any thoughts. Boy, come on, have a seat. And this is my first time listening to this. I ain't hear none of this part, so I'm just stopping into going with it.
Citizen, regardless of what the court may think of him or the prosecutors think of him.
I don't have any thoughts, so please don't put that in. Please don't put that in in the ether. Okay, but that's what you just said, sir.
Ether is clear. The court wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. So why is it happening?
Brian, hold on. What you mean the court wouldn't do it? Brian, keep your foot on their neck. The court would go low. The court went low with sneaking a meeting. What you mean the court wouldn't do it? Brian, come on.
Ether is clear. The court wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. So why is it happening?
I have no interest other than I'm a referee.
Well, you're the referee who spoke with the witness without my presence.
We're not gonna get it.
Oh, y'all see? You're the referee who was spoken with the witness without my presence. Okay. Let me know still. Don't back down now. Stay on his ass.
Happening.
I have no interest other than I'm a referee.
Well, you're the referee who spoke with the witness without my presence.
Mr. Steele, we're not gonna get into that right now.
Well, my point is, how is he being treated here? And why don't I have all this? And why is this going on? What an unfair trial for Mr. Williams.
Wow.
Think about it. If you were accused, Your Honor, And the judge met with this witness, with the prosecutor, and you sat next to me and Mr. Adams, you would say to us, what kind of case is this? Now he's being surrounded with all this law enforcement. My point is,
Your Honor, we're going to object that this.
I'm not going to be interrupted.
Mr. Steele, hold on. No, but you're, Mr. Steele? Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. What?
Okay.
I want to finish. I'm making a record for the court to understand.
Well, Mr. Steele.
I've never been interrupted in a court except for this one. You allow.
Well, you know, but the challenges in this point in time is that some of the things that you have said at certain points in time are not appropriate.
It's not true.
It's not appropriate that he calling you out on your BS, that you corrupt and crooked and lopsided as that head of yours.
Well, you know, but the challenges in this point in time is that some of the things that you have said at certain points in time are not appropriate.
It's not true.
Okay, well that's the court's.
Court is wrong.
Well, you know, you have everybody has an opinion, and it can certainly be reviewed at the appropriate time. But finish up so you can go ahead and make your record.
He never tell the state to finish up. Y'all notice that? Talking about finish up. And he said he's not gonna be interrupted no more about the prosecutor or the judge. He said the state is wrong, and obviously he's not scared of going to jail no more. He got the Supreme Court on his side. And to be clear, he wasn't scared of going to jail in the first place. He was going to share a cell with Young Thug.
Has an opinion, and it can certainly be reviewed at the appropriate time. But finish up so you can go ahead and make your record.
Prosecutor or anyone. This is a record. This is important.
Okay, but it's your allegation and assertion, sir. Okay, so. Well, we don't know that. We don't know whether or not they're true.
What's going on? Every time Mr. Copeland comes in the courtroom or out of court, he's escorted by a DA's office investigator. You see that? This court is observant. You're not just sitting there in a cloud. You see exactly what's going on. You hear the prosecutor tell you, we were in a room with Mr. Copeland, and he said, why?
Okay.
Why do I have to bring it up? You should be bringing it up. This is crazy.
Crazy.
This is like communist Russia. Mr. Williams is having the worst trial.
Wait, did he say this is like Russia? Oh, damn, Judge.
Okay.
Why do I have to bring it up? You should be bringing it up. This is crazy. This is like communist Russia. Mr. Williams is having the worst trial. So I'm moving again to stop intimidating the witness by the prosecution, leave people alone, and stop accusing. You've allowed the prosecutor Love to accuse me of misconduct.
Oh, but you've also accused her of hold on. You have accused her of misconduct as well. And remember what I told you about your professional response. Remember what I told you about your. And she's gonna take me down as opposed to you. So when I start talking, stop talking, please. Okay? I'll let you complete your record.
No, you're
okay?
not letting him complete his record.
Already talking. I got it.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll start talking. Stop talking, please. Okay. I'll let you complete your record. Okay.
I understand the one already talking. I got it.
All right. Okay. All right. So I told you, several times before. I told you and your colleagues. Remember your professional responsibility. And let's not make this an ad hominem issue.
Can somebody please remind the judge to remember his professional responsibility? What the hell is he talking about?
I don't believe that either one of you are trying to do anything that would subvert your ability to practice law. So, but.
You are.
Love has intentionally lied to the court numerous cases.
Hold on. Let him finish. See, this is Mr. Steele. This is exactly what I'm saying. You cannot. It is not a good idea to state that your brethren across the bar are lying, okay?
Brethren? Wait, she a woman. I know he's not trying to call Miss Love like they say in Texas, a bulldagger. Judge, come on now.
It's saying you cannot. It is not a good idea to state that your brethren across the bar are lying, okay? At any time or any way.
I don't like doing
Okay, but don't. So don't. But don't because you don't have any proof.
I know the
if you have proof of it, then if you have proof, there's a mechanism in law.
And to be clear, I ain't got nothing against bull daggers. Y'all be out here marching and shit, and I ain't got time for it.
And under the rules, for you to submit that question to the Office of General Counsel, and for an investigation to occur. But please stop, both of you. I told both of you earlier, stop making these ad hominem attacks toward one another. Okay?
Everyone gets attacked. You say nothing.
Well, okay, but I've said something. You're going back to stuff that's happened in the past. So while I'm trying to deal with things that are current, so I told you all most recently, as of about a week or so ago,
a week ago.
Stop all this. Remember, I told you the world's watching you. They are. So please don't from this point on, do not accuse each other of anything. If you want to go ahead and do it, there's a proper way to do it, but don't bring it up in front of me. Okay?
I'm just making a point that this has been going on and it's abusive. That is my point.
That's your assertion, sir, as a lawyer, okay? And maybe your frustration with everything. Like I told you, this trial's gone a long time. There's a lot of wear and tear, but everybody's got to rise above and be a professional advocate. That's what the system demands of you.
I'm not worn or torn. I am here to tell the court that from a objective, casual observer, you'd see what's going on here is inappropriate.
Okay. At the end of the day, I understand your concern that you have now shared with the court. Okay. All right. State, do you want to respond?
Y'all didn't let him finish.
Your Honor, I just asked that the court strike the portions of Mr. Steele's, whatever that was, to the court regarding personal and ad hominem attacks on members of the state's team. Ms. Hilton will address the merits of the initial argument that Mr. Steele made. But as to personal attacks on members of the state's team, we'd ask that assertions that specific people...
He didn't make no personal attack. That was a professional attack. The judge, the one that called you a brother, he the one made the...
have lied. That is disrespectful. That is unprofessional. And not one time, has any such statement been made by any member of this team.
Boy, Miss Love know how to play the victim, don't she? Oh my God. She know how to play the victim.
About anyone else.
I think Miss Love in the past, you've made some statements.
I have never said anyone lied.
See, look, he said, now he calling her out because she knows she lying.
About anyone else.
I think Miss Love in the past, you've made some statements.
I have never said anyone lied.
You made some statements about Mr. Steele.
Yes,
and well, just let me finish. I'm not done. All right. And about several others of your colleagues. I mean, and it may have been the heat of discussion and everything else. Like I said earlier, there's enough blame to go around for everybody. All right. So, but can we kind of stop that and draw things kind of forward? I've had 2 or 3 conversations with everyone about their obligations as professional advocates under the rules. Okay. And that while the court certainly agrees that ad hominem attacks they don't make anybody look any good. They really don't. I mean, but I'm just saying I acknowledge that. I acknowledge what's been gone on in the past. And I ask that you all reflect upon that because, like I said, you can't say some of the stuff that people say to one another can't be taken back. They just can't.
Trust me when I tell you, neither one of them want to take it back. They are sworn enemies still in this woman right here. So, and my thing is this day, what is it? Day 90, day 100. And now all of a sudden the judge wants them to play clean. No, we're already in the mud now. We might as well go ahead and continue.
Yeah. So, and that's just something that the court would just have you reflect upon.
Thank you, Judge.
Sides, okay.
And we just ask again that statements like Miss Love lied be stricken from the record.
No.
Those are personal attacks. There's none been made, at least not this day.
I'm not gonna.
She keep trying to strike stuff from the record where it's not on the record. You want that on the record. If you saying that he's doing something that's not right, Why would you want it struck from the record? Sit down, woman.
From the record. Those are personal attacks. There's none been made, at least not this day.
I'm not gonna consider your ad hominem attacks. Either one is, okay?
Thank you.
Or anybody's, all right? Okay. All right, madam.
Your Honor, regarding Mr. Steele's assertions of our interactions with Mr. Copeland, we have not treated Mr. Copeland any different than we would treat any of our other witnesses in the state of Georgia.
Okay, so y'all always do this. Y'all always corrupt. Okay, do tell.
He is our witness. If he wants to be around us, he can. If he chooses not to, he doesn't have to be. The fact that he's saying we are coercing Mr. Copeland to speak is clearly not true, given Mr. Copeland's testimony here today. If we were coercing him to speak, he would answer my questions and I would not have to sit here and go in a back and forth and struggle with him. So clearly we are not being influential on Mr. Copeland.
At least you know you struggling, girl.
Given our interactions with him outside of the courtroom. So again, Your Honor, there's nothing inappropriate about the state's interactions with Mr. Copeland. He is the state's witness. We can't interact. We have not influenced any of his testimony, Your Honor. And so we ask that, I don't know if it was a motion, be denied if that was what was being asked of the court.
All right. I'll include the state's Exhibit 400, the statements of the most recent email that you have disclosed to the defense in this case.
That's trash. Trash.
For purposes of the record, and I will also, to the extent that I don't think of Mr. Steele.
From my understanding, he's a lawyer, law clerk there to assist the judge.
I don't think of Mr. Steele. Let me just make sure. Are you again moving for mistrial, or did you make them within your statement? Did you ask the court for a mistrial?
Yes, it's the totality of what I said, yes.
Okay, I'm going to deny that motion, and I will also note for the record that it was that the same was positive for the next question. Okay. All right, Mr. Matthews, you're eating up your lunch. Okay, so.
I just want to put on the record that based upon my vantage point in the courtroom, I have a unique place where I'm able to see the jury, I'm able to see the witness, I'm also able to see the vestibule out here. And on yesterday, I just want to be clear that it's not only observed back here, but I have a unique place, and I observe a very large individual standing outside of that door, those two doors, staring at the witness during his testimony.
Wow.
I noticed a large individual too. There's plenty of large individuals. They're law enforcement, or we don't know, but
Judge, let him make his record.
I know it's law enforcement.
Well, who is it? What's their name? Okay, well then we don't know it's law enforcement. But I have the same or better vantage. I have the same or better vantage than you do, and I certainly, think that for reasons that we don't know, that law enforcement stand in that door for security.
Oh hell! Look at him covering for him. First he didn't know. He said we don't know who they are, and then he's saying law enforcement standing in that door for security. Boy. This judge here is beyond ridiculous.
Certainly, think that for reasons that we don't know, that law enforcement stand in that door for security posture, and that's the only reason that they're at that door.
Well, I understand. I'm just putting on the record.
Okay. Well, when this is reviewed, and the court's going to look at what the court saw as well. So if you're thinking that there's intimidation or otherwise, I'm telling you, and I'm putting on the record for purposes of the record, that there are many law enforcement that sit in both doors of this courtroom for that reason and that reason only. And unless you can tell me who specifically was standing out there, as you say, and Ms. Shields said, looking at our witness, Mr. Copeland, then I don't see that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Oh my God,
All right.
dude. See, I like Matthews, but hey, I need him to be, if he a little bit more of a pit bull, we'd be all right. Boy, I would have said, okay, Judge, now you done, let me finish my record. I understand what you saying, but let me say what I'm going to say. He need to put everything on the record, because Judge, when the appeal court looks at this, they're going to see that your word ain't worth a damn.
Briefly, Your Honor, since no one wants to go to lunch with me, I saw the same thing that Mr. Matthews saw yesterday. The large individual.
There we go.
How did you see him? Your back's to the door.
Are you questioning whether I saw him or not?
I'm asking how you saw it.
I turned around and saw him.
Okay. All right.
And because that we've seen people outside that door for 18 months, Your Honor. This person yesterday was glaring through that glass for at least 10 to 15 minutes that I noticed, boring a hole into the witness.
There we go.
So I just want to add that is what I saw.
Put it on the record.
I don't know his name. I don't know if it was law enforcement. I believe it was. I've not seen any other individual with law enforcement do that to that witness or any other witness during the course of the trial.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this, just so that the record is clear, could they give more detail, because there's no member of the state that fits that.
Yeah, I don't need. He was a gentleman yesterday dressed in black.
But look at the judge. So yeah, I don't either. But at the same time, those are security guards. Those are court officers. Judge, make it make sense. Get your law straight.
This, just so that the record is clear, could they give more detail, because there's no member of the state that fits that.
Yeah, I don't need. He was a gentleman yesterday dressed in black or dark clothing. That's what I saw.
Also, yes, Your Honor, and I don't know. We don't know who they're talking about, what they're talking about. Literally, no idea. So the idea, this insertion into the record of the insinuation that someone is intimidating anyone.
I'll also ask Captain Kendall to ensure that only law enforcement are allowed back there in the vestibule. So
what you do is, when you see him again, and he come back to court when he testify, walk up with your phone and snap a picture right in his face. Then we'll get to the bottom of who he is.
that if there's any issue with anybody looking in the courtroom, that is removed. So, all right.
Thank you.
All right.
This is an easy one.
Come on, Adams. Come on.
And I don't know whether this is something that the court can give an instruction in regards to, whether folks can just take notice of it. We've had some discussions before about the configuration of the courtroom. There's a lot of folks in here. We've got jurors who are sitting right there on the front row who are closer than they would normally be to the parties in this case. I've noticed over the course of the last number of weeks and months, quite frankly, and I'd like the court to either remind the state, or maybe because it could be inadvertent, but maybe they can take note themselves of the fact that sometimes their facial expressions, their reactions, their statements to each other, their conversations to each other are done so close in the presence of the jury that it can't help but impact the jury. There was one time last week where Ms. Hilton was attempting to introduce a document, and there was some frustration because there's an objection, and Ms. Love reached over and says, and I could hear it from over there, just show them the original. Just show them the original. And you know, those type of conversations, and you know, when someone's upset with a ruling and roll their eyes or makes a facial expression or throws up their hands in front of the jury, 2 or 3 feet away from the jury, can't help but impact the jury. And so if the court needs to just remind the parties that we've got a jury that can be impacted and they need to be a little bit more circumspect, they can do that. Or perhaps my colleagues across the aisle can take note of that themselves and act accordingly.
All right, sir.
Judge is mad. And y'all heard him earlier. He told Matthews, he's like, hey, y'all putting these objections on the record, you eating up your lunch. Basically, the clock is ticking and you're wasting your lunch break. Boy, when you in trial, it's war. Ain't nobody worried about no food. We worried about winning. So for him to tell Matthew you're eating up your lunch break, let the whole lunch break go by. That's more time that we can get on your ass.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room, and I wish you'd have brought this up earlier, but I certainly agree with that. I'd advise all counsel to just be mindful of their reactions as the jurors watch everything. Okay. All right. Mr. Short, did you have anything else? I know that.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm all crazy. I'm good.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see y'all back about 1 o'clock. Okay. All right. We're in recess.
So I wanted to ask y'all real quick, what is this theory? Because I seen two people type this. Like, what is the basis of this right here? What if the police kill Nutt and try to blame the murder on YSL? And then somebody else said like the same thing. So I'm trying to figure out like what? And then here, yeah. I'm gonna put this just as a maybe. Y'all have any like rationale that we can not eating up the lunch break because they'll be out by 4. Yeah, the judge's the only one that's eating up the. Come on, KFC. Yeah, y'all have any rationale? I was just wondering. I was just curious. I mean, y'all might be on to something. Who knows? But one thing we learned throughout this trial, you can't put nothing past that goddamn Atlanta. And you can't put nothing past y'all big ass airport. Because that don't make no sense to be all them terminals to go on the other side of the world just to get to the other side of the airport. So maybe they just curious. I mean, I don't know what. Maybe they had a reason to take out Nutt, but I don't know. Yeah, Willie. Is Woody getting bullied by some black ops person and all black? And nobody know the DA, nobody know who he is. But Woody from the street, Woody ain't scared. Woody more scared of snitching in front of those guys than anybody behind that door. I mean, he more scared of Young Thug than Young Thug, you know, hey. They say the word. Woody may not make it back because it looks like they're trying to put the Nutt murder on YSL to me. Because the only reason they got him to say anything is they accuse him of murder, bro. I mean, my thing is, if they accuse him of murder, why not just charge him with murder? And from my understanding, they don't have enough evidence as of now to. Because when was Nutt murdered? That's been a long time ago now. I just feel like they're doing a lot and it's weird. They're too invested in making sure a certain group get paying for this. Yeah. But and would it draw more attention trying to falsely accuse somebody than just sweeping it under the rug and letting it go unsolved, like a cold case? And I mean, y'all answers, I'm just trying to have some dialogue, just, you know. But like I said, nothing's far-fetched at this point. Anything possible. Anything is possible. When you're dealing with love and the DA. Not the purse, not the Birkin. Big Birkin bag. No, I really don't think they really just like care. I think they just using this as a tool to get sympathy and for the jury to convict. I mean, because a lot of juries sometimes feel sympathy for murder victim families. They got to see autopsy pictures and the family get up there and cry. And you see how Ms. Love made that one girl cry. She specifically asked her questions that'll make her cry. because it's bigger than that. They can convict more people. That's what it's about, to take down Young Thug, because he was getting a lot of attention and money.
All rise for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Sir, all jurors present? Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Hilton, we're going to continue with your examination, please.
Ms. Hilton really done.
Good afternoon, Ms. Copeland. All right. So when we left off, we were talking about your January 11th interview.
We was talking about that.
Do you remember during your January 11th interview speaking with Detective Thorpe regarding several individuals that you texted?
It's true, Eric.
About
Erica.
You and Kel, about your relation, about the fights that you were having with you and Kel.
You say that again?
Sure.
Sure.
Do you recall during your interview
Sure.
telling Detective Thorpe about text messages that you sent?
That's my favorite word.
And I apologize. Excuse me, about text messages that you sent regarding this thought that Mo was trying to kill you and Thug.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember the substance of what those texts were?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you texted one telling them, bro, it ain't no beef. I ain't stunting y'all niggas.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you said, did I text it?
Yes.
I do not remember nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
So is your answer, you don't remember telling him about this text?
I don't remember nothing I said to him about any. I really don't.
Okay. And that you also texted that there's a guy down the road, Mo, he's supposed to kill me and Thug, so that you had 10 minutes on your phone, and that you texted someone and asked, y'all going to kill me and Thug? And you put a laughing like ha 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 emoji.
Basis.
Leading, prior, out-of-court statements without a foundation to ask what he knows.
Okay, so foundation, okay, foundation. I'll stand as the foundation. Why don't you lay on the
Do you recall sending these text messages back in January of 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe about these text messages?
I don't recall nothing I said to Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you received a response back from that text message?
I don't recall any conversation with Detective Thorpe.
I understand you can slow it down, but I'm gonna keep asking you these questions. So, do you recall texting or telling Detective Thorpe that so another guy called you and said that those people were just lying?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that they didn't believe you when you told them that there was really no more beef between you and Kel?
I don't recall.
All right. And do you recall to telling Detective Thorpe that you asked them, or you told them that it's not about you, you want to know what they had against you and what have you done to them? You never took any of their girlfriend, you never did nothing to him, and you were referencing Kel.
That what I said? I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you asked, why does he hate me?
Why? Who hate me?
Why does Kel hate you?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Thanks again.
Can you explain to me what I don't recall mean? Don't it mean I don't remember, right?
Do you remember any of this?
No. I'm just trying to make sure I'm saying the right thing. I don't remember this stuff.
Thanks again, 313, for joining the live.
On the night that Donovan Thomas drove, earlier you said that you kind of drove around. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
I said it?
Yes.
What you mean? I drove around.
The night that Donovan Thomas got murdered, after you learned that people thought it was you, you were just kind of driving around. Do you remember that?
I said I blinked out.
Okay. Do you remember driving around at all?
I remember being at a lot of different places.
Okay. Do you remember any of the places that you went to?
I remember people staring at me like they. I just remember how people were staring at me.
Okay. Do you remember in the same January 11th, 2015 interview, Detective Thorpe, that first you went towards Hateville, then you got off the expressway right by the Chick-fil-A?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you went over to Thug's house to see what was going on?
Your Honor, that's the foundation is prior.
I stand the objection.
Do you remember going to Thug's house that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Thug that you went down to Thug's house to see what was going on?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if you talked to Thug that evening after you learned that people thought that you killed Nutt?
Can you ask me that again?
Sure. Do you recall speaking to Thug on the night that Nutt was killed?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke to Thug while at his home?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that you spoke with Thug while at his house?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you told Thug that them folks then came and shot Deshaun's mama house?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that his answer was, for real?
That's it?
Yep.
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Thug what I'm supposed to do, bro?
I don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall you telling Detective Thorpe that he said, man, just stay out of the way and let 12...
See, I noticed when he started, he was talking slow. And she said, you could talk slow all you want to, I'm still going to ask you. See, stuff like that antagonize the witness. That don't help her. She seemed like she an inexperienced attorney. And now he's like, F you. Now I'm going to say, I don't recall on everything. I was trying to answer a little bit, but now I'm not going to help you at all.
Handle that.
I don't recall.
And that's all he kept saying. 12 going to deal with that.
I don't. This what I supposed to say to Thorpe?
Do you recall saying?
I'm saying this conversation with Thorpe?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay. And then do you recall saying to Thug, like, man, bro, you just saying stay out of the way and deal with that, bro. But these folks, and you also said that Thug know them better than you do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you recall telling that to Detective Thorpe?
No, you gotta say it to me again.
Sure. Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you said, like, man, bro, you talking about just stay out the way and let the police handle it and deal with that, bro. Man, fuck that. He knows them better than I do.
This supposed to be what I supposed to, this me talking?
Yes.
No, I don't recall it.
Now, earlier I asked if you remember that if Deshaun went to the movies. Did you tell me that you do not recall if Deshaun went to the movies that night?
I never even heard of whoever you mentioned it.
Deshaun, your girlfriend at the time.
I never dated no girl named that.
You never dated a girl named Deshaun?
Never dated a girl named Deshaun.
I thought that's his
Deshaun?
My baby mom name is Deshaun.
Okay, so it's Deshaun, not Deshaun.
I think that's what I just said.
Okay. Do you recall if Deshaun went to the movies?
I don't know. I don't know if she went. I can't remember if she made it out. Time, everything was going so fast. I can't remember if she went to the movies or not.
Do you recall in that same January 11th interview telling Detective Thorpe that Deshaun went to the movies and that you gave her the car so she can go to the movies?
I don't recall.
And that it was about 9 o'clock.
I don't recall.
Do you remember picking Deshaun up and her friends up from Greenbrier Mall?
I do.
What do you remember about that?
I had found out they shot her mama's house up. And she called me, told me that her mama's house been shot up. And I was pissed off. So I asked her to park the car and I was coming to get her.
Why did you want her to park the car at Greenbrier Mall?
Because if anybody would did anything to that car while she was in there,
what would have happened?
Well, nobody gonna get no arrest.
And that's fair. Is there a police precinct?
Wait. Did she say that's fair? Is she co-signing the BS as a prosecutor? Is she encouraging him to retaliate? And she want to clean up the streets?
The car while she was in there, well, nobody gonna get no arrest.
And that's fair. Is there a police precinct?
I'll sustain the question.
Is there a police precinct at Greenbrier Mall?
I don't know.
Did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of?
Oh yeah, it is.
And did you want her to park at Greenbrier Mall because of the police station being there?
No, it's an area that I don't know if it was me who told her or she came up with it. I just told her to park, get out the car. I was coming to get her.
When you went to go get her, who were you with?
If I'm not mistaken, I think I was probably with Moonton. I was with different people that night.
Do you recall telling Detective Thorpe that you were with Moonton, his girl, and his baby?
I don't recall what I told Detective Thorpe.
Do you recall being taken over to Greenbrier with Moonton, his girl, and his baby?
I know I was with Moonton at a certain time that night. I can't remember if it was him. I can't say for a fact if it was me and him who went to get her. But I know I went and got her.
She said they sprayed that shit down with WD-40.
Now, Mr. Copeland, after January 11, 2015, and in the weeks after Mr. Thomas was killed, did you stay in the Atlanta area?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you stay in Atlanta?
Still do.
Okay. Did you ever go anywhere after Mr. Thomas was killed?
I went right back to club home.
Did you ever go to Miami?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you go to Miami with?
My baby mom and my daughter.
And Did anyone pay for your trip to Miami?
Fannie Willis.
We drove.
Where did you stay
Nathan Wade.
when you got to Miami?
I think a hotel.
Did you pay for that hotel?
No.
Who paid for the hotel?
He said the faster you snitch, the faster you can
Get what you
leave.
asked. You said who paid for the hotel?
Yes, you said you did not pay for it.
Yeah, I didn't pay for it.
So who paid for it?
I guess Young Thug. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say who paid for it.
Did Young Thug offer to pay for the hotel in Miami for you?
No.
So why are you assuming that Young Thug paid for it?
Because that's what I saw when I went to Miami.
So did you go visit Young Thug in Miami?
No. Everybody was screaming my name. A lot of stuff was going on. The homicide detective Thorpe, it was after me. And you know what I mean? My probation officer, I remember talking to her about it because I had to go see her after I left from being questioned from there. And then I was told I need to lay low. And I asked for permission to leave, and she gave me permission to leave.
Okay. So my question is, how did you determine that Young Thug paid for your hotel?
Because I asked him, could he help me? You know what I mean? Because everybody's saying my name.
Oh.
And he just like, I get back with you. And I don't know, you asked me to be honest, I can't say if he paid for something if I didn't see him pay for it or didn't. If he paid for it, I would say he did if I know he did it.
Okay. How long did you spend in Miami?
I don't know. I can't say how long.
Was there anyone else in Miami besides you, your daughter, and Deshaun?
Yes, a lot of people in Miami.
People that you know.
Yes.
Who?
His family.
Whose family?
Young Thug.
Who in his family was in Miami with you?
I don't know.
You gotta ask them.
Who's the family that you remember?
His sisters.
Which one?
Dolly.
Okay. Who else?
I don't know the rest of their name.
All right. What other family members was in Miami?
His sisters.
So was that it? Just Young Thug and his sisters?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who his people is like that. I just know Dolly, and I heard her say this my sister.
Okay. Outside of Dolly and Thug, was there anyone else that you know in Miami when you were down there?
Oh my God, woman.
What you mean?
What you mean?
Yeah, be more specific.
Sure. Besides Dolly and Thug,
What
was
you
there anybody
mean?
else from Atlanta
Be
that you
specific.
know in Miami while you were there?
I like Woody too. I'm starting to like Woody.
I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't know what to say.
What
But
don't you know how to answer?
But you gotta watch
You
his
asked me
ass.
who down there. I just said it.
Was there anybody else besides Dolly and Thug down
There's
there?
a lot of people down there, but I can't say. I don't remember who I was down there. If there's better answer.
Was Shannon in Miami?
I think it was.
You said they. I asked about Shannon. Was Shannon in Miami?
Yeah, but now that you said that, I think all them was down there too. Shannon Liddy.
Okay. Little D from Cleveland or Little D your son?
He not my son.
I know he's not your son, but that's what you said.
You say he's like my son.
Which Little D are we talking about?
The one that's like my son.
Okay. Was Little D from Cleveland down there too?
Damn sure, but not.
I can't remember if he was or wasn't.
Was Yet down there?
Yeah, I think so. I believe so.
Was Montook down there?
I don't think so. I can't remember if he was down there. I don't remember. I can't remember if Montook was down there.
Okay. Was someone named Doo-Wop down there?
Who?
Doo-Wop.
That's what she should be asking.
How? I don't know who that is.
Was OG Bentley down there?
Who?
OG Bentley.
I can't recall.
Do you remember how long were you in Miami?
I think I just told you I don't know. I don't remember. It was more than a day, if that's what you asked.
Do you remember if you had an interview on January 11th, what day or how many days passed since you started that? Do you remember if the interview was on January 11th?
Oh man, did they got him in Miami? I'm trying to see where she going with this. Remember, we were looking at the statue earlier. Did they got him crossing state lines? Maybe perhaps with a gun?
How soon after that interview did you leave? How soon after that interview did you leave to go to Miami?
I know I had to report my probation, so I don't know if it was a couple of days later. I don't know.
When you came back from Miami, let me ask you, did you eventually come back to Atlanta from Miami?
I most definitely did.
Okay. When you came back from Miami, did anything occur on I-75/85? Did you get shot at while driving a vehicle on the highway?
So he the victim.
I was already back when that happened.
Right. So that's what I'm asking. When you got back from Miami to Atlanta, did you get shot at on the highway?
Yeah.
And once you got shot at on the highway, did you go in and speak with investigators about that shooting?
No, I told my brother to report the car was damaged.
Do you recall going into the Atlanta Police Department on January 28th, 2015 to talk about the shooting on the highway?
You gotta be more clear.
Sure. Did you go and speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Did you speak with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in January of 2015?
I can't recall.
Y'all think we can get Woody over here after the trial? Y'all think he'll talk to us about how they was pissing him off? Hey, they say money talk. I'll definitely reach out after he's released.
You said you do not recall if you went and met with Detective Thorpe and Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither?
So much was happening. Like, you gotta be more clear with it.
Do you remember ever speaking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in 2015?
Yeah.
How many times do you think you spoke with Detective Gaither and Detective
Woody, Woody might say F you in your shirt.
I know one time they were following me.
Let me ask you, was the first time you spoke to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis after you spoke with Investigator Thorpe?
You gotta explain to me. When so much stuff was happening, and I remember for certain things that were taking place, and the police was coming after me. So you gotta explain to me when they came after me, or what made them call me or whatever. I don't know dates.
Do you remember going to speak with the detectives after being shot at on the highway?
I told you I had my brother to report the car. I didn't talk. My brother reported the car. I never told him. He reported the car. I wasn't in the car.
I understand. I'm asking you a different question. I'm asking a different question. Did you go to the Atlanta Police Department and speak with police even after your brother reported it to the police? Did you go?
So
there?
you saying that I just went in the police? You asked me, did I just go in the police and precinct and just talk to them about being shot at? That's what you asking me.
Do you remember going down to speak with the police after being shot at?
I remember being accused of shooting somebody's house up and the investigators calling me. Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
You may, as long as you show that to defense counsel.
No, I don't, but I need to. I need to get the my free Brian Steele shirt. People's reaching out trying to get one. I thought I don't know how to make no. I've been to bring some up. So I got arrested 2022. What we're talking about. Bug got arrested in 2022 and Woody talking to the cops since 2014. But was Woody talking to the cops about Young Thug, or were they like talking to him about like the murder of Nutt and trying to pin him?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 378 Yankee Bravo 1. Do you recognize yourself in that picture? And do you recognize two detectives beside that picture?
Yes.
Do you recognize it to be Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state like the 10 to 6 is in the 378 Yankee Bravo 1 is the evidence.
It's a Yankee Doodle. At this point, might as well.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Bravo 1?
It'll make more sense.
All right. Hearing no further objection, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you. Mr. Copeland, are you able to read?
That hit that chair.
Hold on. One second.
Object to the caption on the order.
Send up the.
Part of what I was showing. I don't believe that's fine. Never mind.
You have an independent objection to.
Yeah,
Can I see it?
He rocking in that chair. I think they need some more WD-40 on it.
I should have objected earlier.
All right, it's withdrawn. Go ahead.
Mr. Copeland, are you able to see the dates of that interview?
At the top?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, what is the date of that interview?
It's January 28th.
And is that 2015?
That's what it say.
Okay. And is that you on the my right hand of the screen sitting across from Investigator Dennis and Investigator Gaither?
Yes.
And again, are you the only person sitting in that interview room when outside of Investigator Gaither and outside of Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis?
Unless you don't count the ghosts that's in there with me.
Okay. Now, what do you remember about the shooting on the highway? Tell the jury, what, if anything, do you remember about the shooting on the highway?
What you mean?
Were you shot while driving on the highway?
I never been shot.
Was your car and your vehicle shot at while driving on the highway?
Right.
Okay. Tell the jury, what do you remember about you being in a car, driven on the highway, and being shot at in 2015?
Well, I'm driving and I heard some popping, pop, pop, pop. But I ain't think nothing of it.
Pop, pop, pop.
Do you remember where on the highway you were when you heard the pop, pop, pop?
No, I was on the expressway riding.
Which expressway?
The expressway in Atlanta.
Which one?
The one in Atlanta.
You got 20, 75, 85?
I don't know the expressways. I don't know the name of the highways.
Do you remember what street?
He don't know the highways.
I was closer to it downtown.
Okay. Were you near University Avenue exit?
He don't know.
On the highway?
I was closer towards I was closer towards Pryor Road.
He don't know.
Do you know
where
that
he
near
at.
Pryor Road is I-75 and I-85 near Pryor Road?
I don't know the expressways. I just know directions.
So once you heard the pop, 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 do you remember what happened next?
Yeah, I turned the radio down to see was I tripping.
Okay. And once you turned the radio down to see if you were tripping, what do you remember happening next?
Bullets hit my car.
Was there anyone else in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who?
Me and Ladie.
Anyone else?
Oh, I'm tripping. Me, Ladie, and Shannon.
And once you heard the pop, 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 and you turned your music down, what happened? What do you remember happening after that?
I got pissed off.
Okay. And what did you do after you got pissed off?
Stopped the car and got out.
Okay. And once you stopped the car and got out, what, if anything, did you do?
Say what?
Once you stopped the car and got out, what did you do?
I went home.
How far was home from where the shooting happened?
5 minutes walking.
And is home, are you referencing Carver Homes?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you went home. Do you know where Shannon went?
I said I went home.
Okay. But Shannon and Little D were in the car with you, right?
Yeah, I went home. So
Did they go home with you?
yeah, they went home with me, but they left. They went wherever they went.
Do you remember where you were coming from when the shooting occurred?
I think a party or something. I think a party.
Do you remember what type?
A club or something.
At this point, do you remember if the shooting happened during the day or at night? Do you recall?
I think it was about to get dark. I don't know.
Now, do you recall if the party you was at was a pool party?
I stand the objection.
Were you at a pool party?
I can't be specific where I was coming from.
Do you know a girl by the name of Bushi?
Bushi?
Or Busha?
Yeah.
How do you know Bushi?
I grew up knowing her.
Oh my
We went to school together.
She asking
What
random
school did y'all go to
questions.
together?
I think King or Southside, one of them. I don't know.
And is King elementary, middle, or high school?
What difference does it make?
Depending on what you're talking about.
What grade were you at when you went to King?
I was in King. When I went to was middle school.
And in Southside, is that a high school or middle school?
It was a high school.
Now, besides Bushi, you and Bushi going to school together, did she ever date any of your friends?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, got it.
All right. And was she dating him in 2015?
You gotta ask him.
That's him.
There you
I'm asking
go.
you.
I don't know if they were dating at the time.
Do you remember in this January 28th, 2015
smart.
interview talking about Bushi at this party that you went to before your car was being shot at?
I don't recall.
He may be smarter than we give him credit for sure.
Do you recall in this January 28th, 2015?
Sure.
He might be playing crazy. This boy got some sense in his head. He said, ask him. Why you asking me about who another man was with?
We may continue here.
Thank you, Ryan. I believe my last question was, do you recall her being at this party that you were at prior to the shooting on the highway with the car?
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that she was present at the pool party that occurred prior to the shooting on the highway?
I don't know, I guess.
Do you remember? Do you not remember?
I don't recall.
Did you know if Bushi had a relationship or friendship with Nutt and Nutt's family?
I don't know.
Do you recall telling police that she knew both families and she was putting up posters like it was her family? Putting up posters of Nutt like
I don't recall.
Were you concerned about Bushi being on the phone at the pool party prior to you leaving the pool party? I can approach about why it's relevant.
Please don't approach.
Come on up.
They wore
Now,
Woody out.
On the shooting on the highway, do you recall how many cars were shooting at your car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that it was 2 cars shooting at you, or excuse me, 2 cars with you on the highway, your car and another car?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling
People think you gotta have a degree to be smart.
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Boo was in a car?
I don't recall.
They'll be sadly mistaken if they think that.
You heard the pow, pow, pow in the vehicle. What did you do?
Thought I was tripping.
Did you duck down in the car?
No, I turned the radio down to make sure I wasn't tripping.
After you turned the radio down and made sure you wasn't tripping, did you do anything with your body?
Did I do anything with my body?
Yes.
Like what? What you
I don't
mean?
recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you ducked down in the vehicle?
I guess. I don't recall.
Okay. Were you able to drive the car after the shooting?
Yeah, I didn't leave it.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that the car stopped working? You tried to hit the gas and it stopped working.
I don't recall.
Do you recall if anyone told you to try to keep going even though the car was stopped?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, God bless you, Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that he was telling me to go, 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 and I'm like, I can't because the car don't work?
I think the car did stop working for a second. I think the car did stop working.
Do you recall anyone trying to tell you to go even though the car has stopped working?
I don't recall.
All right. After the car stopped working, do you recall hearing any more shots?
Not because I got out the car.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that you heard more shots going pow, 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 you ducked down, but there was some others behind you?
I don't recall, I guess.
Do you not recall?
You know what I'm saying? I think that's what happened. I don't remember if I got out of the car, and I think another car did start shooting. If I'm not tripping.
Do you remember the 2 types of cars that was out there shooting at you all?
No, I don't. I thought the people that was with me, I don't remember.
What? So what were you about to say? You thought the people who was with you, what?
I don't remember.
Do you remember one of the cars being a gray Impala with tinted windows?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that there was, when you looked up, you saw a gray Impala with tinted windows?
Oh, I don't recall.
What are you proving, woman? That they got shot at? They the victims? Why they sell the victims? Not the defendants?
Do you recall hearing even more shots after those first 2 set of shots?
Huh?
Do you recall hearing more shots even after the first 2 set of shots that were fired?
I don't get what you're asking.
Did you hear any more shots?
Y'all notice even the defense attorneys are kind of relaxed on the objecting because they know that he ain't saying nothing of substance and she ain't asking him nothing of substance.
While you were being shot at on the highway?
I think I told you what I heard.
Why didn't you call the police? Why didn't you call the police?
Gotta get my lick back.
You want to get your lick back?
I don't know why I didn't call the police.
Okay, well,
and I will say this right quick. I don't think they should go too hard on him because he didn't really say anything bad about them. He didn't really just implicate them. And if he pushed too hard, he might turn. So I think they should just clarify a few points, but don't go too rough on him.
But what did you just say? You want to get your lick back?
I stay in that question.
Was your brother in the car with you when it was getting shot at?
Nope,
So why did you have your brother call the police and not you?
because it was his car.
But did the shooting happen to you?
The shooting happened to the car.
Okay, while you were in it?
The car was shot, not me.
While you were in the car was shot?
The car was shot, not me.
I understand. While you were in the car.
I stay in the objection.
So because the car was shot while you were in it, why didn't you call the police?
Because it wasn't my car. I didn't have license. And it wasn't my car.
So did you not call because you didn't have a license?
I stay in the objection.
It wasn't his car. No, she's still going. Why? I don't know.
Now, during this interview, did you ever tell Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis about the beef between you and Kel,
Probably so.
What do you recall telling her about the beef between you and Kel?
Probably whatever I could to convince them to make them believe.
Make them believe what?
Me.
And so were you telling them the truth?
It depends on who listened.
It was Gaither and Dennis.
I don't know. What you saying?
I asked you, did you tell them the truth? Your response was, it depends on who's listening.
I stay in the question.
Did you want to tell the truth to Dennis and Gaither?
I got a very difficult time telling the truth to investigators if I feel they are after me.
Okay, so I'm asking you, in this January interview, did you tell them the truth about the beef that was happening between you and Kel?
I don't know what I don't told them. That's why I'm trying to be careful what I say right now.
During that interview, did you tell them about going to Club Crucial every Monday?
Probably so.
Did you tell them that even when you went to Crucial, you never fought with Kel except for one time?
Me and him never fought. I told you he put his hand on me.
Okay. Did you tell Detective Gaither, fuck yeah, but we never fought. We never fought, not one time. Did you tell them?
I'm overruled the objection, sir.
Did you tell that to Detective Gaither?
If this was it.
Do you recall telling that to Detective Gaither?
Can you say it again?
Sure.
Sure.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither?
That's the new show.
In reference
Sure,
to Kel,
huh?
fuck yeah, but we never fought. We never fought, not one time.
Why I say fuck yeah for?
I don't know.
I'm trying to hear what you said before that.
I'm asking you about that particular line. Do you recall, yes or no, Mr. Copeland? If
I
you
don't
said-
recall.
All right.
All right, before you pose the next question, I have a request to take a comfort break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 minutes and we'll see what afternoon leads us to that point. All right, we're in recess. All rise.
See, so she's not, so far she hasn't went anywhere. She hasn't went anywhere. This case is dead in the water. Just tell her to wrap
All
it
right, Ms.
up.
Hilton, now you may continue.
Wrap it up, woman.
So I believe I left off talking about the beef with you and Kel. Do you recall telling detectives that initially it was just about y'all throwing money and you throw money on them and they throwing money back on you? That's what the beef initially was all about.
Yes.
She losing her voice.
Do you also recall
I mean, it's time to sit down.
Kel being upset that you hung with Boo?
Yes.
Okay. Why was he upset that you hung with Boo?
I didn't ask him.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he was upset because he believed that Boo snitched on Mo?
Yes.
Yes, you recall telling Gaither that?
Ask and answer, Your Honor.
I stay in the objection.
Do you recall independently Kel being upset with you because you hung out with Boo? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall saying to Kel, whatever Boo did has nothing to do with me?
Yes.
Now, do you recall in this January 28th interview speaking with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about this conversation between Thug and Kel at the Cascade Skating Rink in more detail?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Do you remember in the January 28th interview talking to Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about the conversation that Kel and Thug had at the Cascade Skating Rink?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview?
Sir,
It's a prior inconsistent statement.
I'll rule the objection.
Lack of foundation for.
Overrule, sir. Okay. You may answer the question, sir.
Do you recall? I'll ask the question again. Do you recall Thug and Kel speaking while at the Cascade Skating Rink in 2015?
Oh my God.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
Yes.
What do you remember telling Detective Gaither about that phone call?
My word for word?
Whatever you remember.
Oh, I don't know. I don't recall.
Do you remember first telling Detective Gaither that you and Kel had said that the beef was over? You told Detective Gaither this.
Yes.
Do you recall, again, telling Detective Gaither in this interview that Kel asked you to call Thug?
Yes.
Do you recall what Thug said in 2015 to Kel?
Yes.
Yes, you remember what Thug said?
I don't recall what was said. I don't remember what was said.
Okay.
I don't remember me talking to the investigators about it.
All right. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that when Kel got on the phone, that Thug said the beef ain't over with until you pay for my window? You shot my window.
Yes.
Yes, you remember telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't remember what I done told the police.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your question?
Most definitely.
Okay.
Most definite. Why would she ask that? So that means
Now, do you recall?
that means any answer she get now, the jury know not to believe it because he only saying it to speed it up. So thank you for clarifying that for the jury.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Are you just saying yes now to speed up your question?
Most definitely.
Okay. Now, do you recall independently that after Thug told Kel, beef ain't over with until you pay for my window, you shot my window?
Kick him out and the damn dog.
You told Kel what you told Kel?
Yes.
What do you remember telling Kel?
Yes.
So you told Kel, yes?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Kel, look, what y'all got going on, this has nothing to do with me?
Oh my
Yes.
God. Trifling.
Do you recall also that you told Thug that your beef with Kel is over with?
Yes.
Do you recall what Thug said to you after you said that?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
What did who say to me?
What did Thug say to you?
When?
While he was on FaceTime at the Cascade Skating Rink.
Who was on FaceTime at the Cascade Skating Rink?
Do you remember testifying earlier that you told Detective Thorpe in January 11 that Kel and Thug...
I think later on he gonna be looking all at Miss Weaver feet trying to see what shoes she got on.
Who was on FaceTime at the Cascade Skating Rink?
Do you remember testifying earlier that you told Detective Thorpe in January 11 that Kel and Thug...
I don't remember what I told the investigator or Detective Thorpe or whatever.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither in his January 28th interview that Thug said, nigga, I don't care about none of it. Look what y'all got going on. You still shot at me. Just pay for my window. You gonna pay for my window. Hey man, I ain't letting that go.
Yes.
Yes, you remember Thug saying that?
Does say that?
You said yes, so I'm asking you, what do you remember?
Because I keep telling you, I don't remember. You keep asking me questions, so I'm just saying yes.
Okay, so are you saying yes, that's what you told Detective Gaither?
Oh, that. Yo, this is funny.
I know I ain't complete school, but I think I'm speaking proper English.
Oh,
I told you. I don't recall nothing I said to no police. You keep sitting right here asking me the same question over and over and over and over and over. I'm tired of it. I'm drained.
Okay. Well, if you just answer the questions
I
properly,
answer the question. You ask me, I say yes, yes. You keep when I say yes, you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over.
But did you just tell the court or the jury that you're saying yes just to move the process along?
I think I said it loud and clear.
So again, will you just answer the questions and we can move the process along?
You keep asking. Okay, yes.
Is that what are you answering yes to?
Your question.
Are you lying when you say yes?
Oh my God.
Huh?
Are you lying when you say yes?
Am I lying about what?
Any question that I've asked you so far?
Don't answer that. Immunity don't cover that. Immunity don't cover that.
I can't be lying because I told you up front that I don't recall.
There you go.
During the January 28th interview, let me ask you this. Do you remember back in 2015, after Thug and Kel got off the phone, did you speak with Kel anymore about that conversation that he had with Thug?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel asked for you to call Nutt so that y'all could talk about what his conversation was with Thug?
I don't recall.
Uh-oh.
Do you recall whether or not you just told Kel to just pay for the window?
Exactly.
I don't recall having a conversation with Kel. Me and him would never have a conversation together.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, so you hung up the phone and me and Kel started talking, like, man, bro, it's over, bro, just pay for the window?
Mm-hmm.
I don't talk like that.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried?
Say that again.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Kel's response to you was, I pay for a window, that nigga tried me?
I said it. I'm trying to understand who said what.
I'm asking you, do you recall telling Detective Gaither?
Oral, sir.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that she said you told Kel you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
You asking me what now?
I'm asking you, do you remember telling Detective Gaither that in response to what Kel said, you said to Kel, you got a problem with Thug, you don't have a problem with me?
So why am I talking to Kel if that was true? I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Thank you.
And he want his lick back. That's what he said. Right. Somebody said that they won't hang with Woody because he might snitch. Shit, I won't hang with him because he might
Do you
snap.
recall telling Detective Gaither also about the night at Club Crucial when Kel hit you in the back of the head?
She messy.
I probably did.
Yeah.
Do you recall going into more detail with Detective Gaither about what happened that Monday that Kel punched you in the back of the head?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Do you remember going in more detail with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis about that Monday night at Crucial?
I don't know. I don't know the recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither about the type of money that you had? You had a whole bunch of hundreds and a whole bunch of 20s.
Probably so.
She know what she doing.
Do you remember saying that, or you don't remember?
I don't remember. I don't remember when they was questioning me. Whatever I said, I don't recall what I said.
Okay.
It was just I can't repeat what I said because I just said what I said.
And what you told them, was that the truth about what happened that Monday at Club Crucial?
I told them whatever I said to them is what I told them. So when they asked me questions, whatever I thought I wanted to say, that's what I said.
Was it the truth, or were you just making stuff up?
I don't recall what I was telling them, so I can't answer that.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in a little more detail that you walked up and you tried to dap up Kel, but he did not grab your hand?
I'm not walking up, down nobody up.
Do you remember saying to Detective Gaither, so they walked up, like, is it good, bro? I'm like, yeah, all good. I reached out the other hand, but he didn't grab my hand.
I don't recall saying it.
Okay. Do you recall seeing an individual named Pokey at Club Crucial on this same night where Kel punched you in the back of the head?
Okay, let me make myself clear, right?
Right.
Because you keep asking me about things I don't told investigators in the past. I can't say from when to when, but so much was going on. My name was on everything. The police kept coming to grab me. Every time they grabbed me, I had a different story for them. I know 100% facts, and I'm telling you now, I was not truthful. I was saying whatever they wanted me to say. I was saying whatever I could come up with. I was trying my best to convince them that I didn't do nothing, that I'm an innocent person, and that people put their hands on me. When they ask me about any of these things, you sitting here keep asking me step by step by step by step. And I'm telling you now, because you asked me, was I being truthful? Okay. I know I wasn't being truthful.
So is your testimony today that you lied in every interview that you did in 2015?
Well, see, you the way you asking that, I don't recall what I was saying in the interviews, but I'm telling you now, when they was questioning me, 2015, 14, whenever they was questioning me, I was lying. I was making up stories. So when they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. When they were asking me about this right here, I was making it up. And when they was getting me and they would let me go, I'm just telling you.
Do you recall telling every detective?
Every time they got me, I have told the police, I tell y'all whatever y'all want to hear, just let me go.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview, you got to believe me, I'm telling y'all the truth? Okay.
That sound like me.
Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you can go fact check what I'm telling you?
Say that again?
Sure. Do you recall telling every detective in every interview that you had in 2015, you can go check what I'm saying so you can believe me?
Sure. Need a shirt.
Probably. I don't know if I said it or I ain't said it.
In some of those interviews, were you in custody? Were you arrested in some of those interviews?
I think so.
Okay. Do you recall telling detectives in those interviews that you're just trying to get out of jail? So I'm going to tell you all what happened so you can check it and I can get out of jail.
Yeah, I told the investigators that I remember, I think in one of the interviews, they was locking me up and my child's birthday was coming up. And when they got me, I said, listen, man, whatever y'all want me to say, I would tell you right now. Just tell me what to say and I would say it. Tell me what y'all want to know and I would tell you. So they would ask me about, if they would ask me about President Trump, I would have had a story about Trump. If they would ask me about you, I would have had a story about you. Whatever to convince them that I ain't do nothing, it wasn't me. That's what my intention was. So you're asking me about interviews and I keep telling you, you keep asking me step by 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 step. This is what I did. When they got me on this day and I was going to jail, I tried to come up with something to tell them. That's why I can't tell you what I said. I was making it up.
What benefit would it be for you to lie to the police if you were trying not to be in trouble?
I was hoping to convince them so they could let me go.
So why would you lie to convince them?
What you mean? Why would I lie to convince them?
Right. Why would you lie to convince them if you wanted to not go to jail?
You went home.
Why would I lie to convince them to not go to jail?
Right.
But they don't know that I'm lying.
Well, they didn't let you go immediately, did they?
Sometimes they let me go.
Right.
So when the time they let me go, I thought I was smarter than them.
Did the detective say that they had to fact check what you said before they let you go?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did the detective say that they had to fact check what you were telling them?
And you know, in some situations.
Right. And so what benefit would it be to lie? They told you that they had to fact check it.
Oh, it wasn't no benefit because what they did was they picked and choose where they wanted to take from me, and they still left me in jail, so they came back and beat me in the butt.
Okay. So going back to my question from January 28th, 2015, did you see Pokey at the club?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yep.
I think I just did. I just told you the God honest truth of what I did from January from 2014 until 2021. Every time they got me, they already know me. They already know I got a whole bunch of bullshit to say.
I'm gonna ask you to refrain from cursing.
Oh, sorry, everybody. No, this. I'm sorry about it.
You can't do that.
Oh, rule, sir. Overruled, sir.
What harm would have come from telling the truth about you and your friends?
Can you explain it?
Sure.
Sure.
What harm? Why would you need to lie if you were just trying to tell them about what you and your friends were doing?
I sustain the objection.
Going back to the January 28th interview, understanding that you said you lied, did you tell Detective Gaither that you saw Pokey in Club Crucial on the Monday night where Kel knocked you in the back of the head?
I don't recall what I said.
Do you know who Pokey is?
Yes, I do.
Who is Pokey?
A friend.
Of who?
Me.
Okay. Is Pokey related to anyone?
What you mean?
Is Pokey related to Thug?
Is he related to Doug?
Yes, sir.
He may. I can't. He might be.
Have you previously told police that Pokey is Thug's nephew?
Well, if I did, then I guess he is.
Since you're saying that everything is a lie in all of these interviews, in January 28th, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Guinness on the same Monday at Crucial that you walked to the kitchen and everyone was looking back and everybody was walking behind you?
Can you say that again?
Sure. Did you tell Detective Gaither on that did you tell Detective Gaither in that January 28th interview that while you were at Club Crucial that you walked towards the kitchen, you looked back and you saw everybody walking behind you?
I don't recall what I told investigator, detective, whichever one.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that interview that you put your hand in your pocket, you turned around, and you and Kel were face to face?
Sure.
I don't recall what I told the investigator.
Did you also tell Detective Gaither in that same interview?
Sir,
Foundation for prior gives a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase that.
Did you?
You don't know.
Did Kel walk behind you and bust you and hit you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
You trying to make him mad?
I'm overruled the objection, Mr. Shannon.
Did that occur? Yes or no?
Can you say that again?
Sure. On that Monday night in Club Crucial, did Kel walk behind you, punch you in the back of the head, grab you and throw you down?
No, he walked up to me.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that soon he punched me in the back of the head, grabbed me and threw me down?
No, he walked up to me and hit me in the face.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither what I just asked you?
I don't recall what I told Detective Gaither.
Okay. When he threw you down, do you remember what happened?
I never hit the ground.
What's the basis for your objection, sir?
Get it right.
I'll sustain the question.
You ain't hit no ground.
What happened after he threw you down?
I never touched the ground.
Huh.
Did you tell Detective Gaither in the January 28th interview when he threw me down, he had his hands on me and he started pulling at your zipper?
What?
I don't recall what I told the investigators. But after he hit me in the face, I ducked my head and went through the crowd of them.
At any time, do you remember him grabbing your pockets?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that he grabbed your pocket and he was trying to get in?
Nobody never took that from me.
I know earlier you said your head swelled up. Do you recall any other part of your body swelling up?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither another person hit me and say, boom, my eye swole up?
I don't recall saying that to them, but somebody else did hit me.
Okay. Do you remember about how many people were hitting you?
No.
Hey, we gotta
Earlier you said that you ran out of the club. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, I was really trying to run, but I can't run because they was holding me. They more or less were trying to take their money.
Nah, I never tried to run.
Are you saying now you never tried to run?
No, I just ducked my head and I didn't run, but I just ducked my head and they mainly, after whoever hit me, after they hit me, nobody else didn't touch me.
Okay. Did they ever try to grab your money?
Yeah, they went in your pocket?
I don't know if somebody tried to intentionally grab my money, but as I'm going through a crowd of people, you know, I was brushing up these people grabbing me and stuff, but not in a way to actually take something from me that I recall.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither they were grabbing the money, but they wouldn't get it out the zipper right?
Oh.
I don't recall what I told investigators.
She trying to punk him low key. Like they hit you in your head, they took your money, they basically whooped you.
Now, earlier, do you recall
She know what she doing.
Bloody J fighting outside?
I was swole, so I was in the parking lot trying to get in my car.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Moonsung was fighting Bloody J?
I don't recall.
Now, what was your relationship like with Bloody J?
What you mean?
Were you cool with him?
Was I cool with him?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that.
How would you describe your interactions with Bloody J?
What you mean?
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that you've been trying to help Bloody J get in back with them?
I'm trying to help him with?
Get back in with them.
Oh, I don't know what would take place. I talked to the investigators. I was trying to tell them whatever I think I can convince them to believe. I don't get in people's business to be knowing what they be having going on. But I'm good with coming up with a story.
What would talking about Bloody J have to do? Why would that help you get out of?
Because the investigators they just I don't know, like they so focused on me. I'm trying to get them off of me. They need to go focus on somebody else and get their attention on me.
Earlier, do you recall saying that when you went to speak with Detective Thorpe on January 11, 2015, you went down there because Detective Thorpe called you and told you called you, and that's why you went down there? Do you remember saying that earlier today?
Why's she going back?
I believe after they shot somebody, one of my family members, my baby mama house up. That's when the investigators called me because they said it related to something. I don't know. I can't really remember exactly, but that's when I went down for questioning.
Okay. And did you go there voluntarily?
What that mean?
Did you go there because you wanted to go there yourself?
I went there because people told me to go there.
Who told you?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that everybody's like, nah, wait on them to call you? And I was like, I ain't want to wait. You know what I'm saying? I ain't do it.
I don't recall what I told him.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither? So they were like, just wait. And I'm like, so I wait, but I kept asking more people because they had shot up my girl mama house.
Hey, anybody?
Most time I talked to the police, they had to come and get me.
Did they come get you on January 11th?
That's a
They didn't
lie.
have to
Okay, you drove down there you had Moonsung take you down there.
because everybody was telling me to go down there.
Okay. And Moonsung, didn't you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police too?
Say that again?
Did you encourage Moonsung to come and talk to the police?
I think I remember telling him that they said, man, you need to come in here with me.
And do you remember him telling him, nah, I'm gonna wait for them to come to me?
No, I think he told me to give the investigator his number and tell him if they wanted him to call him, if I'm not mistaken.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither?
She's not going nowhere with her question.
I came out here, I got Moonsung, and I'm like, you don't want to come in and talk to him, bruh? You know your name in it, bruh. And he's like, shit, I'll wait on them to call me.
I know Detective Gaither she got somebody against me. She making her business to try to get me. So anytime that she trying to question me, I'm gonna spin her every chance I get. But I do not recall what I told her when she questioned me, but when she questioned me, I know she's trying to get me.
Okay. Is Detective Gaither able to tell you the answers that are coming out of your mouth?
I stand the question, Mr. Form.
Does Detective Gaither know what you think, what you're going to say?
I stand the question.
In the January 28th interview, let me ask you this before I answer that.
Come on.
Do you know what the relationship was like between Nutt and Thug back in 2015?
No.
Big time.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, at least in the January 28th interview, that Nutt and Thug was cool?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, on God, I didn't even know?
There's objection. I sustain the question.
I think the question was, back in 2015, did you know the relationship between Nutt and Thug?
It's still subject to foundation. I'm staying.
But now I'm impeaching him on what he told detectives about his knowledge of the relationship.
I sustained the question before. You still need to lay some foundation as to how they knew each other in that particular time period, okay? That was the basis of Mr. Steele's objection.
Back in 2015, were you familiar with Nutt?
Yes.
And were you familiar with Thug?
Well, what do familiar mean?
Well, you just answered that you were familiar with Nutt, so.
No.
He didn't know what that meant.
When I just asked you, were you familiar with Nutt? And you said yes. Why?
Go press the wrong button.
I never been around those two together. No, it never crossed my mind.
So how were you able to tell Detective Gaither that Nutt and Thug was cool?
Is it still froze?
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nutt and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about this guy. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen this guy. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Look.
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is?
Wait, he talking to the damn court reporter about her shoes. Let's slow this one down. Let's see what the hell is going on. How did they get on her shoes? Hold up. Go back.
Because they're questioning me and I'm trying to get them off of me. And she asked me questions about Nutt and Thug, I guess. And I'm telling her whatever she asked me, let's say she asked me a question about this guy. I'm gonna say, yeah, I seen this guy. It's blue. Whatever she asked me, I'm gonna agree to that. I'm gonna say whatever she asked me. If she asked me about this reporter right here, I'm gonna say, yep, she's sitting outside me with white tennis shoes on. I'm gonna say something. Just because I want her to believe I'm telling the truth. That I want her to get me out of jail.
What, she has on white tennis shoes, don't she?
Don't you got on white tennis shoes? She got on Chucks.
Right, and they white, right?
What color your shoes is? She got on Chucks.
So you telling the truth?
This is wild.
What color your shoes is? She said they white.
Right, so you're telling the truth then?
Well, it depends. See, you pick what you want to tell them.
So did you also tell Gaither in another interview
like
that Nutt and Thug had problems?
Can you say it again?
Did you also tell Gaither in another interview that Nutt and Thug had problems?
See? You saying it right there and there.
So my question for you is, how would you be aware, how did you know about any relationship between Nutt and Thug?
I didn't.
Yeah, she gonna take a chance. She always wanted a bad boy. Don't do it, Weaver. Don't do it, Karen. I think that's her name, Karen Weaver. I think that's her name. I don't know. So we don't know what she thinking. Woody, leave her alone. You might think she's small and she's frowning. Don't catch another case. After watching today, I think the police had a legal wiretap on him. We got the full story. How they go from staying Nutt.
Earlier, I asked you about the time you spent in Miami. I mean, you recalled you didn't remember. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that you spent about a week in Miami?
I don't recall what I told whoever you just said.
Okay. Now, when you came back from Miami, did you have any concern about Thug and you and your relationship?
What you mean?
Did you have any concerns about Thug and you and your relationship?
You asking me?
I am.
Did I have any concern?
Yes.
I just left on with Young Thug?
Yes.
And what my concern was?
I'm asking you if you had any.
If I just left with him, why would I have any?
Yes, I saw that.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither?
What did you just say?
And what my concern was?
I'm asking you if you had any.
If I just left with him, why would I have any?
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither? So we came back and it was like Thug was trying to get rid of me. You feel what I'm saying?
Had to switch it up.
You had to switch it up.
I had to switch it up.
Why did you have to switch it up?
Because they kept targeting me.
Who is the they?
Investigator Gaither and Dennis.
Why did you have to switch it up to say that Thug was trying to get rid of you? What would that?
Oh, I don't know what I don't know. No. Oh, let's go back.
Okay.
Now I said that he was trying to get rid of me.
Yes.
That's what I told her.
Yeah.
I don't recall what I told her.
Okay, you don't recall that.
What do you say she smelled like? I hope not. I hope ain't nothing you serve on your menu. Not no. Fried fish, catfish. What we talking about? Oh no. Say it ain't so.
Do you remember any conversations between you and Thug regarding having a hit on your head?
I can't with y'all.
You said, do I remember having a conversation with Thug about somebody having heat on my head?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that Thug called you and said, bruh, they said I got a hit on your head? And you were like, bruh, you do? And he was like, nigga. And then y'all started laughing.
Oh, you saying that I said Thug had hit out on my head? That's what I'm trying to,
yes, do you recall?
I thought you were saying that me and him having a conversation and you saying someone else said he had a hit, someone else have a hit on my head?
God bless you.
Are you saying that Young Thug had a hit on my head?
I'm saying, do you recall having a conversation with Thug in which you discussed having a hit on your head was my initial question.
Can you ask me that one more time?
Sure. Independently, do you recall back in 2015 having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head?
So it was a conversation, I'm trying to make sure I understand you. It was a conversation I was having with him.
Yes.
And I told him that he had a hit on my head?
Just generally.
I'm trying to see, am I understanding you right?
Right, I'm asking you. I'm clarifying.
Clarify.
Do you recall generally just having a conversation with Thug about having a hit on your head? Just generally.
So you saying I'm trying to, I don't understand you.
Sure.
You saying I'm talking to him.
She like that word.
Me and him talking, I'm telling him that he has a hit on my head.
No.
That's what I'm trying to see what you're saying.
I'm asking you, do you remember just being on the phone with Thug and having a conversation about a hit on your head?
Hell no. Don't say that. Don't answer it, bro.
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know.
Good answer.
I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither
Good answer.
that you and Thug were on the phone and Thug said to you,
no,
bruh,
don't do it.
They say, I got a hit on your head. You recall telling Detective Gaither that?
I don't recall.
There you go.
And do you recall to tell Detective Gaither in response to that, you said, you do? And then he responded, nigga, and then y'all started laughing.
I don't recall.
Okay.
What is she trying to prove? She not proving nothing. Anybody seen Rico yet? We've been looking for him for 7.5 hours. Where's Rico? Is Rico anywhere in the state of Georgia?
Do you recall Thug telling you about any concerns that his family had with hanging around you?
Exactly.
I don't think I said family, but I do remember people was coming to me, telling me things.
Telling you things about what?
Objection on hearsay. All hearsay.
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither that Thug told you that they're saying on the street that you and Thug had beef?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall shit. You better not.
And then you said you told Thug, man, I haven't heard anything like that.
I think I just told you that right now.
Okay. Do you recall Detective Gaither asking you why would people think that he had a hit on you?
I don't remember what I told the investigators.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, like I told you, because everybody in the street saying I did it, and if they kill me, everybody, it's going to go away. Do you remember telling her that?
Come on, woman.
I remember that. I remember people coming to me, telling me things that was making me think people was telling me stuff that was trying to get in people was getting in my head and making me believe things. And
like what?
I started being paranoid, thinking stuff.
We got to get Woody on after this trial over with.
When you were in Miami with Thug, what was his demeanor like towards you? How did he act around you?
What you mean? I was with my baby mama.
Were you ever around him in Miami?
Like, I was there, but we wasn't, I had to deal with my baby mama and my little girl.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gaither in this January 28th interview, like at first, like we was just chilling, like he was treating me like a brother. But even when I went to Miami, he stood back and stuff. But just like he wasn't happy with me around no more. It felt different.
Again, you bringing up conversation I don't told the investigators, well, I know they trying to get me. So again, because I wasn't clear the first time, obviously. When investigator Gaither was after me, my whole intentions was to get them off of me.
You said that Detective Gaither was after you. Was Detective Gaither the investigator that investigated when you, your baby mother, and your child were shot?
Shot at.
I don't know who was the investigator.
Did you speak with her about that incident when you, your child's mother, and your baby were shot?
When she, anytime I spoke with her, I think she asked me about everything, like this whole thing. So I don't know what I don't told her, what I ain't told her.
Do you recall her telling you that she was the investigator that was going to investigate the incident with you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
How old will he be? Objection.
I mean, him getting shot is not a crime. Shot at is not a crime. He the victim.
What I recall is, I don't know if it was Investigator Gaither, but at one point they was questioning me and they was telling me, do I remember seeing this person right here? As in, they was telling me this was the person that shot at me. So once I heard them bring up a person name, I started saying this must have been shot at me. So
we're going to get to that interview, but I'm asking you a question.
I believe it. Witness was finished with the answer.
Let's find out. Were you finished with your answer, Mr. Copeland? Something else you want to say?
Yeah. So when they was questioning me, and they was like, did you see Tay in the car? I didn't know why they brought his name up, but for them to ask me, did I specifically see Tay? Tay knew I stayed at, so I felt that Gaither was letting me know it was Tay who came to my house. So when she said that, I was like, oh, okay.
Okay, but that's not my question.
Thank you, Tiff.
Was she the one who investigated you?
I just remember when she was questioning me about me and my child being shot at, she brought up a person name to me and kept asking me about it. And she brought up two other names, but I didn't know them people to hang together. So I really didn't, I brushed the other two names out. And then later they found out that those was the people involved.
Do you remember, and we're going to actually get to that interview
all right
next, but do you remember in that interview actually you not wanting to tell Detective Gaither who shot you because you were afraid of being put in the paperwork and snitching. Do you recall that?
I recall this, and this is the God honest truth. I told those investigators that I did not see nobody's face. They constantly kept asking, "You gonna let dudes shoot at you while you got your kid?" Listen, man, it ain't about being afraid of being paperwork or nothing. You feel me? Like it's not.
Do you recall telling the police that you did not want to be in the paperwork?
I probably did. Who like? But if I had to be in paperwork, I'm still gonna be the same person.
Let's get back to the January 28th interview.
Thank you for the support.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that even when you were in Miami, he stood back and stuff? It looks like he wasn't happy with you anymore. It just felt different.
Can you tell me what you? Because you asked me about interviews. A lot of stuff started changing. You got to be more specific because at one point the police were targeting me so much that I was turning against everybody. I was thinking everybody was out to get me. So when the investigators started asking me questions, whoever they started asking me questions was, they started becoming a problem with me because I started thinking that everybody was out to me. So I can't tell you what I said to Investigator Gaither, Dennis, or any other investigator that questioned me. All I can tell you is that I was in a messed up state of mind, and you asked me about questions that I was supposed to be asked back then. That if I say something, you're gonna say, "Oh, I might impeach him," or whatever the word is you use. But I don't know. I can't answer that.
Not impeach.
Independently, did you feel different around Thug while you were in Miami?
Did I feel? Well, I wouldn't ever stay down there a week with him.
I'm asking you.
I don't recall. I don't recall how it was being down in Miami.
All right.
Thank you so much for the cash out 313. I definitely appreciate it.
During that interview, do you recall giving
the Peach State?
Investigator Gaither Moonsung's phone number?
Georgia Peach.
Is it?
That's the question.
To my is that the
after the shooting on the highway?
I remember Moontung told me that if they wanted to question him about what happened, that it was okay to get on his number and they can call him.
Do you remember his phone number back then?
No, I don't even remember my phone number right. And did I have them?
Okay. Do you recall giving the phone number 404?
Sir, do you have objection?
All this is an objection.
That's fine.
Okay, all right.
Was it 8935? Do you recall giving the number 8935?
I don't recall.
Oh no, you see that? You saw? I do want to thank 313 for coming up on video and was working this case out with me earlier today. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, now she don't know. Hey, Woody got a little sense in his head. I will say that.
Now, during that interview, do you recall? Excuse me. Did you, after this was happening, after Nutt's murder, and your home and your family's home being shot up, did you have someone purchase a gun for you?
I had someone purchase a gun for me after the homicide investigator said that I had the rights to defend myself.
And was that after your car had been shot at on the highway?
Oh no, you were good.
No, I think it was Investigator Thorpe who told me that. So I don't know when he told me that, but he told me that at one point.
And did you purchase that gun yourself or someone else purchased it for you?
Well, someone else purchased it.
Who?
Lil D.
Let's stay in question.
Did Little D in this, is this a Little D from Cleveland?
Let's I'm gonna hold off on the ruling on the objection till she poses the question.
Is this the Little D from Cleveland?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he purchase guns for anyone else that you are aware of?
How he supposed to know that?
How I supposed to know?
Right.
Well, actually, he didn't purchase a gun for me. He had one and I bought it from him.
Okay. Do you recall to tell Detective Gaither that he purchased the gun for you from Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
That's where he said he got it from.
Okay. But it was for you. Do you recall that?
I bought it from him.
Now, in the shooting on the highway.
Now we at the highway.
Do you recall who was shooting at you?
I don't.
I did that on purpose.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that it was Greedy who was driving one of the cars?
No. They were doing 100 miles per hour. How you gonna see somebody?
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither it was two cars, the second car, and Greedy was in the first car?
No, I don't recall.
And she actually confirms. Dennis confirmed. So it was Greedy, and your response was, yeah, Greedy was driving.
Well, no. I probably just said it just because I remember the drive-by. They were going too fast to be trying to do anything.
Man, that's funny. Man.
Why would you say it was Greedy?
I don't have a clue. This is my first time hearing this. I don't recall what I said in them interviews. I told you once they would question me, they could have brought up anybody's name and tell me that what I got to say about it. I'm gonna have something to say.
Do you recall telling that Little D has seen him in the car?
Huh?
That Little D has seen Greedy driving the car.
We didn't have no conversation about this. I told you it was a turn the radio down to try to see that head. By the time I realized what was going on, the car was all the way in front of us. I didn't notice until the second car, it shot the window. When it shot the window, I was like, what the hell?
What the hell? The fuck? What? Oh,
and I don't know if I told the investigator this, but I thought the car that was behind me was the car that set me up. So I don't know what you're getting at with talking about what I told the investigators.
Who was in the car behind that you thought set you up?
Boo?
Why would you think Boo was going to set you up?
Because I was paranoid.
Why would Boo want to set you up?
I don't know. I said that's what I thought. How if it's a car behind me, how am I getting shot at? I didn't know if they got shot at. I didn't know what would happen. I just knew I was paranoid.
What you do? Did you bust back? That's what I want to know.
When Little D from Cleveland bought the gun for you, did you go with him to the pawn shop?
Did I go with him to the pawn shop?
Yeah.
I can't recall.
Okay. Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Detective Dennis, I can show you the gun I got, the same gun I had when I went right to the pawn shop. My buddy bought it in his name and went right back home. Do you recall tell Detective Gaither that?
I probably did. I'm trying to convince them.
And earlier when you talked about Boo being in the car with you, is that the big Boo, the picture we saw a few days ago?
Big Boo wasn't in no car with me.
Who's Boo?
I said he wasn't in no car with me.
In the car behind you, when you said it was
Yes.
Boo in the car behind you.
Where's she going with this? She all over the place. He working with her though. He win her out. He ain't giving her nothing to hang her hat on to prove nothing. I don't care how many times you flip that notebook paper. It ain't nothing in her. It ain't nothing there. Oh, good observation. Maybe it is. Big Boo better not come back no more. We're gonna have a picture of his on Talk That Law. We're gonna have a picture. Absolutely none. Yeah, she wasting time. That's why I said she could end today. She can really end today. But I think she drug it out. I'm thinking tomorrow we're gonna get cross-examination.
Now,
and for those who want to, if y'all don't mind, like,
at the club,
subscribing, all that good stuff.
and crucial, that Monday night, do you recall who you went to the club with?
When we back at the club,
I go every Monday night.
From his house, the highway.
That specific Monday night where you and Kel got into it. Do you recall who you went to the club with that night?
I don't recall who I was with.
Okay. Do you recall if Doug was at the club?
Tonight the night I got into it with him?
Yes.
You don't know, you don't know.
I can't recall if he was.
There you go.
I wasn't.
What about Nard?
Which one?
How many do you know?
More than 3.
More than 3.
Were any of the Nards there at the night?
No, not that I recall. I don't. Yeah.
What about Yak? Was he present at the club?
Yeah, I think Yet was there that night.
Was Shannon there?
Was he? I can't recall if he was.
Was Little D from Mechanicsville there?
I can't recall who that night because I've been up there so many Mondays and I'd be lying if I say somebody was there, somebody wasn't there. I don't remember who that night about anybody.
And my last question, what about Little D from Cleveland?
Y'all heard
I can't
that?
recall.
Her last question.
My last question.
Yeah, I don't. I'd be lying if I say somebody was there, somebody wasn't there. I don't remember who that night about anybody.
And my last question, what about Little D from Cleveland?
I can't recall.
You should have passed the witness. You thought she stopped? She gonna get over there and look at Love's notepad.
Now, after this interview,
I think they
did you
bet.
go and speak with police regarding what I just asked you about, which is the shooting between you, your child's mother, and your child being shot at?
Can you know what you say? What about it?
Did you speak with police regarding that incident?
They came and spoke to me.
Okay. Do you recall what happened the day that you, your child, and your child's mother was shot at?
Yeah.
If you can tell the jury what happened.
My daughter, she was crying. She wouldn't stop crying. So we take her to the hospital. We came out the door. I seen the car, seen it at the stop sign. I had a gun. The car, they came my way. I stood in the middle of the street.
What you do with your gun?
They rolled up on the side of me. They let the window down and they tried to shoot me.
And were they able to fire off any shots?
I believe so.
Where was your baby at when they fired off those shots?
I don't know if she was in my hand or if I put it in the, I can't remember if I put it in the, it happened so fast. I can't remember if I put it in the car or if I had it in my hand.
And after they started shooting, what, if anything, did you do?
I told my baby mama to get down.
And what did you do?
CPS stand the hell out the way.
What you mean?
What you mean?
When they shot at you, your baby,
what you
and
mean?
your girlfriend, what did you do?
I got them up off of us.
And how did you get them up off of you?
You bust back. Ask her what you mean.
I shot back.
And what happened when they shot back? When you shot back?
I kept shooting.
Okay. And what happened?
I made them crash.
All right. How far away did they crash from your house?
Somebody say Woody the shooter. He got aim.
Not far.
Was it about the distance that we are? Or was
No,
it further?
farther.
Was it back to the end of the courtroom?
Probably so.
Okay. Once they crashed, what happened?
I grabbed my baby and my baby mom and I ran them back in the house.
And were y'all able to make it inside the house? Did you go back inside your house or did you go to the neighbor's house?
Well, she left her purse in the car.
Okay.
Well, she left the keys. We couldn't get in the door, so the neighbors let us in.
And once they crashed, did they ever try to shoot at you all anymore?
I started shooting again.
And what happened?
I kept shooting.
Did they eventually leave?
They had no choice.
No choice.
Did you have to talk to the police about that incident with you, your child, and your child's mother?
You heard them?
Yeah, the police caught me before I could leave.
And did you go down and tell them everything that you just told the jury about what happened?
Empty.
No.
What didn't you tell the police?
No, I think I did. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what I told them, but I told them that the car pulled on the side of me and tried to shoot me.
Self-defense.
I think I didn't tell them that.
You shot back.
I think I told them somebody else shot back.
You're felon in possession of a weapon. He a felon.
Do you recall something that you shot back?
Hell.
Yeah, I remember. Because I remember the other one told me. He asked me, did I shoot? He asked me something. I lied and said somebody else was shooting. And then when Gaither came, I knew that she was going. I couldn't come up with no. The name that I said was shooting back was a name that Gaither knew I wasn't going. She knew I was lying about it. So when she came, I went ahead and admitted that it was me who was shooting because I knew that I couldn't lie on no. I couldn't put it on the name that I tried to say.
Do you recall being interviewed about this shooting twice, like back to back?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Do you remember being interviewed about this shooting with you, I would just say Deshaun and your daughter twice? One day you were not in custody, and the other day you were in custody. Do you remember that?
So when they let me go, they wanted the gun. I told them I'd give them the gun once they let me go. And they went for it. They let me go. And 24 hours later, they had the whole SWAT team at my house, my brother's house.
Did you ever give them the gun that you used?
No.
Okay. Why not?
What I look like.
Whose gun was it?
Wait, what did he say? Did he say what I look like?
Give them the gun that you used.
No.
Okay. Why not?
What I look like.
Whose gun was it?
Clearly mine.
Do you recall telling detectives that it wasn't your gun?
Oh, this a
I
movie.
probably did.
This a movie.
Do you know whose gun you said it was?
I can't recall.
Do you recall telling that it was Shannon?
No, I don't recall what I told him.
Now, the first time that you went in to go talk about this incident, do you remember speaking with a Detective Curry?
There's so many different polices. I don't know. All the names I know is Thorpe, Gaither, and Dennis, and the light skinned lady. I don't know the other people name.
All right. When you first went to talk about this incident, was it with Thorpe, Gaither, Dennis, or was it somebody else?
With me and my daughter?
Yes.
Well, when I came at the neighbor house to try to get the door key, I looked over, I ain't seen no police. When I walked out the door, the SWAT team was already right there. And when they got me right there, it was some investigator right there talking to me. But when he looked and seen who I was, he called somebody. Then they went to jumping out the sky, coming out the bushes, every which way. They questioned me right there. I don't know who it was they questioned me.
Not the bushes.
After speaking with individuals at your home, do you recall coming down to Atlanta Police Headquarters and speaking with the detective?
I don't know his name. I don't know who. The person that questioned me, he wasn't engaging, so he went for what I told him.
Okay. And what I'm asking you is, do you remember speaking to that detective down at headquarters at Atlanta Police Department?
I remember speaking with him, but I don't really I can't say for sure what I said to him.
You told him something like that.
I know he kept saying he want that gun, and I kept telling him, if you let me go, I go get it.
He lets you go like a damn fool.
When you had the interview, when you met with that detective, did you meet with, was it you and Deshaun at that interview?
Can you repeat that?
When you went down to that interview, was it you and Deshaun? Did y'all both go to that interview?
Yeah, I made them let her, because why y'all want to question me if it was both of us? Y'all, and I told him, y'all gonna lock me up, just gonna lock me up. But and he was like, no, we not locking you up. So I'm like, well, why she can't come if she was a victim too? Okay. So he's like, well, she can come.
All right. And did the both of you speak with that detective?
I don't think she spoke with him, but because she didn't see nothing.
Permission to approach?
As long as you show that to the defense counsel first.
Yeah, if y'all don't mind liking the video, I would really appreciate that if y'all don't mind liking the video. Tomorrow we're supposed to start at 12:30. So I'm guessing that's between 12:30 and 1 in Eastern time. So I'm guessing that'll be in Texas time. That's 11:30 and 1. And hopefully, if she can sit down somewhere, the defense can go tomorrow. Oh yeah, thank you for the like, Jay Frenzy. Oh yeah, I'm coming on.
You may, madam.
No court tomorrow for me. So I'm gonna be here ready to go.
Martha Stacy with 378 Yankee Charlie 1. Do you see yourself in that exhibit?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
They shot in that exhibit.
Yeah.
If you want to see the detective in that exhibit.
Yeah.
Your Honor, excuse me, this time say like Senator Stacy with 378 Yankee Charlie 1.
Any objection to states 378 Yankee Charlie 1?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Publisher.
Oh yeah.
$14 one.
Yeah, we got to see how they're gonna treat him with the defense. Or you think y'all defense gonna go in on him, or they gonna give him a break? And like I said earlier, never talk to the police without a lawyer, especially homicide detectives.
Mr. Copeland, is that you in the corner with the white hat on?
Yep.
And is that the Sean sitting next to you?
Yep.
And is that the investigator who conducted it?
I guess so.
Now, Mr. Copeland, a few moments ago, you said that he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him. What did you mean by that?
He wanted the gun.
Okay, so why would you say that he wasn't Gator, so he went for what I told him?
Because I know Gator know she know me.
Okay, and when you say she knows you, what does that mean?
She know I'm about to bullshit her.
She knows me. And again, watch your language.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
And it's an adult forum. He can say what he wishes.
He can cuss. Hey.
What was your answer, sir?
She know I'm about to play around.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, during the course of this interview, earlier did you say that you told him it was somebody else, or did you tell him it was you who actually did the shooting?
Hunter, which part?
When they caught me at the house, I was trying to sneak back out to the car and get the door key. So when the SWAT team seen me, and then he wouldn't let me go back and let them know that they had me. So I had to stay right there. So when the police started coming out the bushes and stuff, they questioned me right then and there. So I told the man walked up on me. I said there was somebody named Tayshun.
Okay. That was when you were still at
The house.
But when you got to the police department, did you tell him?
Before I got to the police department, I think Gator pulled up at the house.
Y'all, I'm gonna forewarn y'all. I don't know how much my camera got left. I've been going for like 8 hours. So hey, if it's shut down, we back tomorrow about 12:30 Central Time, and I think 11:30 Eastern Time.
House. I think somebody pulled up at the house that knew who I was, and they kept somebody Tay who, and I couldn't come up with no Tay that they didn't know. Okay. I wasn't gonna lie on nobody. Like I wasn't trying to lie on nobody and get them locked up at that time. So I'm just like, I can't lie on these nigga right now. So I went ahead and said it was me shooting.
Okay. And after this interview, were you ever arrested for shooting at the car?
Yeah, I most definitely was arrested the next day.
No.
Oh, wow.
Were you arrested for a probation violation?
I was false arrested. They locked me up for not doing community service when I never had community service to do. Y'all held me in jail for 3 weeks for no reason.
And that was
because I didn't get a police that gun.
Will do.
That's what y'all did to me.
Okay, but were you arrested for the probation of not doing community service?
My probation officer told me she didn't put a warrant out on me and told me there was something that had nothing to do with her. She couldn't speak on it. So I don't know. I felt I went to jail for trying to protect me and my family.
Okay. Did you ever have to plead guilty for aggravated assault for shooting at the car?
No.
Okay.
So that's self-defense.
Ms. Hilton, can I get you and maybe a representative too?
He ready to go home. Judge ready to take his dog and go. His dog is tired. Miss Hilton gonna outlast my camera battery. Ain't that crazy? I need to get a dummy battery where we can go 24 hours. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to go 24 hours. But you know, y'all know what I mean. But yeah, I'm back tomorrow for sure. And even if my camera goes, we'll just finish watching the video. Y'all don't need to see me. I look the same. At this point, I think the dog got PTSD from sitting in court, listening to this boring trial for all of these months when he could be outside playing. God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the natural stopping point for today, and we're going to go ahead and recess you all until tomorrow. Remember that this Friday, I have other unrelated business in the morning, so you won't need to report tomorrow until 12:30, and then we'll start up somewhere around 1 o'clock, and then we'll work until somewhere between 4 and 5 o'clock, okay? All right. Mr. Copeland, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30, okay?
Oh, it's going, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'm charging it tonight. Come on. And I got to put myself on the charger too, so I got to be ready. Yeah, thank y'all for the support for sure. I definitely appreciate y'all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, jury, any minister inquiry of me?
All right. So all he's gonna do is he's gonna go home and tell them don't talk about the case. They're gonna go home and talk about it anyway with their family. They're gonna talk about Ms. Hilton wasting their time. They're gonna talk about the judge taking 2-hour-long breaks when he only said 10 minutes. So yeah, they're gonna go home and talk to their families about it. And maybe after Woody is released as a witness, maybe he'll come on and talk to us so we can all talk about Ms. Hilton. And we can ask him, why you tell that woman to move? What she smelled like? You said she stung. Don't do that. Don't do that, Woody. But yeah, I definitely appreciate y'all. Tomorrow we'll be back. I'm gonna charge my camera. I'm gonna charge myself, and we're gonna be good to go. I might have to get another shirt. What y'all think my shirt should say? I need another shirt for tomorrow. We got what you mean? I don't recall. Be Pacific. Thank you for the sub. I definitely appreciate it. Raw Mania 2383. Raw Mania 2383. And everybody else. And thanks again for 313 for coming up on video and talking this case with me earlier today. And if somebody else want to come up, we can talk through this case tomorrow, and we can go from there. If y'all have video, mic, and y'all want to come on, let me know. All right, so we finna get out of here. And thank you too, Melissa. You so funny, so funny. Hopefully, I'll see y'all all back tomorrow. But before I go, let me give my disclaimer: no legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Come back. All right, have a good night. Snatch my whole ear thing up.